Also, as a report, the barbecue chicken pizza that is just a chicken pizza with barbecue sauce sort of drizzled on top. Not the worst thing.
I mean, no. I like pizza. I like chicken. I like the barbecue. I mean, these things are all okay individually. There's no reason they couldn't be good together.
Yeah, that's fair.
At least I waited till you were awake, dog. Oh, also, we're on the internet. Hi, internet. I don't have anything
Oh,
sassy for you today. I've already begun the process of fucking up somehow.
just give it time. You'll work into it. It's natural for you.
Yeah, right?
Well, hey, how about we start with this? Hopefully today I can make sure to still keep the insults to a minimum.
I mean, that would be you not being a fuck up.
Right. But Frog, as we've already established, based off earlier today, hey, you're already a fucking mess.
It's true. God, I'm a hot mess today. Partially, I blame Shada. Because Shada fell asleep on the couch last night, and I went, hey, no, go to your bed. She went, and rolled over and went to sleep. So I fucking napped, dozing every 5 or 10 minutes before being woken up by the cold and the discomfort all night. Because she was also sleeping on my blankets.
That's when you grab them by the base and you flip them out of the blankets and you take it back.
Mm, mm. Oh, look, the DM deigned to grace us with his presence.
I am sure you're all wondering why I asked you to roll a D100.
Because you like to
Ooh.
see
Yes.
numbers. Pretty shiny math rocks go click clack.
I do like pretty shiny math rocks that do go click clack, but
Mhm.
there was a purpose, and you may or may not find out the purpose today. It is all depends
Oh
on the
no.
actions you take.
Oh,
But the dice have been rolled, fates have been woven.
Just for
delightful.
the general curve of that, how big of a fuck up ever have we caused from 1 to 10?
Don't worry about it, Lee. You're asking questions now.
Nobody asked me any questions, and we won't have any problems. The duck assassin knew what he was about.
Do not worry your pretty little heads off.
Aw, you think I'm
Your
pretty?
fates will come to pass.
Mm, I don't like this.
That's okay.
Congratulations. Uncertainty has introduced anxiety into your life. I, who have experienced uncertainty many times in my life, am unbothered by this. The Schadenfreude is strong with this one. You are unhappy
Mm.
because you do not know what is coming in the future, and that makes me smile.
No, I'm unhappy because I feel like Char is plotting.
Um, Lee, you can safely rest assured in the knowledge that Char is always plotting. Char has the mind of a politician, which means that even when he sleeps, he's engineering new ways to fuck over people's life.
Honestly, you should be more concerned when Char isn't plotting.
Right? Because that means that
You're
something's
right.
come to fruition and he wants to watch it as it burns.
Like right now, I'm not plotting.
Yep.
Gasp! We've already rolled the D100s, you fools!
Yeah, why do I feel like taking the operative move to run and hide?
Because I will
That's
drag you from your running and hiding place if you try.
I'm going to ask this now. Would anyone here who has the
Yes.
usage of fate points like to re-roll their numbers?
Yep.
I'm thinking of sticking with mine.
But you don't
And
have
make a
fate points,
roll.
Lee.
All right, fate points. That's only
DM.
for a
I did a thing.
brain.
Understood.
I did a thingum. A
No,
bingum.
notes have been changed.
power of changing the future and past.
Well, the future at least. Not so much the past. That's already happened.
But I did change the past, because what already happened is now no longer relevant, because I did a thing that caused it to be different. I have used time travel. God, I'm in a weird mood
Goddamn
this morning.
chronomancers.
Right?
Yes, you are.
The strongest
Like,
form of
I
magic
feel like this comes
is
with
chronomancy.
I feel like this comes with you playing a Wendigo in that other
I
game.
get to play a Wendigo, guys, in a different game.
Nice.
I lured a 5e newbie DM into letting me play a homebrew Wendigo race, and it's bad.
Oh no.
It's gonna be really bad. You guys don't understand.
He gave
There.
me to a skill proficiency and the ability to freely communicate with animals on top of the fucking homebrew race, because he's like,
Oh,
I
no.
just really want someone that can talk to animals, and having the ability to perfectly mimic any voice or sound that you hear should probably give you some kind of skill proficiency. And I was like, you know what, I feel like this is a little more than I needed from this race, but I'm not going to complain. And I left that hanging
no,
there in
let's-
chat so that he could redact his decision, and he didn't.
Yeah, no, plus also if you're doing that, that means I can get rid of fucking speak with animals on my end.
Yes, because I can just do it.
Right. And literally it's just a point of like, I can take something actually useful.
Damn, fucking savage.
So,
I am sorry, but speak
My-
with animals adds very little.
and then Arthur dies.
Don't worry, we fix you. We have the technology.
Yes, become a servitor. Anyways,
Oh. They have servitors here?
very primitive servitors, but yes.
Oh god. We're a 40k world that's underdeveloped. Guys, I cracked the code. We're fucked.
It sounds like hashtag goals.
So yes, last we left our intrepid people.
That's us, guys.
You guys went and fought some vampires. Only a measly 10 vampires. And, and then a land shark.
And then
Yeah,
it
you
has
might
like
be-
5
And I-
vampires.
And then I think the land shark brought an additional 5 vampires with him as backup.
That's a funny thing because the backup came before, so it seems more like, you know,
The
front,
shark was the backup for the vampires.
more like front down than backup. You know?
Yeah, right. Like it feels like the vampires were the Jacko pose, and then the sand shark was the horny bonk. Like one of these definitely preceded the other.
But be it as it may, backup, front up, mm, it's a question. You guys did manage to survive. I'm very proud of you. Round of applause there. And you guys made your way back after some dubious stealths, some attritions, and brought back a shark pelt. The shark pelt was given to the quartermaster. Emma was very thankful for this and informed you that of your options, which we've discussed. And where we last left off, the party had reconvened in their barracks.
Yep. And Joan comes wheeling in a chalkboard, like a big one.
Oh no.
And at the top, it has 3 words already put on it that you will all come to dread. It says, after action report.
Yep.
Arthur,
this is your first time seeing a chalkboard.
first I'm seeing a chalkboard. Yeah, it's just a point of what is this?
This
What-
is a
what's going
magic
on?
wall, and I pull up a piece of chalk. This is a magic stick that writes on the wall.
I feel like you're misleading our teammate here.
I take the chalk, I put it to the chalkboard on the edge, and I just draw a line down it. Magic stick.
Also, there's fancy squiggles on top of the board, Arthur.
Yeah, just very much one of those up there.
That is called
Again.
writing.
Yeah, I don't speak or write common.
That's fine.
You
Well, I
We'll
don't
teach
read
you.
or write common.
This
I was about to say,
Yeah, no, my brain defaults to speaking for some reason there. I don't read or write common.
just hit him with the no habla español.
Oh. No hablas inglés? Por supuesto, está bien. Así, aquí. Este es por ti. Instead, I turn and look at you at this moment and go, what do you write?
Druidic.
Perfect. And I hand you a stack of papers and a pencil. You get to take your own notes. Write down everything everyone says.
Sorry, why?
Well, I'll
After
tell you
action
if you stop
report.
interrupting me. So what we're going to do now, while this is fresh in our minds and hasn't been a week, is we're going to review what we did, how things went, and the way everything went down. We're going to write down what we did wrong, what we did right, and what we can do better. So, first things first. She's going to write something on the board, and it just says, did not die. This is something we did right. Good job, everyone. This is the fundamental basic success margin. If you are alive, you can continue doing useful things. And that means any fight you walk away from is a fight you have at least marginally succeeded at. Then she's going to write down, killed all the monsters. We also did this right. Any fight that you walk away from and the other guy doesn't is a really good fight.
I'm sorry. Frog, please tell me that you're actually saying what you're adding, what Joan is adding to the head of the boards. Otherwise, if you're just writing it and pointing at it, again, you're just gonna have also sort of just
Yes,
stare and nod.
100% she is. So she's writing
Okay.
down, didn't die. She's writing down, killed the other guy.
Yeah, but again, if you're not saying it, Arthur's not gonna know what you're writing.
Cool. That is why we are assuming certain information given context.
Yeah. But the main thing is that, again, can have a point of wires getting crossed.
That's cool. So she's going to point at someone randomly and go, quick, name a thing we did right that isn't already on the board.
Roll a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Roll me d6.
Meh. I'm putting little sakis on my toesies. Give me a moment. Abraca 6.
Ah. So Aurora's going to say, we actually were able to go around and support each other, um, and those that were capable of it knew when to retreat.
Good. And she will write down 2 things. She will go supported each other, knew when to run. These are incredibly important ideas. And she draws a little check mark next to the first thing that she put on the board. See, first thing. If we are dead, we cannot help anyone. We are not here to give our lives for the cause. We are here to make the other guy do that. Anybody else?
Vin's gonna raise his hand.
Go.
Gave better intel than base.
Yes. Immediately writes that down. Better intel than base. We did our own recon in the field because base recon is inherently unreliable because they're not out there. They said 10 drones. We got a full 50% more drones than that. And a sand shark. I've already filed some requisition paperwork to see about getting us some thumpers, something that we can use to draw creatures like that up outside of, our direct engagement zone.
Vin's will actually raise his hand.
Go.
So thumpers are actually not that effective against sand sharks.
Okay.
It usually causes them to burrow deeper, but they're really effective against the worms.
Mm. Those sound horrifying.
They are. And from what we've been able to tell, is a lot of the seismographs can only detect sharks at a 4-meter base from the or base of the instruments.
Mm-hmm.
So, what is your expert opinion in drawing out or trying to detect sand sharks?
Live bait.
Can we requisition goats?
Almost certainly. Goats are expensive, though. They'll probably be a very high requisition. Milk, wool, and meat from one animal, those are expensive.
Valid.
Yeah.
Why does something like a chicken?
Mm. What do you think the
Eggs,
feathers on your
feathers.
arrows come from?
Well, pigs are typically your main go-to for large amounts of meat, similar to cows. Not to mention they're easier to maintain.
As a note, because it's not really stated, and you guys wouldn't know. Chickens are very expensive
Mm-hmm.
because of the type of food and feeding they require, which are not common in desert regions.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
You guys have cows, and you guys have goats, hardier beasts.
Mm. How about rats?
Vincent's like, rats are. That's not really live baits. That's
Mm.
like Uh,
Too small.
second. Yeah.
What if
Gotcha.
you put a collection of rats in a sack?
Well, then you have a sack full of
I
angry
mean,
rats.
right, but wouldn't that be able to be enough to at least confuse the sand sharks that they think there's live bait?
Depends on the amount of rats you put in a sack. Are we talking 20 rats? Sure.
So we're going to put in the maybe column, things to look at in the future. Live bait. Because I don't know about anyone else, I do not want to stuff 20 rats in a sack by hand.
So people know I just got an email for a call in 10 minutes, so that'll be quick.
Copy.
And so,
Ross,
Much appreciated.
things we did right, things we did wrong, things we could have done better.
I think better prepared when it comes to acquisition material. Some of us had grenades. I feel like we should all have grenades.
Perfect. Under the things we can, under the maybe pile, I just write more grenades. Anything else? Any other requisitions you think could help?
Maybe some form of trap if we have to go against vampires again.
I'll put traps in the maybe pile. We had plenty of time to set up on that engagement. It couldn't hurt.
That's entirely fair, but the best way. I mean, what is the best way of trapping something that moves at that speed, leaping in barren sand?
Really,
Well,
really heavy bear traps.
at the very least, it would have slowed them down if we had attempted to trap.
No, that's fair.
Could have staggered their waves, even if it just forced them to go around. It could have slowed some of them down.
explosives.
We could have planted
Mines.
explosives. And I'll put grenades plus traps. Grenade traps. Alrighty. What else you got, Russ?
I mean, more specifically for that land shark thing, that tough hide's a bitch. So, if we had some way of forcing its mouth open,
That was the initial plan before it wrecked our shit.
well, yeah, and that's why I figured that if we try to think of a more actionable way of going about that for next time.
Something like that, ideally, you'd want to try and prevent it from burrowing back into the sand.
Well, I don't think it's gonna burrow if its mouth is stuck open, right?
No, it
Right,
will.
but
Oh God.
we had another issue in that we technically did have a means by which to keep mouth open with the golem, but we weren't able to get the golem close enough to actually do that.
Yep.
So that would fall more into better tactical placement.
Mm-hmm.
And Joan is dutifully going to write that, even though that basically calls her right the fuck out because she's the one that put people in positions.
I mean, and Russell actually turned to Clayton like, so since this is our first time working with your golem, what is some things that we should know, pros and cons wise, to have a better strategy
Um,
using it?
so as far as that goes, Jimmy, in theory, could open his mouth, force it open. Um, it would have been better. He would have to optimally wait for him to open his mouth and then force it stay open.
Hmm.
If he tried to force open the beast's mouth, the beast would most likely fight. It would damage a lot of his. He's gonna think, and he's gonna kind of look you up and down. It'll damage a lot of his pistons, especially in the arm and the torso.
Mm-hmm.
It
So,
would be a more costly tactic to try and force it open versus wait for it to be open.
Unless we had a way of
Uh,
trying to get the beast to try to bite your golem.
Or more
that wouldn't be too hard.
seems like a creature like
Um,
that, you
alternatively,
just put it in front of its mouth and it's going to try and take a bite.
yes. Um, he is resistant to most mundane explosives. Anything you can get out of a rank 1, tier 1 requisition, he should be able to withstand.
the only potential issue could be if that shark decided to try and use that laser beam like attack.
Ah, yes, that beam of hyper energy. Legally distinct, non copyright beam of hyper fashion.
Yes. Vincent will raise a hand.
Go.
That he can use that once every 30 seconds.
Okay.
As a reminder, each round's 10 seconds.
Yep.
It's still a
So
terrifying prospect when every 30 seconds it's
it
like, ah.
I'm a firing my laser.
so so something that we as members of our team could work on is becoming better acquainted with whatever we might be fighting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. More intel. Well, she'll take intel and she'll scratch that word out. More info on our enemies. I can go through records and take a look at documented creatures that we'll find. And I can make that available and make copies of that available in the squad bay for reading. Another thing that I'd like to bring up, and she writes down cross training. Everybody here has useful and distinct skill sets. I don't think it would be bad if we were to share some of that knowledge with each other in order to make sure that everybody can, at the very least, shore up the weaknesses of those around them. That means armor and weapons training for the people who don't have it. And that means skill training from various people on how to do certain things. And finally, and you guys can mull this over in your heads, she just writes down the word blessings and then thumps it with like a knuckle. I want to see about teaching each other our blessings. I have an ability that lets me refill the blessing pool of myself and another person. That could be invaluable to everybody. I know all of you have distinct blessings, and I don't think it would be a major problem or a con if we shared those. This would obviously be entirely on a volunteer basis, both who you're sharing with and what you're willing to share with them. And the only other thing I'll say on the matter is that we are all on one team. Us. Everything else is them. Um, DM, can I make a roll here of some sort to really impress that weight on people?
Go ahead and make me a command roll here.
Whoa, I'm actually good at those. Watch me roll 100 on it, starting strong.
I was gonna say, you will be taking on the idea of sharing the blessings, though, it will give you a minus 40.
Okay, that's all right. That's with my minus 40. Also,
So
this is a
I'm not gonna.
politics thing, isn't it?
Yes.
Then that is 9 degrees of success.
Okay.
Or excuse me.
Ah.
Technically, it would be 10 because I'm using leader.
Mm.
Because I have a
All right.
plus 20 for command when dealing with political stuff.
Yeah.
So 10 degrees of
Um.
success.
So they all agree with it, but at the mention of sharing each other's blessings, Pumpkin and Vincent are very. I say, Pumpkin, Vincent, and Clayton are very hesitant
Sure.
on the idea.
Well, that's part of why I wanted to reinforce the idea that.
Right. Let me finish that.
Sorry, go ahead.
So Pumpkin, Clayton, and Vincent are very hesitant.
Mhm.
You do know most of this is enamored with how their order reacts with other orders.
Mhm.
Um, you know, out of everyone here, Vincent's the oldest, so he's probably heard that spiel before.
Mhm.
He's not the first one who tried to say that, so he's very maybe on it.
Yep.
Aurora seems to agree with you on all bases. And I don't know about the rest of the party, so I won't speak for that.
Yeah. Arthur would make a point of, I like the idea, but do we even know if it's possible?
Mhm. Yeah, it's absolutely possible. Yeah.
As a reminder, though,
Mhm.
it is very possible. It is highly frowned upon by your order to teach your blessings outside your orders.
Yes. That's the thing that she's like leaning against in terms of like we're all in this together and the order doesn't need to know what won't hurt them.
Um, so What you will know though is by sharing your order's secrets with Joan, when Joan dies, there's a possibility of them just inheriting your order's blessings.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that's sort of the point whereby, at least on mine, it's a point of, are we sure about this?
Joan seems totally sure about this and is aware of all the same risks that you guys are.
Mm-hmm. That
Like,
might be so. I think I would firmly put Arthur in the same boat as Pumpkin, Vincent, and Clayton, though.
like a strong maybe.
Like, can definitely see the benefits of it, but also the basically a point like this also feels kind of like a trap
Hmm.
because your entire order would benefit from it, whereas with us, our immediate selves benefit from it.
Well, no, that would be if I die and there's a possibility that all of the blessings that I know get disseminated back into the light, and then somebody else could learn them if they inherit the light that I originally had. That would be true for all of us. And like if I shared a bunch of the Order of Joan's blessings with you and you died and we send your body back to your order like we're supposed to, your order could just know Order of Joan blessings now.
Again, I think Arthur is very much just going to sort of
Hmm.
sticking to the maybe group, the skeptical group.
That's cool. And that's why she said up front it would be completely volunteer, you and the other people wanting to learn, because she's aware of the sort of like stickiness of that situation.
Um, Now for Ross, you actually have like a different perspective on this. Um,
I think Ross is still AFK.
oh, fair.
Yeah, he had a phone call he had
No,
to go to.
ye
But yeah, she doesn't like harp on it. She doesn't bring it up again. She puts it on the board and she moves on like it's any other thing. But Joan 100% is like, no, I get it's a big thing. Think it over. Next, she's going to draw a line across the board and she's going to write down armor. So, what we have here is we brought that shark pelt into Quartermaster Emma. Traditionally, that means that since we brought that in, we get first pick of the use. So we have an option to take. One, we ask for a larger share of the pelt, and they craft us a collection of armor pieces or sets that are going to be pretty mid, honestly, in terms of ability. Better than what we have, but not excellent. Or we get one good suit of armor. Correction, Jim. Was it one or two?
two.
Okay, we get two good suits of armor. And they'll tailor that so that it works for whoever wants it. And that means that we're likely to be able to armor two people really, really well. Personally, I prefer to take advantage of that. So we need to decide who's getting those. My first inclination, and we can hash this out, is to put one on the healer. And I put a thumb towards Arthur.
And Vincent nods at this. Aurora kind of agrees. And Pumpkin is silent and stoic as ever.
So he doesn't disagree, because he'd let us know if he did.
Yes.
Fantastic. So, that puts up another armor set. Vincent, if we give you a chunk of that sand shark pelt, could you make use of it, given your abilities?
Oh, I don't know. I'm sure it would taste mighty nice. But yes, I could.
All right. That means nobody's off the table in terms of who can benefit from it. So, one suit up for grabs. Who do we think gets it? Go.
Vincent's gonna point towards Arthur.
I'd second that point.
Well, we already have
I don't
one
want-
slated for Arthur.
And I don't want to be the person to throw a wrench in the works here, but I don't know how to use any armor.
And I point
At
at
all.
the cross-training thing that I wrote down earlier. We will teach you. You will be made proficient before we go out again. Also, they can just make it to a style that you can wear. So maybe they make a series of robes or a jacket out of it. Kind of look dapper in a hooded jacket, I think, Arthur.
Thank you. I'm not sure how to respond to that.
You say thank you. That's it. You nailed it. Good job. You have successfully done a social. So,
As for who I think should get the second suit of armor, either Aurora or Vincent.
mhm. Any other takers?
No.
Ross, you got an opinion on the matter?
My outfit right now is pretty suitable for my needs, certainly where I've been positioned thus far.
Mm-hmm. And I have to wear custom gear otherwise. And she literally just picks up like an old-timey alarm clock and just crushes it in her hand. Things break. She sets the crumbled alarm clock back down.
Pulls a replica from a closet filled with 100 replicas of the same clock.
So, my opinion at the moment is slanted towards Vincent because with him being better armored, God, I can't fucking talk today. Sorry, I got knocked in the head earlier. I apologize. If he feels the need to extract somebody, he's more likely to be able to take them to safety if he's got better durability. He also scouts alone or in a pair of a person who is incredibly hard to find, meaning that on scouting runs he's going to be the bigger target. And then he's coming back and serving frontline duty. Any disagreements?
None here.
Nope, makes a lot of sense.
I look at the assembled NPCs.
No, they're like, yeah.
All right. So, first armor set is going to Arthur. Second one goes to Vincent. And that's our payout. Next question. How many grenades can we safely pack into a vehicle full of us and other supplies? And how many do people want to carry on them at any given time? And DM, we don't have to roleplay the whole thing if you don't want to. We can move right along. I just wanted to get
Yeah.
some of the highlights out because this takes like an
Yeah.
hour and a half.
No, that's fair. The only thing I was going to say was, Ross, when they were talking about sharing light, the Order of the Righteous opinion on that is a very contradictory statement of they want to know everyone else's techniques, but
but
they
not
want
share theirs.
yes. And it's because they believe they're the best.
Yeah.
Your time with the Order who remembers would tell you that actually go ahead and roll me a ones who remember roll.
Da, da, da. That's the ones who remember roll, or do you mean like the forbidden?
The forbidden.
Oh, okay.
It's not just
Nope.
hanging around.
Would you like to use any bowling coins here?
It is a new day and we have things coming up. You know, why not?
Good intentions.
Oh wait, I have to double. I gotta remember which characters do what things. Alright, I rolled 2 and take the best. I mean,
Three.
yeah, I was gonna say it's a pass, so.
All right. So what you would know from the ones who remember and learning this, light. The reason why people don't share their light or their blessings with people is because people individually flavor light, and so when it returns to its source, it it creates its own flavoring.
Yeah.
People believe, well, at least within those who remember, that in order to revive the god of light, the sources of light need to be flavored with his. Each order represents a flavor of the god of light.
An aspect.
Yes. It is a firm belief that once there has been a critical amount of that flavor in those, they can be brought back together and form the god of light.
Mm-hmm.
If you share too much of your blessings with other orders, it is been, I don't want to say proven, but it's been shown to diminish the quality of lights you return because it's not, because all your lights now no longer flavored towards you. They think they're not 100% sure.
Okay. Now, go ahead.
So because of that, that's why a lot of the orders, at least for the ones who remember, don't share their blessings amongst others.
Yeah. But the ones who remember though also promote like sort of exploration of the sort of blessings that you can do with sigils, like trying to discover and figure out stuff amongst that, right?
Yes.
Okay. So it's less how to put it? It's bad, it's not as good to share, but having people discover things on their own is okay.
Kind of, or finding ways of emulating theirs using your own forms.
Gotcha. Okay.
Doing your own flavoring of it, basically.
Creating
The
Yeah.
same
your
result,
own
but different flavoring.
iteration. Creating your own iteration of that blessing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wanted to mention something akin to that, but I wasn't sure if Arthur knew that in character, so I shut up about it. Because I remember it being mentioned ages ago.
Mm.
Yeah.
So
Even
that's what you would know from what you know.
Yeah. And I think that's probably why, like, part of the Order of the Righteous being like, yes, learn everybody else's stuff, don't share yours, and the ones who remember being like, no, you kind of have to like learn that shit on your own because it sort of gets diluted if it's directly taught.
Yeah.
that
I
sounds
think.
really weird.
Well, no, it's sorry. I'm trying to work through the thought process here because the
Well,
two
no. Like
conflicting.
your information makes sense. It's the idea of like, why would disseminating other flavors into an aspect of the God of Light make it weak? Oh, I just answered my own question. This is kind of turning somebody's vanilla ice cream into Rocky Road.
Hmm.
But it is
So
possible for you to just. So I would say the idea of like, I have a point of my blessing pool that I'm going to give you, and it has a blessing attached to it, would be bad. But going, here's how I do this thing, and I'm going to show you a couple of times a day, every day, and if you figure out how to do it, that's totally your own thing, and that's fine.
yeah, I think it means that cross training is okay. It's just we're not directly like observation is fine.
Yes.
Just learn how to do it. Independent study. That's the word I'm fucking looking for.
Teaching is fine, directly transplanting blessings to each other is not. Is that about right, DM?
Yeah.
Cool. That was what
Always
I was
learn.
planning on anyway. We ain't got enough blessing pool to pass that shit around.
Well, it's always the idea. Learn how your order does it.
Mhm.
So it's for your order, not learn how to do sigils.
Yeah. Don't learn how to do sigils, learn how to do magic.
Well, learn how to emulate in your own faction. Like, how would so like how a one who remembers would be like, cool. I make a sigil and makes a cone of fire. But how would a Order of Joan think about making a flamethrower using their blessings? Right.
Mhm.
I already have one.
Well, that's fair. But
One of
isn't
my
that because
blessings
you
is called is flamethrower.
right? But they functionally do something similar,
Mhm.
but they are different in process.
Right. Well, yours are actually more versatile because you don't just have to make a flamethrower. With your sigil, you could tweak it to make a wall of flame, or a fireball, or a firebolt, or.
I mean, yeah, that's because think of it the same way that Mage thinks of fuck, what's the word? Like your sort of worldview, the way that you do your
Paradigm.
magic. Thank you.
Yeah. Like Winter's paradigm in the other game, as she told you guys, is like reality is an illusion. It's not real. I can do whatever I want.
Hmm.
I just
And
have
Dion
to,
believes the world is coded.
yeah, I just have to glitch the system hard enough that reality looks the other way. Reality is a T-Rex. If you do the right movements, it can't find you.
Uh, as a note, I have up there for you guys the Codex Monstrositus. I
Ooh.
Ooh.
I totally misspelled Monstrositus because I couldn't figure it out.
Fair, fair.
But if someone can DM me how to spell Monstrositus, it is the Codex Monstrositus. Um, that is the codex of all the monsters you'll ever be fighting.
Ugh. Nice. All right, I'm gonna send you some words, homie.
Uh, and it's basic info for like the vampire drone and the sand shark.
Mm-hmm. Can bite swords in half. That's a problem.
Um, as a note, a common beast of burden here for you guys, if you ever wonder where you get your feathers from, since chickens aren't a thing. Um, if you guys ever remember the Boga from Star Wars, you
Yes.
guys basically have one of those.
Oh, nice.
But yeah. So, uh, with that being said, Vincent will leave and go talk to the quartermaster.
Yep.
And they're going to pick up Arthur and bring him with them.
I'm gonna
Battle
hand him 2
buddies.
sheets of paper on the way out.
I don't know how to feel about the fact that I'm just being picked up like a rag doll.
Would you
mean-
prefer he eats you?
It's actually quite
No.
soothing.
I still don't know how to feel about it.
Well, have you tried it? You'll know how to feel about it if you try it.
No, I have not.
Well, there's your answer.
And yeah, so you head down to the quartermaster, Lee. The quartermaster Emma is sitting there, and they look up. And Vincent sets you down, and he walks to the table and begins filling out a requisition form.
I've already, like I said, I handed them
Oh,
paperwork on the way out for that.
right.
That's-
Was it filled paperwork?
Yes,
Okay.
because we were doing, like we were talking about this. And remember, I'd pre-made a bunch of them.
Yeah.
At the bottom of it, next to the signature, there's a little smiley face.
Mm-hmm.
Just because Emma and Joan, or like Emma, or Joan kind of likes Emma, and I made Emma kind of like me by virtue of being eminently likable.
Hooray for charm tests.
Hooray for charm tests.
All right. So they're gonna put this down, and they're gonna look it over and slowly study it. And there's going to be 4 stamps placed on it, and you guys are gonna be invited into the back. Emma's gonna look at Vincent and be like, "I'm just gonna assume you're wanting to eat it." He's like, yeah, understood." And then they're gonna look at you. Emma's gonna look at you, Arthur, and go, "What do you want?"
As a character, this was not discussed.
I mean, so far you're not trained in any armor. What armor would you like to be trained in?
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. Like I said, we'll train you in whatever you want. Just pick what you want.
um, my brain's trying to think of a proper armor type.
Light,
'Cause right
medium,
now my
heavy
brain's just-
robes.
Yeah, no, my brain's sort of just giving me a case like medium armor.
There
It's
you
like-
go.
What qualifies as that?
Medium armor.
Leathers, a little bit of chain.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because the main thing for Arthur is that he's not going to do well with heavy armor.
He ain't got
He's
the
not
strength
from-
for it.
Definitely not.
As you say to the mage in full heavy armor.
Well, I could build him to have the strength for it, but currently his strength is basically a 30. Technically, it's a 31.
Well,
Guess
that's
what?
That's-
actually more than enough to wear heavy armor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't need an 80 strength for it. You just gotta.
Just don't have a 10.
Yeah.
Just don't have a 10.
Just don't have a 10.
Don't have leprosy. It's just that easy.
I mean, honestly, lepers do great in heavy armor.
Oh, that's fair. I forgot about Darkest Dungeon. Shit.
Yeah, right? How could you forget about Darkest Dungeon? Honestly, it's so fun, but it's so fucking frustrating sometimes.
I know.
Yeah,
Also,
I
final
know.
boss, two
but
man. Let's go.
Yeah,
it's
Reynard and
also just a
Dismas.
point of
Bros
it's
for
also
life.
just a point of normally in general heavy armor will impose some form of disadvantage or a negative to a stealth check.
This is good heavy armor, though.
And right, so at this juncture I would like to look at the DM and ask, if I opt for heavy armor, what will that mean?
It means you're gonna have heavy armor.
it means it has more armor on it.
Yeah.
There's not really armor penalties in this system,
Yeah,
as long
'cause-
as you
Okay.
are proficient in your armor type.
If you're not
Okay.
proficient, which you aren't, that's when disadvantages come in.
yeah. I
Okay.
think the only thing that adds disadvantage to stealth stuff is like the power fields and whatnot.
No,
No,
power
they
fields
don't.
don't even do
They
that.
don't? Oh,
No.
No.
dang.
Armor
Okay,
proficiency is basically the only thing that matters.
I had to ask purely because still kind of new to the system.
Yeah, no, that's good.
You've
That's
been
why we're
playing this for
explaining
like
it.
2 years.
Do not lie. 6 months at most.
No, it was about a year in the other game because we had over 50 sessions, and we had one
Yeah.
session a
Did we?
week. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Fuck. It doesn't feel like that.
I know, right?
Um, but yeah, no, if that's the case, then Arthur will basically try and opt for heavy armor.
All right. Roll me a D2.
A D2.
Roll me a D2.
Just a normal D2?
No, roll a spicy D2.
Roll a
Yeah,
spicy
roll me a
D2
spicy.
right now.
Roll a gay D2 right now.
Roll a homosexual D2.
Yes, make that D2 gay as fuck.
Make the NPC or make the PCs love that D2.
Right? Make it a very homoerotic D2.
Yes, that D2 should have like a sexy voice and should call you a hooker just like humorously as they look you up and down and bite their lip.
Well, come on, Lee. We're waiting on that proper D2.
Yeah,
You rolled a boring one. We want the one we asked for now.
right?
Oh, my soul.
Come on.
I need to stop
Where's the
laughing.
provocative voice?
I need to first stop laughing. My fucking God.
Where's the D2 that invites you to sleep over and gives you the bedroom eyes and you're like, I'm not sure if I'm that gay yet, but I am homeless, so begging and taking your pick. And then it turns out that they're actually just like a really good friend and they were not expecting you to have sex with them. They just let you sleep in their bed.
Where's that D2 that always says $20 is $20, but still does it without getting paid?
Should I make Cleopatra a man for you? Just out of curiosity?
No, absolutely not. I was gonna say because Damien is absolutely straight.
Mm-hmm. Straight as a
But $20
katana.
is $20.
$20 is $20.
There you go. Enjoy. There. Fucking hell.
All right, so Lee,
Mm-hmm.
you're gonna walk into an extraordinarily hot place.
It's so hot. It's almost as hot as
Yeah.
that D2.
Shush you.
As you walk into the forge.
Okay.
Yeah. And you're greeted by this woman.
Okay.
Okay, now I want to know.
Right. So is
I
the
feel like she
room
could
normal
fold me in half.
Like, sure, you've described the room as hot, but you're only mentioning the people inside.
Talking about critters. Oh, also, this art is not free to use. Did you properly um, recompense the person you got it from?
Nope.
Oh, damn. Char, how could you?
I know, right?
It specifically says not free to use.
I know, but here's the thing. This is not being paid for.
I don't know if that's
Like
relevant.
what? If they want a commission, if they want a cut of the profit, 10% of nothing is still nothing.
Exactly.
I mean, fair use laws are weird.
They kind
They
of
are,
are.
but no, she is, as a note, uh, you would, they're a dwarf. They are very
Wait,
short. Hmm.
there are dwarf is in the actual like dwarf fantasy race, or dwarf is in someone with dwarfism.
Dwarf as in someone with dwarfism.
Okay.
Okay.
So they're perpetuating a racist stereotype. They're not actually a different species.
Kind of. Uh, but yes, no, they are very short.
Because you made their picture taller than the rest of them.
Right. It's just the attitude, right?
Right. So it's a pocket. Never mind.
Mm.
We'll get demonetized so hard that we're not even making money and they'll take money away from us.
Uh, and they're gonna turn and look at you. Well, they're gonna look up at you technically because you're like 6'1" and they're 4'2".
I actually cannot remember how tall I made Arthur.
Not as tall as me, but taller than Aurora.
I have not put in anything as to how tall Arthur is by the looks.
Well, we had a
It appears I forgot about
conversation
that.
about how tall everyone was, and it was like you and Ross were kind of a height, if I remember correctly.
Mhm.
Because I remember that I wanted Arthur to be very much sort of like lanky slash scrawny.
Yeah.
I mean, as a note, Ross is 5'10" and 230.
He's chonker.
I mean,
It's low fat percentage, but it works out.
I mean, sure. Got that low body fat, high muscle. No carbs, all protein.
This is the issue of having a conversation in a VC and not keeping a note of what was said.
yeah.
But yeah, of reasonable height, yes.
Of
She
reasonable height.
Yeah, but she looks up at you. And she has this look on her face like, what are you doing here?
Oh no, social disapproval. What'll Arthur do?
I didn't ask for the weather report there, tall boy. Why are you here?
What's the weather like up there? It's raining.
Well, has Quartermaster Emma sort of abandoned me to deal with this, or is she also there?
This,
she,
it's a fucking
she,
person.
she walked you into the room and then closed the door behind you.
So she has abandoned me to this.
Humor. It is a difficult
Good.
concept. Good thing Arthur's so easy.
That at least helps me know as to what the sort of situation is. Then Arthur would just sort of a point of like, yes, sorry, ma'am, I was I was sent to, I assume, be fitted for heavy armor. My group here brought in the sand shark skin.
Oh, you guys are the semi-competent ones. Tell the one who played them to do better. I would have liked better hide for it. Alright, stand over there.
I feel
He
like I did it
points
with a
to a little.
claymore.
They point you over to like a little platform that's just been cleared out.
Yep, just gonna basically follow instruction.
And she's gonna walk over with some measuring tape and start getting your measurements. You said you want heavy armor.
Yes, if that would be possible with what we brought.
How basic. I'm assuming you don't even know what kind of armor you want. One of
Damn.
those. Leave it up to the artist.
How does she make it sound like you're the
Well,
bad guy?
my order didn't train me in armor, so I don't really know what types of armor there are.
Oh, let me guess. They look you up and down. Uh, Order of recovery. Be with nature. Do no harm. Mamby pamby. Weakness.
Guys, I
At
think we
least
found a shortcut we
unlike
didn't want
a
to fuck.
at least unlike like a particular order that thinks they're top dog, I'll actually encourage people to develop their own opinions.
They're top dog because they're able to recruit. That does not mean they're smart. Numbers do not lie.
In that way, potentially. But besides the point.
She's like walking. She walks around you and grabs you by your hips and pushes you into positions.
Giggity.
Um, she's gonna like once she gets done with her measurements, like, all right, you said you want heavy armor, and they're gonna pull out a sketch pad and start tracing. Tell me, Mister Order of Recovery, Mister. I think the Order of the Righteous is inferior because they don't think, they just march like drones. What armor style are you thinking? Full plate, something fancy? Do you want any decorations on this? I can make you something to help channel your light easier, but it will lessen your armor. I am proficient in rune scribing. As a note, she
Well,
is sitting on a like chair that's so she can.
hello?
Hello?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, that got cut off weird.
Oh, I'm saying she is sitting on a chair high enough to look down on you.
I figured it would probably be just as much.
Um,
Um,
as a note, she does have like these soft, orangish, glowing eyes that look down on you.
fair enough. Um, Sorry, Lee as player is trying to formulate one cohesive sentence that actually explains what I want.
She has that effect on people.
I'm not even looking at the fucking art. I am just
I
having a point
know.
of trying to think how to explain this shit.
Also, the tips of her hair are glowing, and you swear embers are flying off them.
It's the order of hotness. We've discovered the final missing order, boys. It's the order of baddies.
Oh my soul. Ow. Ow.
Literally, that joke was so bad it hurt Lee's soul.
Not so much that as much as I happened to lean just too far back and banged my head against the wall.
Oh, okay. You went, oh my soul, and then went, ow, ow, ow. So I was like, I gotta run with it.
Yeah, no. Let's just say you gave me a headache of note.
Fair. I'm a headache, guys.
Um,
I'm a fortress.
but another reason why this is so much more difficult for me is because last time we discussed this as players and DM, there was no implication of Arthur getting armor at that point in time.
Yes, there was.
No, there wasn't.
Pretty sure there was, but
The primary, while I was in that call, the primary people that were up for discussion were Vincent and Aurora.
right. And then we decided that maybe we should outfit the healer better.
At least they get one tapped.
It was either you or Ross, and Ross has a fucking gat that does for him just fine.
Yeah, so she says that she can do pretty much anything, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, that includes making it easier to channel light, correct?
Yes.
Can I inquire as to what exactly type of effect that might have in-game wise?
In-game wise?
Yeah, like, what's the
Yeah.
mechanics of that ability?
Oh, okay. So essentially, what you're gonna do is you're gonna look at let's see here. So essentially, what it's gonna do is you get to, for some of your rolls, you get to add a degree of success. So for the order of recovery, it will allow you to, instead of have regen 1, it gives you regen 2 on your gifts of Gaia.
So it's going to
Okay.
enhance your blessings, not necessarily give you more light to work with.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. I figured it wouldn't give you more light. I just also wanted to actually get an idea as to what are we looking at here.
You could also just ask and see if you can get something that will store light.
Well, I also wanted to ask, you said that she could do that thing for empowering the light and everything, but it would cost a degree of armor. Or like a point of armor or whatever, basically.
Yeah, essentially they can't put as much into the armor because they have to worry about crafting. It requires a different style of crafting, which reduces armor.
Yeah, fair enough. But I definitely think we'd probably want something like that. Um, could I ask her if it would be possible to give the armor, maybe not right now, but the possibility to store light?
So I'm gonna look at you and go, I don't deal with light storage. You'd have to go back to your order and talk to them.
Okay, so that's not something that you would be dealing with. Good to know.
I understand if as
Do
a
you not
craftsman that's outside
understand?
your expertise, that's okay.
Do you not understand the fundamentals of how it works? Light
For
storage
storing
devices.
lights? No, I found out about one yesterday.
All right, let me enlighten you.
Ha. So she does have a
I
humor.
feel like
It's buried under the tit flesh.
Yes. So, in order to make a light storage device, one must be proficient with the knowledge how to pull light out from the source or from a person. As I am here and not at the capital of my order, I don't know how to do that. So please stop asking dumb, inane questions like that.
out of character because Arthur would not be saying this. Okay, bitch, I just asked the question.
Say it. Say it right now.
Do it. Watch
No
what
balls.
happens.
No balls. You won't. You won't.
That is not false. I'd
Do it.
like to
Do
remind
it.
you, my first day here, I had knife hand from Sister Agnes.
Yes, you did. Sister Agnes is very proficient with the knife hand technique.
I mean, the plus part, if you piss this woman off, she's likely just to crush her skull between her thighs, so you got that going for you.
I mean, it's a positive. It's a net gain for you. Because then you won't have to talk to people, and you'll know the touch of a woman.
Okay, fuck, I need to try and get back my train of thought when it came to figuring out this armor. Fuck.
Alright, you want heavy armor, and you want it to do what? Like, what would you envision good heavy armor doing for you? Besides, keeping you from getting the mortar.
Give him a minute. I
Alright,
need to switch train of thoughts.
Do you
Okay,
want
so
metal, stone, wood?
alright. Lesbianic
okay,
intentions confirmed. That disgust when she mentions wood can't be faked.
well, as far as I know, I am not a druid, so I think it should be fine to opt for metal.
Alright.
Also,
Basic bitch metal.
I think this woman's just going to be contrary no matter whatever you say. So, by all means, just stop trying to be polite. You're allowed to be mean.
I'm going to ask, are you sure about that, considering that the last time I was acting mean towards an order, both of you told me to back off because I made Shadow sad.
Right, this is an NPC,
That's
not
different.
Shadow.
Yeah, this is not a direct attack on another PC's deeply held beliefs. Fucking open the can and spray her. Let both barrels of sass free.
It'd also probably not be ideal to be sassing the armorer. Because this person making the armor, it's ideal not to sass them because they can build weaknesses into it behind your back.
They're
If
not
they
the
do
armor,
that, you
they're
put
the
them to
forge
death.
master.
Yeah.
Ah,
And besides, if you do that, like as an armorer, you swiftly find yourself live bait.
Yeah, and honestly, there's better ways of dealing about it
Yeah.
indirectly.
okay, so we definitely want to go with the light enhancement option. So that's just going to be generally helpful. Would there be a way to how do I explain this properly? Help
Yeah.
with enhancing the capabilities or reducing the limitations from the shark hide.
What limitations do you think it has?
Well, first and foremost, we've already assessed out of game that if we try and get this resized, you're going to end up losing parts of the stuff with the armor. You're going to end up losing some of the stats and whatnot that the armor has. I'm
Lee,
basically asking, would there be a way to avoid that?
Lee,
No.
just worry about you and getting your armor done the way you want it to. We appreciate the thought, but this is going to be the best armor in the group for a hot minute, I think. Just get spicy things for you. Look at this person dead in the eye and go, okay, well, since apparently I'm incapable of asking anything but stupid, inane questions, how about I ask you this? What can you do, since all of the interesting things that I wanted in here you apparently are beyond your skill? And get a catalog.
Give me your strongest armor, Forge Maker.
Because right now you have choice paralysis because you don't have a binary option in front of you. Figure out what your options are. This very off-putting wench is she fucking with you.
Fair enough. Yeah, I honestly think that it's also probably just a point of if it's such an issue with what I'm asking, can I please just get a catalog then so that I can actually ask stuff that you can do? Instead of apparently asking stupid questions and
My
wasting
catalog.
your time as you
Why
expressed.
would I ever have a catalog for ever changing clientele? No, you tell me what you want and I'll do what you need.
Right, then I need you to explain what you're able to do, because everything I've been asking for, it's either been a stupid question or out of your capabilities.
I get the things I
So
really want is impossible for you because you're not a good craftsman.
no,
But tell
because
me
you
what you're
understand the things
capable
I.
of.
The other thing, the one thing you wanted is specifically meant for a very specific part of the order that I'm not letting anyone touch.
No, that's
Yeah.
100% fine, but
Uh,
like she's been incredibly dismissive
incredibly.
of a person asking like
Oh
what are
yeah.
you capable of?
And then she's like, I'm capable of anything
Really?
except
Then
for the one thing that is
put the Master Chief in a soda.
known. That's known to be related to a single part of every order.
Right, but then I also was asking if there was a way to mitigate potential drawbacks if this needed to be refitted or something like that, and I was told no.
No. Yes.
Yeah, so the two things
So,
that he's asked for,
like,
she's been like, "No, I'm not capable of doing that." And she's like, "All right." He's like, "All right, then what the fuck are you good for?"
She's just gonna look at you and like, then why don't you ask proper questions? Stop asking like you're gonna hand this armor down to someone else. This is your armor. Take care of it.
Yes, Cyrus.
I am sorry, that momentarily short-circuited my brain.
Take care of
As
your armor,
Arthur,
Cyrus, and it'll take care of you.
as Arthur
Right.
temporarily turns into a snake man.
Right. Okay. What about storage compartment? Can you at least create some method of having those such that I could actually carry stuff while still keeping my hands free?
Ammo pouches. Can you make ammo pouches? Is that within your capability?
She's gonna stand up and she's gonna walk over. She's gonna pick up an ammo pouch and hand it to you.
Right, on the
It goes
armor.
around your waist.
Right, and what if I don't want to store ammo? What if I want to store something bigger?
Oh no.
And she's gonna walk around. She's gonna grab a backpack and hand it to you.
Now put it in the armor.
Right, now, like I need something like this in the armor, such that I don't have to stop combat and potentially get killed off by a vampire. I'd much rather have something at my side that I can pull shit out of.
Duct tapes backpack to suit of armor. Point.
Do you expect me to what? Manifest some sort of extra dimensional storage container onto your bag, onto
Oh,
your armor?
I'm sorry, is that beyond your skill too?
I'm sorry, that's incapable in this setting.
Well, how would we know that if we don't ask?
Okay.
You should go, GM, is extra dimensional storage a thing? And I would be like, no.
No, but this is funnier.
She's gonna look at you like you're an idiot.
Oh my soul. I am literally been laughing so much that my face is just hurting.
You have your own butthole. All right, so here's the thing. Ask for DM. Can I ask her for the benefits of power armor on this suit? Can I get stat buffs?
Stat buffs? Yeah, they can do stat buffs.
Oh, okay, cool. We found
Okay,
stat
great.
buffs.
We found something you can actually fucking do.
Because
We
you
did
ain't
it,
asking for
boys.
insane things.
We did it.
I personally, I do not think what I was asking for was insane.
It's insane.
It's
Boy.
insane to ask for basically a pocket.
Yes.
Yeah.
I need a prison wallet that holds anything I need.
Okay. So,
um,
what about enhancing some of my own capabilities? Can we start off there?
That's easy.
What?
I don't know why you're asking stupid questions beforehand.
Because I really had big dreams about what a master forgeman would be capable of.
I just had a dream about an extra dimensional butthole, okay? God, let a man dream.
Okay. So, are there any limitations as to what you can enhance? Before I start asking more stupid questions.
Your physical, your mental. I can enhance both.
Okay, you can enhance physical and mental. Great.
Best quality armor. Hexagrammatic warding. Plus 22 resist powers. Double AP against psychic or sorcery. Can you put horns on it so that I can't be parried when I make a charge attack? Can you pentagrammatically ward it so that monsters have to pass a willpower test to hit me and they need 3 or more degrees of success?
These can be accomplished. But let me see here. Oh yes, you don't have the requisition favors for that.
Okay.
Can
What
I get
about
spikes
just
on it?
no? Okay. I'm gonna look at only a handful of stats for this, and it's just gonna be my primary stats that I think are important for this. Ballistics,
Mhm.
toughness, agility, perception.
Alright, so you're wanting ballistics, toughness, agility, perception. You want light enhancement?
Yes.
Anything else?
$1 billion.
No, not that. What else would be a useful thing to have?
Testicles.
Because agility.
Her number.
Put truck nuts on it.
Ross, I'm sorry. If when you get to come talk to the pussy dwarf lady, you can ask for her number. I am not.
All right, your loss.
Oh, but
Okay,
it's
agility will help
awkward
out with.
when Joan
the-
tries to give him the mommy action.
Okay, so agility will help out with those perceptions, make it be that I can see even more shit. Ballistics helps out with actually being able to be helpful in combat as well. Light infusion. You know what? Let's also see if we can get an intelligence buff in there, so I can also work better with my Medicaid.
Is that all?
Um.
I didn't want to overtax you.
Well, how about this? You don't like working with wood, and you're referring to the metal as basic bitch metal. Do you have any alternative options that aren't stone?
Yes.
Sand shark skin?
What are those?
She does like her leather.
We have dark iron, granite.
Granite is a stone, dull stone.
No. There's stone and then there's granite. There's a difference.
And then there's brass. Sorry, I don't think anyone
Right,
would get
okay.
that reference.
I got it.
What type of material would you, as a craftsman, recommend? And what properties does it have? I need like top 3.
Top 3.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Oh, please, no.
I would do a mix of infused granite marble with a quartz crystalline structure. Or I would use unrefined dark iron. Those are what I
Okay.
have on hand. If you're
Okay.
out there in the Darklands and you find Stygian metal, I'll take that.
Take these nuts.
DM, what is the spelling for that, please?
Stygian, S-T-Y-G-A-A-N.
There you go.
Is
S-T-Y-G-I-A-N.
okay. And then why would you recommend those 2 particular options?
The unrefined dark iron is going to be harder. But you'll be a bit lower in it. And if you're not wanting to run, you'll become a bastion of iron.
So perfectly fine for if I intend to just basically stay in one place or very close to it.
Yes. The other one is it is not as heavy as the iron, but it's more adaptable to runic inscribements.
Okay, then why don't we opt for that just to try and see if we can make it a little easier to deal with the light enhancements and minimize high potential losses because of that.
Fine. And they're gonna hop off their chair and they're gonna walk over and they're gonna pull out they're gonna start pulling out rocks and tossing them into a smelter bowl. And I go, I'll have this done in 3 days.
Thinking that means get
Okay.
out.
Yep. And so just kind of like, I will just leave with just a thing of, okay, thank you, bye. Something akin to that.
Mm-hmm. You walk out, you see Vincent. He's sitting there waiting
Please,
for you.
please tell me we can go back to the barracks or the training grounds or just anywhere but here.
I see you saw the mistress of the forge.
You can say that.
Me no
We should have
encanto.
asked for her apprentice.
I'll remember that for next time.
Mm-hmm.
How do I keep on being the one that ends up meeting?
Maybe don't say what you're gonna say next too loud. You are still outside of her house.
Yeah, no, but it's literally like when we first get here, I am greeted by the fucking co-base commander with a fucking knife hand, and now I just went through that.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck did I do wrong in a past life or whatever?
You were
Whatever
born
the
into this one.
yeah, what? Where did I fuck up?
Now I'm gonna I'm gonna tell you this right now. I've met her before, and so here's the thing: you are now part of a very rare few who have met them. That's not true. A lot have met them, but you now cannot tell anyone about who she is.
I'm guessing this includes the party, or
Yes,
the group, or whatever.
The
you can't tell
squad.
the rest of the group. They have to meet her on their own.
She's an experience.
What I will say is that when Ross comes here, I want to be here just so I can see how his whole case goes.
Bring him with you on what? I wouldn't say she said 4 days.
3.
Damn, so close.
Yeah. For now, I've opted for an enhancement to my ability to use the light. Some basic enhancements to my physical and mental capabilities for in a fight that should be able to help us out. Um, and starting with a base of I can't remember the full thing she described, but it was a crystalline rock structure with a. There were a lot of things being thrown at me.
I'm sure
Kept
there
your hand.
was.
Wobble baby, wobble baby, wobble.
But yeah, no, he's gonna take you back. Uh, where's the party? What are you doing?
I mean, officially dismissed from the report. Probably go to training grounds. That was the objective. See if anyone's willing to come with.
Aurora's willing to go with you.
Perfect.
I was about to ask if you were going to remember the buddy system.
Oh, of course Ross remembers the buddy system.
Yeah. Joan, are you gonna go with them?
Should I?
It's up to you. Do you want to go to the training ground?
You know what? Sure. Since you brought it up, I might as well.
Okay. Pumpkin and Clayton are gonna go off together.
Mm. Curious what those two are up to.
Would you like to go with them instead?
I mean, I have no idea what they're up to. It's idle curiosity more than anything else.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I fully expect Pumpkin to, like, escort Clayton to where he needs to go and then ninja so hard no one can find out he's no longer with a buddy.
Mm-hmm. At least the basic matter, or attempt to.
Yep.
So you guys go to the training ground.
Yep.
At the training ground, it's relatively open here. There's no one special, and people are kind of just milling about, sparring, training. You see people doing jumping jacks, push-ups, lifting weights.
Okay, good stuff.
Yeah. Um, where it's like, all right, so what do you guys want to learn?
Oh gosh.
I mean, I figured, especially the way that last combat went on, probably more of that refining of that martial arts stuff that Vincent was talking about. I know that you were getting into it too, Aurora.
Oh yeah. Um, is there anything you want to know about it?
I mean, I know that Vincent uses his a little uniquely.
Yes.
And how much experience do you have with that?
I have some experience. Um, I'm nowhere near as proficient as Vincent is with his.
That's fair. Modesty does exist.
Um,
Modesty does exist.
I personally, okay, so how I do it is I segment part of my blessing pool into my martial arts. So it's just dedicating some of them each day so I can't use certain abilities.
I see. Okay.
And I know other people who do it differently, but that's just what I do.
No, that makes sense. I mean, do you feel like you're aligning it with the blessings that you learned of your order?
Yeah.
Okay.
I need to go back to the Order of Joan.
I, isn't there a few of your sisters here?
Oh, yes, but I left something for myself there in case I ever came back. Or another me came.
Oh. I mean, you could try to requisition leave, but it did take us quite a while to get here.
Joan, you know your leave would be denied.
Yeah.
And it's just one of those like, ah, yes, not gonna happen.
Mm-hmm. Joan's got this kind of like faraway look in her eye, and she's just kind of like staring into the middle distance.
You think we should talk to them?
Talk? What? No, we don't talk. What? Goes and grabs a training sword and tosses it at Joan.
Oh, it fully bonks off Joan's head. she was not in it right now, man.
Joan, we training or what?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Perfect.
She's
Takes a stance. Less talk, less think, more fight.
Alrighty.
All right. Are you guys wanting to train anything here?
Yes. Oh, I'm in the wrong place. Damn. There we go.
Not the wrong place. Oh
Sorry, I
no.
immediately just like dim titties.
Oh, well, I mean, that's entirely fair. It's rather unfortunate because one of my pop-outs right now is currently covering everything of her face,
Right.
and I just having to like move it to the other half of the screen. Like, okay, there, we're fair.
uh, but yeah, I think at this juncture, Joan is kind of trying to train out her flaw.
What's your flaw?
So I have the negative quality Swoley Bible,
Mm-hmm.
and it gives me a cool benefit in that I can add my strength bonus twice to rolls. But when I do, I have to roll a toughness test, or I take degrees of failure in wounds on any test that I fail that I attempt that on. And I also just straight up deal 1 damage to any object without the impervious quality, just automatically. So I pick up the wooden sword that he throws at me, and it like partially cracks in my hand when I take my stance. Um, so she's essentially trying to spend time and effort learning to mitigate that strength.
All right.
Um,
Um.
because her desire is to eventually like what's the her desire is to eventually not have this as a flaw anymore and just have the cool part about being really strong.
Strong and under control.
Yeah, right.
All right.
And then
So,
eventually she wants to go with "Dost thou hoist, brethren."
uh, so what's gonna happen here is first thing you're gonna have to work on is the dealing 1 damage to everything.
Yep.
Um, which is going to be the harder part of it, but that's where you're gonna have to start.
Yep.
Um, so that's essentially you just having to take down times. And it's gonna start with training swords. Since it's actually no, that's not true. So there are 3 types of training swords here,
Mm-hmm.
and I'll let you pick which ones you want to go for first. Um, there is uh, there's actual like full on like just dull blade training swords.
Uh-huh.
There is stone training swords. And there's garnet training swords, and then there's wooden training swords.
Um So I feel like the stone training swords are going to have the most durability, but they're also going to run the very real risk of breaking somebody in the middle of training. Because
Mm-hmm.
if I hit them wrong with it, it's entirely likely that I'm just going to fracture something.
It is.
So we're going to start with one of the just like dull metal ones.
Right. So what I'm going to need from you is a you can make 6 strength tests. Um, and what's your strength score here?
Right now, 42.
42. Uh, you're going to be taking a negative 21 to this to these strength tests.
Okay. And I want to get under 21. Go. No.
Damn.
I would like to re-roll the 1 if I may, or the 100 if I may.
You may.
Ha! I got it once.
Woof.
All right.
Nice.
With 1 degree of success, you're on the first one. You're able to swing the sword 12 times, or sorry, 2 times before it begins to break.
Joan's like, damn.
And then the rest was very non. You almost had it on the last few of them, but it was pretty hard.
Yeah. She's like,
As a note, you succeeded once, so you're going to be 1 out of 20 to removing that part of your negative quality.
nice.
Just the 1 damage to all objects.
Yep.
Um, with that, Shadow, what are you wanting to work on during this
Uh,
time as well?
I was gonna say, well, first off, has a question.
I has an answer.
So at the martial arts stuff, there's there are options to modify specifically for an attack, but is there any? I'm not seeing any options that basically, how to put it, no martial arts that allow you to make like a martial arts aim or sort of like prepare for an attack.
No, because those are just like I take a half aim during my like I use my half action to aim.
Yep. Okay. Just wanted to be sure. Then I will use this to modify one of my martial arts to get rid of its half action requirement, since you said that's required from another part of the style, and just change it to cooldown too.
Okay. Um. Aurora is actually gonna work on a style refinement as well with you.
Nice.
Um. Oh, I like this art. In case anyone ever wonders what I'm doing in the background,
Mm-hmm.
it's looking for character art.
Nice. Like consistently going, fuck, where's that character art?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right. I'm wondering why it's not fucking downloading. But yeah. That'll be your guys' downtime. It's really simple. And you guys will see Vincent and Arthur walking up to you.
I wave at them with the broken half of a metal sword.
Welcome in.
Hello.
You seem down. What's wrong?
I am frustrated.
Oh, what happened?
Armor fitting.
Oh, do you
Vincent's gonna give you a look.
do you have like a weird armor requirement or something? Is your butt big?
No, it was just difficult.
Fair. Well, you clearly don't want to talk
Oh,
about
I
it, so I
suppose.
won't ask any further.
Much appreciated. What are you 3 up to?
I'm
Also, where
trying
did Chaos Gremlin 1 and Chaos Gremlin 2 go?
trying to
Training,
learn
and they
not
went
to
off
break
together.
things.
Which actually, you're needing training in armor, no?
Yes, I need training in heavy armor if possible. Speaking of which, Aurora,
Hmm?
between you and Joan, you are probably my best bets for getting training in heavy armor.
Actually, I think we're all proficient in heavy armor here.
I am.
Also,
Oh,
we're
right,
women,
damn it.
and it's a little different for us because the way we wear armor is not the same as the way a man would wear armor.
Yeah, no, I completely forgot that Ross has proficiency in heavy armor.
Right, forgot. And it's totally not because you didn't want to ask him for help.
No, like I legitimately forgot.
So they're gonna push you two together and like, all right, you two work together. Good luck.
There we go. But yeah, no.
Mhm.
Just take this time, start working with Arthur.
All right. So in order to fully master or to be proficient in heavy armor, it's going to take you uh, essentially 6 downtime scenes of just training. You won't have to make any rolls if Vincent is sorry, not Vincent. Um, Ross is helping you.
Mm-hmm.
But Ross, go ahead and roll me. I said it was 6 downtime scenes.
Yep.
Yeah, 6.
All right. Go ahead and roll me 36 D100s. Based off your
Um,
int score.
am am I allowed to use team players? And he is teaching me. Am I allowed to assist with these?
Yes, you can add a +10 to the whatever your int would be.
Cool. Alright, 36 D100s off my int score plus 10. Alright. Making sure. Okay, that's right. That's right. Okay, cool. There you go. It didn't do the thing properly, but sure. Oh, it's because I
I
have
didn't
the
do the thing.
space.
Yeah, you had the space. The
But we're looking for under 64, so that's
Yes,
1,
1,
2,
2,
3.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28.
Also,
28.
look at that
And
1
one.
and that 2.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah,
But
you got a
you
1 sitting right there.
right, but the one cause we're looking for a 1 and a 100 here. Um so what the 1 is going to do is give you a talent. It is called
Yep.
mentor. Uh, it's just gonna be called the mentor talent. Um,
Okay,
when teaching somebody a skill that you're proficient in, you may reduce the training time in half.
got it.
But that will take you 6 downtime scenes, so that's basically 2 days for you guys.
Got it.
Of just training him physically to know where to move, how to bend. You do a lot of training armor exercises.
Learning the right movement so you don't pinch yourself between plates.
Right? Teaching him how to don and doff heavy armor.
Takes like 10 minutes and a helper.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, this is how you do it. This is how you do it by yourself.
Very different process.
This is how you get out of it. This is how you get out of it by yourself. we're now going to do the fun thing of running. You get to wake up 10 minutes early, so when we do our morning runs, you're doing your morning runs in heavy armor.
Mhm.
And there was just a day where you didn't leave your heavy armor.
And you
And
smelled
the best.
proper rank by the end of it.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah, I
so
can imagine.
when I said a day, a full 24 hours of wearing heavy armor.
So when you are forced
Ow!
to sleep in the wild in your armor, you know that pain.
Yeah, no, like sleeping in heavy armor is just ow.
It's not comfortable.
Mm-mm.
Oh, but you learn how to sleep in it. That's not true. You learn how to be comfortable with sleeping in it.
You
You
learn how
learn
to
to
be
put
less
up with it.
miserable. Yeah. But if it's any merit, Ross is going to do it in solidarity with you. Because that's how he learned. Everybody does it together.
Yeah. Joan does it anyway because she likes sleeping in heavy armor.
Yeah, because she likes sleeping in heavy armor. It's not because the last time that she wasn't sleeping in heavy armor, the unknown god showed up and had a case of give me those eyeballs.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Give me those sweet, sweet grapes.
Give me them skull grapes. Give them to me.
Um, but Joan, you actually get called in for a meeting.
Oh no. What did we do wrong?
Oh yeah, it's just Joan. Thank you. I can go back to
Yeah,
trying to
you're
figure out
welcome. This is
how to
why
the
I
rest of
file
my shit.
paperwork.
Yes.
Yep.
Joan, uh, you get told that there's going to be a meeting of sisters tonight. On a night.
Oh, I see.
As two sisters have recently come in from the front for resupply.
Oh, cool.
Um, one of them. Go ahead, roll me actually a perception roll here, an
Oh boy.
awareness roll.
I think I'm good at those. Awareness, and we get a 10 from cunning, and I think we only get a 10 from cunning. Do 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 do. Do I get any bonuses because of any of my blessing stuff?
No, but you're gonna get a plus 20.
Okay. Bibbity bobbity boop. 4.
All right. Um, so as a note, you're given the name of one of the Joans.
Okay.
Uh, and they're known as Joan the Lustful.
Oh no.
Oh, yes.
Should I put on something
Joan,
lacy?
either you need to put on something later, you need to protect your eggs while she's here.
Need to protect Arthur's chastity. Well, no, Jasmine's already left for the front.
Mhm.
That's the one person that Joan is like hooked up with at this point.
Yeah.
Sounds like Joan the Lustful has some work to do.
I'm not Strahd. Come on now.
Um, and so you know one of their names,
Okay.
which is gonna be, let you feel about it how you will.
Right.
Um,
I think I put on something lacy just in case.
you you're told this by the base commander as a note, or the co-base commander, and she is not pleased by the fact that this one's showing up.
Okay, so it's like, am I getting the vibe that somebody wants this person distracted and that's why I'm being told? Or is it a case of like, brace yourself, succubi inbound?
You're essentially being told it is common practice for the sisters to be known that when a sister comes on base, you're to inform the rest of the sisters.
Copy.
You know there are certain sisters that aren't well liked amongst the other sisters.
Okay.
Um, you know, you know very little other than there is the sister of lust.
Okay. There's that one what likes to get freaky.
Mm-hmm. Um, Other than that, not much is known about her.
Okay. But she is like a spark bearing sister.
She is a spark-bearing sister, and they can't deny that.
So she is one of those truths that people don't want to talk about.
Yes.
Copy.
Um, Beyond that, you're told another sister's gonna be showing up with them, but you're not given a name.
Oh no.
Um, but with the 4 degrees of success, you're able to feel when the sisters arrive on base.
Oh, I see.
Um, for everyone else, it is one of those days where it's like there's people you've been told people are coming in from the front. Um, it's never hidden. Uh, but there's an odd feeling in the air on the day they come in. And you're not really able to point out why there is. Uh, Being as said, um, Joan, you go to the meeting. It's a dinner. Very pleasant dinner. Do you arrive early, on time?
Um, if I have taken care of everything that the squad needs, I'll show up whatever time is fine. Like, that's a poor way of saying that.
Show up
Is
early so that way you are on time.
Yeah, pretty much. Um, I'll handle all of the stuff the squad needs handled. We've got all
Mhm.
of our requisitions in. We've ordered a big box of grenades.
Yeah.
Um, we're accumulating those little stockpiles because she's not going to be like, I'm going to need 500 MREs. She's like, oh, I just need double the amount of MREs we actually need this day and this day. Like 2 or 3 times a week, she just orders a few extra and things of
Mhm.
that nature.
Understood.
Because I do still intend to create and maintain a stockpile in the squad bay
Mhm.
in case of emergencies.
Uh, so,
So
uh,
if all of that's handled and I can show up early, I'll show up early.
you'll be able to show up on time.
Perfect.
So, the first person you meet there is actually Uh, this Joan.
Yeah. Bibbidi bobbidi boop. Which Joan?
And this one. I put them in Frontier World.
Oh, okay. So we're going.
I think we found out which one's lustful.
Damn.
Like that.
Krastar the Bloodomancer over here.
Good old hemomancy.
Also, shout out to Varbis Art for making this incredible Joan.
Mhm.
I don't get the feeling that that's Joan the Lustful, you guys.
No,
I get the
I
feeling
don't
that
think
that's
so.
Joan the Bloodomancer.
That is Joan the Heretical.
Oh, I see.
Uh, and it's just one of the things you know as a Joan,
Mm-hmm.
what their
Fair
name
enough.
is.
Fair enough. So I think Joan as just sort of like being Joan, like the way that she is and has consistently been, she will walk up to Joan the Heretical and hold her arms out for a hug and refer like, "Sister, you've returned."
And she'll stand up and give you a hug. Ah, dearest sister. I haven't had the pleasure of meeting you yet. I don't know, you actually haven't met this Joan before. You've heard word of her.
Mm-hmm.
She stays on the front.
She stays busy in places where they can't persecute the shit out of her.
They say busy in places where she can be useful and not seen.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Um, so yeah, Joan will give her like she's not necessarily going to try and like pick her up or anything, but she is going to give her like the full like big Joan hug.
Yeah.
And she says, "Oh, originally I was Joan Dark. They call me the leader now."
I can tell. You seem to be slowly adjusting to that.
I'm doing my best.
Good. You haven't started inheriting your powers yet too much, but you'll get there. Our sister should be showing up soon, hopefully. Come, please sit. Start without her.
Say again.
Uh,
I'm sorry, sir.
oh, she's like, please come sit. We'll start without her. She should be along any moment. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and about 10 minutes later, uh, a woman will come strolling in ironically full armor.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Um,
It's sexy armor, though, isn't
I want to let you decide that.
Gives
it?
full meaning to breastplate.
Dun, 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 dun.
As soon as she finishes, there you go.
Oh dear, that is a Slaneshi.
Sound.
Noise Marine.
That was it.
But she comes strolling
Mm,
in full armor still, by the way.
sure. Ugh.
And she's just, um, as a note though, you'll notice that her left arm isn't an arm.
Oh?
No, it's 4 tentacles.
Oh, I see. Winter, I have a friend I'd like you to meet.
Alternatively, we could look to our other one-armed companion, Roth.
It's all about that left arm, though.
Hey, sweetie.
What?
How you feeling?
I feel like you're pulling on me.
And then she comes just strolling in and sits down, putting her feet up on the table as she just grabs a plate and starts eating.
Well, hello, sister.
She's gonna stop and look at you and go, "Oh, you must be the baby."
I suppose I am?
Yes, the new Joan with a name. Leader. Ah, so mm, spicy.
Thank you.
Not like mine or our dear sisters over there, but I guess it'll be exciting to see what you do.
I think that
Have
depends entirely on the nature of things.
mm, I have high hopes that you'll be able to lead us into a beautiful new world with interesting effects.
I feel like the world's going to get worse before it gets better, but I appreciate the vote of confidence.
Oh, the world will always get worse before it gets better. Um, Joan the Heretical kind of looks at her sibling with this look of like, behave. And Joan just goes back to eating. I'm sorry about our dear sister.
Why?
She's easily excited.
It's fine. I imagine that's something that we all share at one time or another.
Ah, not like her.
Mm.
According to the order, we are Joan's darker indulgences.
I'm gonna put my hand on hers and go, we're all part of the same Joan. I don't think it's quite so clear a division as all that.
That may be, but don't worry though.
Don't what now?
Don't worry though. I don't mind the titles. Joan gives us to them. And no, I don't know. She did say gives us to the titles.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I wondered about that.
Yeah. So we can maintain certain aspects that are needed.
Makes sense.
I will ask you to ponder on this, though.
Mm-hmm.
As an older sister to a younger, don't let your title control you too much, or else you'll turn out like that one. And you see Joan the less just give her sis the middle finger. She can barely contain herself. And
Mm.
Joan the Lustful turns and looks, goes, I can contain myself just fine. And so long as you're in that suit. Como se dice, como se ya. I think that's what they used to be said. I don't care anymore. So long as there's fun and enjoyment out there. Oh, yes, an unwanted murder. An unwanted murder. I just want to kill people.
Well, we're in the right place and time for it.
Exactly, dear sister. Ah, and the worst part of all is these unfortunate souls who get caught up in lines of fire. And you can see Joan the Heretical look at Joan the Lustful like, we're not talking about that. It's like, oh, but dear sister, we are talking about this. She's gonna get off and start marching over to you, Joan the leader. And she's gonna go, dear sister, what happens when you have some worthless lessers in your line of fire? What do you do? I'm curious. As her tentacle arm begins to slowly like wrap around you in a
Mm-hmm.
very sensual manner.
I see. She sort of looks at her and she's pondering this for a minute. What do you define as lessers?
Anyone who's not a Joan, or from one of these other idiot orders, especially that Order of the Righteous. Ah, I love to hear their screams.
Well, I think that if I'm being honest, I don't think of them as lesser. So I couldn't answer your question well.
But dear Joan the leader, everyone in this game of gods that we are forced to play in is a pawn. You just happen to have the ability to be a rook.
I think at that point, can I tell if her eyes are like mine?
Um, no. But her arm, that isn't normal.
Okay. I think Joan's gonna look her in the eye now, and all sort of like playfulness is gone. The sort of like the like there's a deadly serious component in her face when she looks at her and says, "12 shards for a dead god," just to see how she reacts to it.
She smiles. She has a very toothy smile at this point. I see, I see. Dear sister knows something. She looks at John the Heretical. I like this one. Maybe we'll keep it around for just a bit longer. And maybe even more important, a bishop? A knight? Ooh, not a queen. Not yet, anyways. Tell me, dear sister, how much are you wanting to know? I can tell you. Oh,
Say
I
that
can
again.
tell you. She was like, dear sister, how much do you want to know? Oh, I can tell you many things, dear sister. Many mm, heretical things. And Joan the Heretical is going to look at Joan the Lustful and be like, sister, now is not the time for these conversations. Not here. Not with people watching. And Joan the Lustful is just gonna like, fine, we won't murder this place just because they think they can challenge us. Um, and uh, are you looking at their light pole out of curiosity?
Oh, yes, I am.
So Joan has a light pole. You can also tell there's another pole there filled with darkness.
So is this the first iteration of a person with a straight up darkness pool that I've seen?
Yes.
And this is Joan the Lustful with it?
Yes.
Okay. And does Joan the Heretical have one like this?
Yes,
Or
but
does she have
Joan's
something
lust.
kind of like does she have something kind of like
No, she technically also has a dark pool, but it's far smaller. Are you there?
yes, I'm here.
Okay. Uh, Joan the Lustful, their pool of darkness almost doubles their pool of light.
Uh-huh. I would like to see if I remember any if any of Joan's memories see her reaching out towards darkness in this
Um,
fashion.
roll me. Okay, I will let you know because you don't need to roll this. No,
Okay.
none of Joan's has ever reached out for darkness. Um, Joan the like I shouldn't say that.
Okay.
At one point, yes, when she was uh in like when she was first claiming the crystal, the
Mm-hmm.
first shard of light that you guys caught.
Uh-huh.
But something happened and you're not sure what.
Gotcha. So that's
Um,
no buens.
yeah. And you know that these two, you know Joan the Lustful, at the least the very least.
Mm-hmm.
So Joan the Lustful's light pool is 10.
Oh.
Her pool of darkness is 30.
Oh.
Joan the Heretical has a light pool of 30, but a dark pool of 5.
Okay.
Just curious, what game are y'all playing?
Um, so that is something to know.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Ah, gotcha.
And Joan's gonna look at you and go, "Dear sister," or Joan the Lustful was going like, "This was fun. If you want to know some dark truths, sister, I'm tell you in a place where we don't have to worry about that High Inquisitor Wrath. I've been told I can't kill him. It's annoying. But he can't kill me. And so it's going to be a fun little game. I'll be here for 3 days before I leave. The High Inquisitor can only tolerate me so much, and I can only tolerate not driving my hand into where its eye socket should be.
Joan sort of like relaxes her sort of like that lasered in moment, like
Mm.
relaxes away from that and goes, I'll be sure to check in on you sometime, sister.
Oh, good. There's someone here that I'm looking for, so hopefully I can find them.
Who are you looking for?
A man, a boy, really. Ah, he's here somewhere, and I can feel it.
Pedophilia.
I'll let you know when I find him.
Please do. If it's one of my boys, we might have to have words on the subject first.
Oh, don't worry. I'll let you know at some point if it's one of yours. And she just slowly like slides away. Those tentacles on her arm, like tentacles that are on her arm, slowly like linger a bit too long before she leaves the room.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. On my person or in the room?
On your person.
Copy.
And John the Heretical is gonna sigh and be like, I tried to warn her. Messing with that kind of power changes you drastically.
I believe you.
But she said it was her middle finger to the order.
Why does she need one?
How much do you know about names of Jones?
Very little.
So, Joan was a very large and complex person,
Mm-hmm.
and in order to help near the end of her life stabilize her, he began assigning aspects to her names, or names to her aspects. Joan, hmm, when she first found that sliver of light in the vampire's den, it was slowly being corrupted. She then reached in and pulled out the darkness and accepted it into her own body. So, near the end, when the darkness was stronger but didn't overwhelm her, she created the names. And the names are an assignment of light. And are assignments of darkness. Doing herself up. So, you are not given a name. A name is given to you. Sorry, no. You're given to a name.
Hmm.
So, you can help maintain certain things. And unfortunately, Joan the Lustful and Joan the Heretical, me, got assigned the motes of darkness that were corrupted within the light.
Mm. That seems unfortunate.
Yes.
It does, however, confirm some things that I have long suspected.
Yes. It is the it is unknown, but we believe Joan's hope was that since we couldn't purge the darkness from what was there, that she would at the very least be able to control and mitigate the amount of darkness that would spread within the light. The We call ourselves the Dark Sisters because we inherited motes of darkness. It is hoped that we will keep our darkness low and our light high, so when we eventually die, we would not be adding more darkness to what the light is, but maybe finding a way of purifying it out. Joan the Lustful unfortunately had the habit of digging too much into her darkness. This should be said, need not be said, sister, but not everyone needs to know the truth.
Mm. That's also a lesson I was taught very early.
So please, is there any questions you'd like to ask your older sister?
Yes, a great many.
Then feel free to ask. Ask, but if it is how to gain darkness, I will not tell you.
That's fair. I think her biggest question is she's going to sit there for a second and say, hmm, what was corrupting the Shard of Light?
We don't know, and Joan didn't know, from what we can tell. Um, we think it was just the fact that maybe the vampires had it in their grasp for so long. That they're able to naturally corrupt it from being around them.
Is she supposing this is an actual truth, or is this like a public truth?
This is like okay, so the fact that there was any darkness within the Order of Joan's Light is not an acknowledged thing.
Yeah, it's not pub. Well, I'm talking about the nature of like just vampires had it and it got dirty.
Oh, so it is acknowledged that vampires had a shard of light,
Mm-hmm.
right? The fact that the shard of light got dirty is heretical in nature
Mm-hmm.
within the current order. Um, so that's not a public truth. What she's putting forward to you definitely seems more of a this is my current theory on it.
Mm. Um. Yeah, and I think.
Because
Go ahead.
because no one's either been able to find a memory or Joan, they themselves just didn't know.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so it's just like, how did it corrupt it? Eh, theories.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think
Um,
she's gonna sort of like look at Joan the heretical for a moment and be like, I think we know that that is not a that is an easily discarded possibility.
I do not know. And there could be the possibility that that was a shard damaged by the god of darkness when he struck the god of light's mortal blow. It could be a follower of darkness found it. I do not know. I'm going with one that provides an answer with more hope than not.
Mm.
And she's gonna kind of like continue eating, and then she's gonna stop and say, "Do not follow Joan the Lustful. She will most likely ask you go with her deep into the dark lands. And while she is who she is faithful, and she has slaughtered many things within the deeper dark lands. But she comes back changed a lot. She's dedicated herself to hunting down the followers of darkness. She has even, from her own accounts, has been to the ocean.
Oh,
Yes, she said it was beautiful. Right before this giant 8-legged creature popped out of the water and took her arm.
duly
She's been
noted.
slowly forming. She's been slowly forming a special squads to venture deeper and bring back intel. But I am glad she's still alive.
Oh, it'd be sad to lose her, even if she is unorthodox.
And she is also 120 years old.
So she has a very firm grasp of not dying.
Yes. I don't know how she does it. She doesn't tell, but she marches. if I've heard rumors that you are well liked in the upper echelon, if you're able to have an order come down for her to stay within the walls for a year, I would greatly appreciate it.
I'll see what I can do.
And she'll give you a bow. And thank you, sister.
Of course.
Maybe she can even start teaching. You know for a fact Mother Superior would never go for that.
Yeah, right.
But Joan the Heretical kind of sits there and just he's quietly with you, not really saying much.
Yeah, I think she's just gonna sit and hang.
Yeah,
She's cool with it.
yeah. Shadow.
Hello.
After a bit, after a few hours after that like weird presence enters the camp, um you start to feel dread.
Uh,
You are brought back to that time when you lost your arm. It's that same feeling.
no bueno. Just sort of. Hey, Arthur.
Yeah, Ross.
Just a few more sets of the dotting and doffing. I just gotta walk around for a little fresh air. Okay.
Yeah, you okay? You don't look a little pale there.
Yeah. I'll be fine. I just need a second. Just
Okay.
sort of leave to
If
walk.
if you're sure,
Mhm.
if you're sure, uh, before he actually leaves, just a point of grabbing him and just um, battle buddy system. Remember, you can't just wander off on your own
Oh, no, that's fair. Sure. Well,
unless you want to experience what I experienced day one.
no. That's entirely fair. You know what? You hear? You know what? We could do a little bit more. Get some more PT with the armor on. You can do some laps around, and I can watch. Sound good? Sounds good.
All right.
Shadow.
I
Over.
almost,
Yes, Lee?
I almost feel like asking for a scrutiny check because just by these sentences, this is sounding very sussy.
I mean, sure. Roll a scrutiny check. Shadow, are you trying to lie here?
No. I mean, I thought it was pretty straightforward
Yeah,
that
I
Ross is
thought it was pretty.
uneasy and he's not hiding it very well.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, it's just it's very much the point of like trying to figure out why. Try to see if I can figure out why he's just suddenly sort of switched. I doubt I'll get anything.
roll a scrutiny here.
Uh, fuck it, I didn't get as far as scrutiny.
I didn't get that far. God damn it.
Well, I've been trying to keep a record as to roughly how many modifiers I have for each various skill.
Ah, that's
Mm.
fair. Yeah, you got a lot of things to throw at things, don't you?
When it comes to looking at shit, yes. When it comes to looking at shit, yes. It would be useful if I had the right fucking tab. Okay, screening is perception based, so 10 from that, another 10 from empathetic listener. So that plus that. Okay. Oh
All
shit,
right.
that's still him.
Yeah, it's still a pass. What I'll tell you here is this reminds you a lot of like you've seen this before. This is kind of like a PTSD thing.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Especially you remember this when you were younger, when your friends were younger, and you guys came across briars in your travels that your master had to deal with. This very much reminds you of that.
Okay. If that is the vibe that Arthur is getting, then he's just gonna pretty much go along with it.
Mhm.
Um, and might even after like the first lap or something, if Ross is just sort of watching a point of like, you sure you don't want to join in with this? I've heard that sometimes physical activity can help with thinking things through.
No, that's entirely fair. Yeah, no. I suppose you should see a little hands-on form work running in the armor.
Giggity?
Yeah.
But I have to fully admit, Farouk, that one is kind of fair.
Yeah, that one tracks.
Yeah, right. Um, Ross, as you're kind of running, you can feel this getting closer to you.
Well, let's just run
And
this way then.
You want to head back to base? Or head back to our room?
No, we're gonna run this direction instead of our
Oh.
usual route. Just spice it up a little bit.
Oh yeah, sure. Why don't we just start doing hurdles while we're at it?
Hey, out in the field, you don't get to clear it beforehand, right?
you get hurdles, jumping, learning how to scale this building,
Right?
um,
Climb up this rock wall and then hide on the other side.
climb up this building and hide. Um, but Ross, there's a point where it's very near you, and
Like
it's
at the moment of having to whip around to check that I'm not getting pounced on.
not even that. It's roll me a willpower here. Roll me a willpower at a -40.
Oh,
Oh
I can't help that.
boy.
My dude, I want to help you, but I don't see a way for me to help you on this.
No, that's entirely fair. You said -40.
Yes.
Nope.
Oof.
Uh,
My gamer, do you need a bone coin? I can manifest mine and hand it over.
You know, technically, this is a new day.
yeah. Would you like to roll a bone coin here?
I'll fucking roll that bone card to save my life. And
Here's a
before Ross sprints
'Cause-
into the distance, leaving Arthur behind.
Because it will be a point of once you do that, just also just like this.
All right, so a 2 is a +40. You don't go sprinting into a distance, and you're not. Oh, there you go. And
And I
you're
get to
not
keep it.
paralyzed in fear. Um.
Keep strong. Move faster, Arthur.
Okay, I thought you didn't want to go too fast. Fine.
And then something weird happens, Ross. It moves past you. And is ahead of you. And it's
Okay.
then far enough away that you're not. Like, you feel like it's not breathing down your back at that point.
Yeah, like the wolf has basically run past us.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think like Ross does like a bit of like a whip around as that feeling sort of crosses through. Just like, okay, okay. Okay. Arthur, keep up.
Again, I'm not the one who needs to keep up. Literally from the order that does we march.
I mean, that's fair.
No, you walk. There's a difference.
Um. But that feeling never goes away. You know it's here on the space somewhere.
Yeah. Watching. Waiting.
And yeah, that is the end of the training session for that. Because this is on the last day. You're proficient in heavy armor, Arthur. Y'all get to go to bed together.
Awesome. Just now proficient in heavy armor. Awesome.
Max, I do need you to make me a willpower test at a -20.
Ooh, well, it's improving. And I kept that bone coin, so I get that
And
for me.
remember that it is a new day again.
No, this is during sleep.
During sleep.
They're disrupting my sleep now. Oh boy.
They're not disrupting your sleep. It's just uncomfortable to go to sleep.
That's fair. Hey!
All right, you're not kept awake all night. You know that your friends are here to protect you in case the predator that's looking through the window jumps in to eat you.
Just like, I guess that shark really shook me up or some shit. I don't know.
True. It's day 3, guys.
Oh boy.
Hey.
Awesome. Technically, by
Arthur,
the end of this day, I should be able to get my armor or something like that, right?
you can get your armor at any point. They said give it 3 days and you'll be able to pick up your armor.
I'm gonna go to morning
Awesome.
time. Morning. I'm gonna do something real quick, DM.
What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna go to the base commander Order of Joan. I'm gonna go see
Okay.
Sister Agnes and ask to speak to her privately. I will speak. Actually, I
Okay.
will ask her secretary if she's in and that I can speak to her privately.
The co-base commander Agnes is in. You may speak to her privately.
Cool. I'm gonna go
Uh,
find the base commander. I'm gonna go.
as a note,
Mhm.
uh, this is your first time meeting the High Inquisitor. So you'd see the figure that is the High Inquisitor Wrath leaving, almost storming out of the co-base commander Agnes's room.
Mm. Um, I will, as he's storming out, I will sort of just as he's walking past say, "Hi, Inquisitor."
They look at you, or well, they turn to
They
you.
turn their face in my direction.
Yeah, and they look. You can tell that they're looking at you, but they continue marching.
If you wouldn't mind
They are.
signing off on something for me, I intend to have something removed from the base that would displease you in its current existence.
Are you asking High Inquisitor Roth this?
Yes.
Ah, they're gonna look at you, and they're gonna look at it, and they're going to take it from you.
No, I don't have an item. Or oh, okay, yeah, no, it's
Oh.
like I have a essentially a message.
Mhm.
Like a presumably we have some method of long distance near instantaneous communication, telegraph, telephone, telewoman, something.
Yeah.
Um,
Uh,
yeah, so I'll have a thing that's recorded in like the Order of Joan presumably has like a private code.
they do.
Okay, and it's just like a piece of paper to be delivered. If he, yeah, so yeah, he would take that, I guess.
He would take that, and he's just gonna look it over. He's gonna look at you, and look it over, and he is going to walk up to the secretary's desk, violently grab the quill, and sign it, and hand it over to you.
Thank you, High Inquisitor. I hope your day gets better.
He continues marching. Doesn't speak,
Mm-hmm. That's
but
fine.
very clearly upset.
I'll look at the secretary, give the secretary a smile and a nod.
I'm like, oh, what the fuck is going on with that? I don't know.
Is she free now?
Yes.
Thank you. And she'll step inside.
And Co-Base Commander Agnes is there, and she is frustrated.
Mm-hmm. She's going to close the door, take a deep breath, like visibly, sort of like a guided thing,
Mm-hmm.
and go, rough morning?
High Inquisitor Wrath has been. We've had a conversation that has slipped through the night, and I have not slept.
I see. Perhaps I can do something to make that easier for you.
I am assuming you are going to hand me a notice to send to Mother Superior.
Yes.
Let's see. She's gonna hold a hand out for it.
Okay. It's in the sort of like the private code of the Order of Joan, and it's literally just a request that our sister, the Lustful, have the opportunity to convalesce back home for at least a major cycle. While she is desperately
Yeah.
needed on the front, it is never good to push someone into a position where they feel that they cannot return home. And that our sister, the heretical, has expressed concerns of a similar nature on about our sister's mental state, and that being surrounded by her loved ones and her sisters and her order might do her good. And it's got Inquisitor Wrath's signature on it too. And at the bottom, there's a postscript that just says 12 shards for a dead god.
Understood. She'll kind of like look this over, and then have it. She was gonna sign it and sealed, and it's gonna be sent to. It's gonna be given back to the secretary, and she's gonna tell the secretary to send it to transmission specialists,
Mhm.
and it's gonna go off into a different direction.
That's fair. Long as it goes where it needs to go. Um, and she's going to. Do I. Did Joan know of a blessing to allow someone to forego a day's sleep or to spend a blessing point to offer someone the rest of a night?
Um,
Can I make that roll?
make that roll.
I'm gonna make that roll. Abraca roll. I'm gonna spend a fate point on that.
Mhm.
Ready? Let me find the thing that goes. Da 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 da. All right, Abraca roll. Oh God, I'm one off.
That hurts, doesn't it? What is an 80 though? I do
An
believe it
80
was
is the top shelf of Remember Joan's life.
so you'll remember that Joan had a ability called Sentinel's Watch. She made prolific use of this on long nights. Don't remember how to do it.
Is there? Could I spend some merit or something to try and kick that number up? Is there anything that I could
Uh,
do there? Because I have some merit to spend.
spend merit to make the blessing.
Sure,
You just don't get it for free.
that tracks. What would I need to spend to build it?
So it's going to be a spirit. I don't want to make this.
Spirit talent?
I'm actually gonna make this either a spirit talent, or you can make this a spirit enhancement.
Mm-hmm. So is this
Um,
a like spend
or
light
okay,
pool blessing, or is it just an ability she developed?
this is the spend light pool blessing. So
Okay.
it gets a, so you actually can either make it a talent, an intrinsic, or an enhancement.
Okay.
Um, because it'd be a spirit intrinsic on your light pool.
Mm-hmm.
And so what it basically was is you spend it's gonna be you spend 2 lights, and the person benefits from a long rest.
Okay. So I'm gonna come down here. Was this one of her like holy blessings or a regular one?
This was actually one of her regular blessings. It's very common amongst the order to learn this one,
Okay. Da, da, da,
and it was just
da.
called Sentinel's Watch.
Okay. Presumably this is an action to use.
It is a half action to use, yes.
Cool. Da, 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 da. So it's a half action, 2 light, and person just receives the benefit of full rest. Okay. Um. So yeah, I think Joan's going to just put a hand on or reach a hand towards the co-commander, towards Sister
Mhm.
Anya's, and just hit her with that.
You go, oh, thanks.
What was that?
She says thanks.
Of course, sister. I'm here to help as much as I can. It will be hard to learn leadership from you if you are out of sorts.
Um, and then she formally dismisses you.
Of course. And she will go to attention, give her a salute, and fuck off because I did what I came here to do.
Yep. Oh, not Joan. Arthur, Ross, what are you doing?
Arthur is going to attempt to grab Ross, and if possible, anyone else in the group, and just have a point of, I cannot read or write common. That seems like a requirement at this point.
God damn it, Arthur. What the fuck do they teach you? Trees are your friend and walking's good for your heart health. Oh, okay, cool, thanks. Oh yeah, and
And
how
also
to
how
heal
to
a bit.
not, and also how to not die because you ate poisonous berries.
I suppose that is useful. Well,
Mm.
tell you what, as one that is proficient in the use of reading, writing, and training people now, apparently.
Yes.
I suppose I will assist you in this matter.
You can teach someone to write in half the time, my guy.
Yep.
Yeah, I was gonna say now.
I
Not
did
only did I
question.
have the skill set, but now I'm better at the trade. It's starting to feel like my day job, right? I'm
Mm-hmm.
real good at training people how to do things.
Mm-hmm.
Well, here's a question. Does
Congratulations,
Ross not have that
Shakti.
whole thing about he's forbidden from writing anything?
Yes, I am forbidden from writing things. It does not mean I can't teach you how to write things.
Mm-hmm.
So you make
But,
that sort of
but
squiggle shape like that. No, not like that. More like this. Closer. No, fix that curve.
Aurora, come over here
Vincent
and make
will.
this squiggle shape.
Aurora will help you here,
There we go.
as there is now uh, someone who can write and teaching you how to write.
thank you. Also, by God, this is a miracle to actually be able to say thank you in one of these games.
Fucking right.
So as a note, as you guys are sitting there, you're writing. Joan's not there. There's a knock on your guys' barracks door.
Go over and open the door.
As soon as you open the door, you're greeted by Joan the Lustful.
Tentacles!
And that darkness, Ross, comes rushing in.
I was gonna say, was it hiding from me till I opened the door?
Yeah, she was.
Oh, fucking shit. Yeah, so it's just gonna be one of those full-on, like, when a cat comes around the corner and sees something, just sort of jump back.
Hey, Ross, what's wrong?
Deep breathing.
What?
My. I was hoping to find my sister here.
And who, pray tell, is that?
I think that would probably be Joan. She's the only one that left, and one of the only 2 girls here.
That's fair. Can't
Like,
argue with that.
Yeah,
The
play silly
options are
games, win
around.
silly prices.
I was gonna say, for some reason, my brain processed sibling instead of sister, and I was like, right. The requirements of sister is female. Shit.
She's gonna stop, take a deep breath, and I smell something
Well-
in here.
Presents I have not smelt since.
Well, if you're looking for Joan, I believe she went to go and deal with a report.
Oh, then my sister should be back soon. I'll wait here then. A battle buddy system and all. I hear it's important on these bases.
Speaking of which, where is your battle buddy that got you here?
Oh, I don't know. I don't really like battle buddies, so I kind of just walked here.
Hmm.
Seems like a rule you only like when convenient.
That's
Well,
the
to be
best
entirely honest,
kind of rule. Those that are convenient.
well, Ross, let's be entirely honest. I fully walked straight into my issue. By the way, no, by all means, ladies first.
Let me. Oh, you're such a fine gentleman. As they move past Ross towards you now.
Just constantly following their just watching.
You keep your tentacles off my good boys.
Yes, no, there are she's not hiding her tentacle arm.
Which I think is the more, like, I think Ross is paying more attention to the tentacle arm than their entire individual.
Yeah. But they do place an arm, not their non-tentacle arm on your shoulder. It goes, such a cute one, and a gentleman to boot.
My Joan senses are tingling.
But your father, he was a whore, though.
How do you know my father?
I don't. I can just smell it.
Damn.
That is concerning.
It's okay. It's something I can do.
Extreme sense?
Well, it kind of like out of character, it kind of makes sense, but also eep.
It makes sense and
Deep
is also
indeed.
deeply unsettling.
See, the one was trained in hemomancy. This one's trained in horomancy.
Exactly.
I honestly feel
Horror
like
magic.
Arthur would just try and shoot a look to either Ross or Vincent. Probably trying to angle it more towards Vincent if he's in the room, of just like, get me out of here, like make up an excuse to like go get my armor or something like that.
Vincent's not here.
Fuck.
Vincent,
Yeah,
please swallow
where's
me alive
Pumpkin?
and carry me away from this place. Tactical retreat, homie.
Well, my main thing is just that this is very much just a case of like, what do? I don't want to end up being the prey,
And she's
and
gonna
yet I
lean
still
in
feel like I am.
really close into you. And she's like, "What are you doing? Learning how to read and write?"
Yes,
Wow.
I was currently assisting our squad mate here in the finer arts of reading and writing. You are welcome to wait for your sister.
And she's gonna turn up and look and smile at you. Goes, understood. I think I'll sit right here. She's gonna walk over and sit on your bed, Ross.
Military made barrack rack with the hospital corners.
God damn it.
Now it's
They're
creased.
upsetting. I was gonna say upsetting the lines.
We
Yep.
actually used to use bootstraps and strap the bedding in place and then just get a new set of bedding and sleep on top of it.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Char, we've already been doing the reading and writing thing for a while before this happens, right?
You're about 3 rolls in.
Okay. Would it, like, time-wise, would that translate to roughly an hour or two?
Give or take.
Great. Arthur's also gonna have a point of looking over at Ross and gonna say, "Oh, by the way, Ross, I still need to go get that armor. You mind coming with me?"
Ah, what a lovely idea, Arthur. I suppose we can postpone your lesson since you do have your new acquisition to receive.
Yeah, let's go and make sure that we get that because I don't want to piss off the Forge Master.
Of course. Well,
Don't want to upset the
apologies,
Forge Master.
Joan.
She's gonna.
The context is I don't want to be here.
Yes,
no, we
subtle context.
yeah, we all got that one. Sorry, bud.
They're gonna stand up and like, oh, I think I should go and put in my requisitions here. Let us walk together then. Battle buddies and all.
If you have a form, we could bring it there on your behalf since you're waiting on your
Yes.
dear sister.
No,
We've been
that would
delivering
put you out, wouldn't it? And you're not
No.
from my squad, so you can't put in the requisition forms. That would be illegal, wouldn't it?
Just squints face like bureaucracy has failed me.
Fact check. Is that actually a thing? Holy shit.
Yeah, can we have some method of fact checking on that one?
What would you like to do to fact check here?
I don't know,
where's-
logic.
Order recovery logic says. I mean, sure. Go ahead and roll me logic.
Bureaucracy
AskCheese.com.
forbidden lore.
Or if you have forbidden lore bureaucracy, that also works.
Is that a forbidden lore?
Only true
Oh,
heretics
myself.
know the arts of bureaucracy.
God damn. I'm bound for the pyre
Oh,
then, just
myself.
like Jones of the past.
Go ahead and make me a logic check.
Okay. Yeah, I'm making that check.
Oh fuck!
Alright.
Well, there you go.
So, logic test within the order of recovery. So I'm going to preface this. Within the order of recovery, anyone can make a requisition for anyone else so long as they have proper paperwork filed out. Ross, would you like me to
Right.
make your logic test?
I feel like I almost need to with a statement like that.
Yeah. Arthur's gonna make a point of with my order, as long as the paperwork's filled out, anyone can make a requisition.
Oh, this is true, but are we on an order of recovery base?
That is also correct. I I'm still getting used to not being amongst my own order.
Ross is
So,
too
Ross,
hackles up to think.
Ross, you would know that within the Order of the Righteous, only those within the barracks can make within the same barracks to make requisitions for that barrack.
Unfortunately, this
Well-
isn't an order of recovery base.
Well, after you, miss, ma'am.
Oh, you are so kind. And she is going to walk out the door and then turn and make a gesture for you.
By the way, I'm assuming Aurora is still around. Is she going to be just left alone in the barracks?
Yeah.
Okay, if possible, can I invite her to come along? Just point of like, Aurora, won't you mind coming along? Just that way, if we do get
Aurora's
separated,
gonna turn and
please.
look at you, and it's like, I'm sorry, I have to polish my armor here.
Gives the eyes of fucking superior manpower.
As she pulls out some polish and a rag.
Oh, why?
Damn, Aurora.
Like,
Even I didn't see
You
that bus
cold.
coming.
like talk of, like, I am sorry. Can we please just acknowledge that fully, like, Arthur and Ross are basically the kicked puppies of the squad, and now you're just, here we go.
As Aurora looks at you holding these up.
That is fair. You know that I'm gonna have to learn how to do that with my heavy armor. So why don't you teach me when we get back?
I am more than willing to teach you when you get back.
Oh fuck! You're like, she's literally just gonna abandon us to this, isn't she?
Well, you said we. You already said staying behind.
God damn it.
Okay, I guess. Okay, fine.
Nope. I
Lee the
think at
player
this
will
point,
admit defeat on this. I will admit defeat on this one.
yeah, I was gonna say, just puts a good hand on Arthur's shoulder, like we've been abandoned on this one, as we both turn to look at Aurora with sad puppy dog eyes.
And Aurora's just like face down scrubbing. I'm sorry, I have to spit shine
Like-
these shoes here.
Like this is fully a point of like internally because I make a point of not saying it outside because we don't want to alert anyone. Just a point of, and I thought we were a squad.
Yes, you are squad. And this is what happens when squad abandons squads to superior officers.
We'll remember this for
What
next
is
time.
what is Joan's ETA at this time?
You are just getting out of your meeting right now.
I
So
stop,
about
sniff the air.
1 minute.
I'm gonna stop. I sniff the air. I lick a finger and hold it up. Someone is messing with my good boys.
And I
But yeah,
just
I
met
guess
the
Arthur
co-commander.
Damn it, Joan.
yeah, and I guess Arthur and Ross are just gonna go with Joan the Lustful to
The quartermaster.
Yep.
I really wish I had a flare gun.
Wish I had a smoke bomb.
Right, we
Well, you're
combine
going to the
those two.
requisition
I
office.
flare.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah, all we need to do combine those two. I'll flare gun for a distraction and a warning and like a red alert thing. You smoke bomb so we can get out of there.
Ah, the Joan signal has been activated. My people need me.
So you guys march off, and Jones is just walking behind you. You can feel the smile on her face at this point. And you guys get to the quartermaster's office. And quartermaster Emma looks up from her stance and turns and looks at you and then sees what's behind you, and you see her lift a hand for something, and then she realizes she can't do it because you're here.
Just giving the save us eyes.
Yeah, fully just to tear us both basically giving us help. We can't get rid of her.
Going to stand up. She's going to look at you two and goes, "How may I help you?"
I'm here to collect my armor.
I see. She looks at Ross. Battle buddy.
Battle buddy.
She looks at Joan, and Joan will smile and go, "I'm here to make a requisition and be a battle buddy." And she sighs, and she holds her hands out.
I would like to requisition that dick.
Joan literally pulls out about 200 requisition forms from a backpack.
Jesus fuck.
She's like, "I don't come to bases that often. Sorry for the blood smeared on them." And Quartermaster Emma takes this stack of papers and goes, "I will get back with you once I have read through the forms." And she goes, looks at you and goes, "Follow me then."
We'll happily follow.
Mm-hmm.
And Jones waits out in the front room.
Holy fuck.
You guys led to the led to the Forge Master.
I don't think anybody's ever come back to her and been like, "I'm so glad to see you.
Right.
Thank
Like,
God you're here.
Like, all this just gonna have a full point of like, thank you.
Thank the light,
Just
the flame,
thank
and the
you.
earth that you are here."
And she's gonna look at you two and goes, "What's wrong with you?"
One of the members of the Order of Joan has been particularly attached to us.
And she's gonna look at you like, "Oh, your commanding officer's that bad? I understand."
No, not commanding officer. She's not even part of our group. Do we even know that her full name is Joan the Lustful?
Nope.
Nope.
The tentacle
thought not.
Joan.
Yeah. No, it's a point of. We'll just give a point of like the one that appears to have 4 tentacles for an arm.
Oh, lustful. Excellent customer. Don't like her.
Yeah, she's
Yeah,
decided to
that's
attach
right.
herself to us for some reason.
Good luck.
Anything we should know?
I can tell you that information.
Okay, better question. Anything we should do to avoid her trying to actively kill us?
I can tell you that information.
Let's just deal with the armor first.
Understood. And she's gonna lead you over to an armor rack. He goes, "This is my creation, head to toe armor. I'll help you put it on now. Strip."
Just gonna basically follow through. Because, I mean, like, we've had the barracks. I'm pretty sure it's literally a point of, like, there's no
Everybody's
point in
seen it.
being. Yeah.
Alright. She slowly puts the armor on you, and it's heavy.
I
Like
figured.
even comparative to like the training armor, it's still stone
Hmm.
with hide over it and under it. And it takes about 10 minutes to put it on. Actually, no, she's skilled. It takes her 6 minutes to put it on you.
Aha.
You're well trained at this.
Yes. And by the time she has done,
While you're typing that up, I'm gonna just make a note of Joan the Lustful shows up. For some reason, attaches herself to her Ross and by extension Arthur. But Shadow, why do I feel like we should be concerned?
I mean, we absolutely should be concerned, but
Because, like, out of character, we all know why she's here over you. Why the fuck did I have to open my mouth and appear to somehow get her attention?
I see. Well, it's because your level of self-preservation is outweighed by your level of general care. For future reports, just be more callous. I don't know what to tell you there.
there you go. And that's what your armor does.
Nice.
Let's take a look at this. Ooh, motherfucker.
You spread your bonuses out too thin for it to be anything but a +5 at this level.
Yeah, no, that's perfectly fine. Like a +5 can still be very useful. It's not going to make a massive difference, but it's enough.
It's the difference that matters.
And she's gonna look
Because
at
like,
you.
no, I'll save my comment for later.
She's gonna look at you. There you go. Your armor is done. And if you ever want something actually forest worthy, do something exceptional to earn my want to make you something.
That is perfectly fine and respectable. This is much appreciated. Fine craftsmanship.
Good. Now leave before I hit you with my hammer.
Internally having a point of why?
But
Why?
why? Because she can.
Yeah. I honestly, I am hoping to have Arthur basically have a point of. By the way, my friend here heard that I was getting armor, and wanted to ask some questions.
You can do that.
Yeah, then
Oh,
Arthur
look,
will
a
do that.
second bus. Who would have expected that?
Hey, I'm mostly just buying us time so we don't have to go back to Joan the Lustful.
The impending doom that is, as we hear the doors start to crumble and crunch as it gets forced open. You
Yeah,
may
so
have made
Arthur will
more
fully have a
time
point of.
with this.
Arthur will fully have a point of. By the way, my friend here would like to find out what type of armor or work you are capable of.
Just
Mm,
Go ahead, Ross.
gives you the confused look, and then like, oh. So obviously you can work well enough with that sand shark sort of skin, as it were. Is there other specific materials or like
Hmm.
limitations that you might have when it comes to working with beast or briar or vampire?
That's a stupid question for her. I tried that yesterday. Well, 3 days ago. That's a stupid question for her.
I mean,
And there is no limitations of the materials that I can work with.
so if we bring you in a whole bunch of drones, you can work with that?
I can. It's the quality of the armor that you'll get out of it.
I see. And so, for the sake of the general base, would it be worthwhile bringing the drones in instead of burning them as a pile out in the field?
And what am I going to make with drones? Some basic leather armor? No, it is useless. I'll give that to my apprentice, and they will do something with it that will be mediocre and worth the time of an apprentice.
Ah, so you only put your work forward on the more individual works.
Yes, things that I've been told to do or I find interesting enough to commission.
I see. Then what materials would you find interesting to look out for?
Something that hasn't been forged yet. If you find unrefined dark iron, Stygian iron, and yes, unrefined dark iron. None of you, and she's gonna like poke you, are strong enough to actually lift refined dark iron.
Just gonna sort of lean in. I don't think you know what I am and not capable of. I tend to surprise people.
Oh, really? How about we make a little wager then?
Let's hear it.
If you're able to lift a refined bar of dark iron, I will forge you a piece of dark iron armor.
Okay.
If you can't, I get to run you ragged for the next 30 days.
And here I thought you were going to tell me something bad was going to happen.
Oh,
Spicy.
He was previously a
darn.
member of the Order of the Righteous.
I'm gonna have fun breaking you then.
Not the first time, won't be the last.
All right, they're gonna walk you over, and then like, go ahead and make a logic test here.
Mm-hmm. He do.
With a plus 20, you were educated by the Brotherhood.
Oh, nice. Plus 20 to logic. Success by a
Alright.
single point.
Really?
Jesus.
Yeah.
Fuck.
As a note, she's going to set you up to fail here.
Oh yeah.
For a dark iron, what is your strength score right now?
45.
All right, you are. You are 55 points under the required strength limit to lift a dark iron ingot.
Mm-hmm. But now hear me out. Because I knew she was setting me up to fail. That was pretty obvious by like her sort of demeanor.
Mhm.
What Ross plans on doing is casting Sigil of Air on it, so it has fly to.
That's fair. All right.
She just said I had to pick it up. She didn't say I couldn't fuck with it.
All right. She's gonna bring you over to the dark iron, refined dark iron ingot.
Mm-hmm. All right, just sort of give it like that, like testing grip, and realize, oh, yep, nope, that sounds about right.
Mhm.
And then I'm going to spend 2 points for my blessing pool.
Go ahead and make me a magic tests here with a minus 100 on it.
A minus 100.
Yeah.
Oh no, Dark Iron has some fuckery with it, doesn't it?
Of course it
Yeah,
does.
you didn't roll high enough to get it anything else beyond that.
God damn it! Minus 100.
Roll a 1 right now.
I
Roll a
mean,
1 right now.
Or roll a 10 on that bone coin that you better damn well throw.
right? Well, that's the thing. I'm going to absolutely have to. All right. I don't got. Okay. Okay.
Honestly, you've got an easier way of doing this, but I don't know if I want to tip you off on it yet or see if you can figure it out yourself.
Yeah, because here's the thing of it, right? Okay, so first off, I do have Frenzy and Nerd Rage. So can I do that right now?
It won't help you here.
Even with the plus to the intelligence test?
I mean, yeah, technically it would help you on your plus to intelligence test. You're still looking at a minus 100 to the
I
roll.
know, I'm just trying to, like, what I can to bring it up a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Alright. So, plus 10, that's 100. Okay. Okay. Come on.
Again, sadly, I can't help you with this one.
Roll a
I
1
know.
right now.
I know. I almost have to. Right? Whew. Oh, fuck.
That
It's
was
a single
so
digit.
close.
It was
If
so
I had
close.
lucky. If I fucking had lucky.
Here's a question.
Well, you have a
Mhm.
DM.
bone coin.
I can still bone coin and still have a chance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You need a 1, 2, or 3 to pull it off. Or you could get a 10 and narrative it.
What you were saying, Arthur?
No, I couldn't remember if you'd spent your bone coin today or not. So I was
Nope.
gonna say, if you needed it, I could have tossed you mine.
No.
They're just manifesting. Yep.
Yeah. Okay, so it's still within the realm of possibility here, but I have to bone coin it. And technically I can take both for some insanity, but we've done that once. And
Yeah,
we
let's not do that too often. Trust me. As a person who played a character that did go insane, it gets fucking goofy.
Yeah, no, I am well aware that they do not fuck around with insanity. Okay, wish me luck. It's a 5 and an 8.
5 is a 10.
5 is a 10, what's an 8? That's narrative, but how good?
Yeah, I think it's a middling.
A middling narrative is not enough here.
So, can I throw an idea out as a player?
What's your idea as a player?
You don't actually afflict the iron itself. You use your earth sigil to shift the space underneath it to elevate it. And because directly picking it up is essentially impossible.
I
But you
mean,
don't
that's
have
fair.
to pick it up yourself.
Yeah. Does the dark iron? Well, I guess the main thing is dark iron. Like, it doesn't like magic directly to it, or just magic around it.
You don't know.
You don't know.
I
You got
don't know.
You got no success. You got a success, essentially on it.
Yeah. Well, if I have a success on it, that's enough for a round.
No. I'm saying that was on your logic.
Oh, fair. Fair enough.
Is there any way that I could have found out more about Dark Iron from my order, since my order does sort of deal with natural stuff?
Would you like to make a logic test on this?
I will damn well try.
Because the roll stands as is.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So, as a note, unrefined dark iron is the third heaviest objects within the game.
Nice.
Um, refined dark iron is the second heaviest objects in the game. Dark iron itself does not play well with magic. You would know somehow that the Order of Stone is able to use its rune crafting on it. Is able to use their specific type of light on it. It is one of their higher level techniques.
Ooh, 1 second. Nurse is here for mom. 1 second.
I'm going to pause here.
No worries.
Do I need to pause the recording?
No, we're just going to wait for them to come back.
Okay.
So, I mean, it's a bit of dead air. We're not going to have dead air here. We're going to do some talking.
Woo! So yeah, I am personally
So
of the opinion that you could probably get away with just afflicting the ground. Because, like I said, it's clearly like, this chick was like, I'm going to do something that I clearly don't want to do in exchange for you being able to lift this. It's a bit like, at least the way I've interpreted it, it is a bit like Briley going, hey, go pick up this piece of null steel, schmuck.
I'm back.
well, the main thing is that Bry's fully done that before with us, and she was not expecting Cyrus to fully just have a case of, yep, here I go.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
But I just want to double check that I have my side of notes correct. Unrefined dark iron, third heaviest. Refined dark iron, second heaviest. It doesn't like magic. It acts weird, but the Masons order, one of their higher things does work on it for putting runes.
Yeah. So, with that, as far as the refined dark iron, it requires a minimum of 100 to lift a dark iron. And well, basically, a dark iron bar / whatever they're going to make a armor set out of.
Just raw strength wise.
Yeah.
Your other thing that you
And
could do is you could just spend the merit real quick to try and create a blessing for yourself that gives you the necessary strength.
I'm not sure if you'll be able to make that much strength though, because thus far the blessings that we've been able to have and create have not been for like 50 set points.
No, but it's a possibility.
Ah, fuck! I just thought of something that I could have done to help you out. Order of recovery, we get a thing whereby we can basically tap you on the shoulder and give you a plus whatever in related to however many light points we give you.
Arthur, tap me.
I
God
think-
damn it.
No, this has to be done
Too late.
It has to be
Too late
Reactively.
now.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's too late for it now. So you have to have a 100 strength to lift dark iron.
Yeah. So
That's for the refined or in general?
that's for refined dark iron. It's 100.
Okay. Okay.
50 is for unrefined.
Gotcha.
It doesn't play well with most blessings. So, yeah,
So the sigil fizzles.
yeah.
Basically.
Just sort of look it over and be like, Is she like looking at me like my attempt's up, or do I still keep like?
Oh no, she's gonna kind of look at you like, can't lift it.
Hmm. Hmm. Huh. 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 I mean, yeah, I was going to say, I guess I tried the second idea of instead of trying to lift it directly, just do
You're
a
gonna try.
yeah,
Move
like
the
a
stuff underneath
sigil
it.
underneath it and just sort of push it up.
Are you? So you'd have to affect the stone underneath it.
Well, so I was actually thinking not using sigil of earth because that's more of like throwing stone shards at people, but more sigil of ice, which just creates a wall of ice.
Mhm.
So sort of think like Legend of Zelda style, sort of push it up.
Yeah. So you're gonna try and lift it with the ice underneath it.
Yeah.
All right. Hmm.
Shadow, I feel the need to remind you that back here it is boiling hot.
It is boiling hot back here.
That's fair, but they do have their own hit point pool, so at least it should last like we just need we don't need an amount of time, right? We just needed to get it off the ground.
And also needs to be long enough that it can actually be registered as being off the ground.
I mean, that's what matters. If I have to put her,
Honestly,
she's close to the ground, right? We just sort of get real low there, right?
damn. Look, all I'm
By the
saying,
way, I want to
homie,
confirm.
all I'm throwing out here, and I'm gonna throw this real quick is why sigils are coding. They're literally coding. So you have asset Earth. Why are you only using it as throw rock? Code a new function for your asset.
I mean, I could code it new right now, but the thing is, I don't.
Do it. Do it
Like,
right now. No balls. You
Do it
won't.
right now. Try it. Do it right
Just
now.
create an
That's
Fine.
literally
entirely
the
new
point
spell
of the
from scratch
system.
right now. Do it.
fine.
I
I take.
dare you.
Like Cyrus did it multiple times.
I mean, that's fair. Okay, so in this case, it's sort of taking the ideology function similar to the sigil of ice, where you create a wall, but now we're using the element of earth, and it's more of a pillar.
All right. Go ahead and make me a magic roll at a -10. You
Okay.
have to
Um.
just.
By the way, Char, I wanted to ask. Would it be fair to say that this chick is probably one of the members of the Mason Order at
The
this
Order of
point?
Stone? Yeah.
Yes.
Would you like to help him here?
Um. Am I allowed to help him? Question.
She didn't say no.
Cool. Okay, good to know. So, Ross, first and foremost, cancel that -10.
Cool.
All
I
right.
mean, I already got a flat roll because of my frenzy.
Yeah. But if we're doing this, then by me helping you, I can give you a +10 to your stuff with
Plus 20 because of teamwork.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Da 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 da. I'm gonna take a wild guess that I can't have him using clever savants.
No.
Okay, I figured. Next up, do you want me to just hit you with a guidance?
I mean, I guess the main thing here is so the guidance is the one where you put blessings into somebody, right?
Yeah, I tap you on the shoulder and I spend 1 point from my blessings, and I give you a +10 to a single roll.
Okay. So my main thing is I'm trying to figure out, Char, is this the theory crafting or is part of this role actually making the pillar?
Part of the role is actually making the pillar.
Okay, then yes, slap it on here.
Okay. My next question is, Char, can I spend multiple blessing points to give a multiple +10?
Yes, you can.
Great. So we're gonna want to probably keep
Guys,
at
are we
least
playing a
one.
mage game?
I
Basically.
mean,
From what I'm hearing is basically. So then I will give you a +30 as well.
okay. Yes,
So you're getting a total of a plus 40 from me alone helping you out.
hell yeah. So this is Order of Hermes game here, Rock.
I think
This
it's
is what
Order
it
of
looks like.
Heracles, but yeah.
Okay, so okay, with that, I got my plus 10. Okay, cool. Yeah, I was gonna say this should go fucking beautifully then. Still a shit roll, but hey, 2 degrees.
Yeah. She's
2
going to send a
degrees is 2
reaction
degrees.
here.
Oh, you bitch!
What is her reaction out of curiosity?
I would like to make a sigil of counterspell.
Do it. Do
Her,
it right now.
All right, you would like to make a sigil counter spell? She uses her reaction to, as you're helping him here, they are going to grab their hammer and smash it on top of the dark irons, the refined dark iron ingots.
Okay.
So
Like basically try to force the pillar to not form underneath or not push it up. Like,
oh no, she is going to okay. She's going to use a crafting roll for this.
A crafting roll. Oh boy, she's got
Is this
basically
bitch
intense
out
crafting then.
hazarding us?
She's not hazarding us. She's intense crafting us.
She is not.
That was a stone cold bar of iron from my understanding.
It is. So you bring it up, and she swings her hammer down, and she's not intent crafting. She's just doing a hammer swing on it, like she would if she was swinging a hammer on a forge.
okay.
She's just putting the effort and the weight behind it as she smashes this down.
Okay. I would like, as a note, if it helps me in any way here, I do have what's it called? Magical weight.
Mhm.
So my spells are twice as powerful.
Yes. So that is 4 degrees of success versus her 22.
Fucking shit.
Yeah, did you not see that she's rolling to try and get under a 28?
Nope. I just panned over. God damn it.
Like it's literally a point like there is nothing we can do about that. Just literally a point of you waited shit through.
God damn it. But does it leave the ground?
No, because she smashes it hard enough to where the pillar comes up around it.
So
And
what
she's
I'm
gonna move
hearing is that you can put another pillar underneath it.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Yeah,
like, if that's
how
the
about this?
case.
How about this? Put a pillar underneath her and it.
I mean,
so her thing is when she does that, she's like,
Mhm.
"You helped," and I'm gonna point to Arthur, like he helped you, I helped the iron.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your precious pilgrim
Yeah,
must fight the league with his own fists.
I see. But also, since you said the pillar, so she smashed the iron, so the pillar basically went up around the space of the iron, correct?
Yeah.
So presumably she can't actively hit that iron anymore right now
Oh
without
no,
going
remember
through the
yours is a
pillar.
half action. He's a reaction.
Oh well, I mean that's fair. I
But-
just wanted to use like the second part to lift up underneath it while it's still like. So basically, like there's the shroud pillar that's gone around, and then we have the center pillar underneath to raise it.
He wants to spike a center pillar while she's being demeaning.
Yes.
Yes. Go ahead and roll it again, but you don't get the plus what 20 you put onto it? No, 30.
It was plus 40.
Yeah,
Alright, you don't get the
Did
plus
I?
40.
I just get my plus 10.
Yeah.
That's
But-
okay.
But literally, my dude, when it comes to when a person tries to pull this, be cheeky and have a point of like, okay, then I'll just lift you and it.
I don't need to disrespect her yet because she's, it's not. It hasn't gone that far.
I haven't gone far enough to
Are you
disrespect
sure?
yet.
I
Are
mean,
you sure? Are you really sure?
That's the thing. We're still a gentleman. It's fine.
I feel like there's less and less gentle about you as time goes on.
It works out. It's a refinement thing. Okay, so that's 8 degrees of success.
All right, you're able to
Nice.
create an earth that juts it up.
Perfect.
She's gonna look at this and she's gonna look at you and go, cheeky. I like it. You technically failed.
I lifted it.
Yes, but not off the ground.
Whatever, dispel the fucking pillar so it's in the air.
And she's gonna catch it as it falls.
Barehanded?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Chick
That's
Orange
fine.
mommy strong.
She goes, that's fine. If you wish to be cheeky, I'll forward you something.
Appreciate it.
You'll be here every day for 30 days.
Understandable.
Because you still failed.
Can I start right now at this moment because Joan is still in
No.
that other... God damn it.
I am sorry. Can I please point out to you that if you're stuck here, I am stuck here at this moment?
I know, we're saving both of us.
And that is why
You
I'm
should be on
kicking
my
you out.
side. Oh. Oh.
That is exactly why she's disagreeing, because
Yeah,
there was a thing between the pair of you.
fair enough. I'm gonna hold up my right hand for a handshake.
She looks at that and looks at you and looks at that, and she places the bar in your hand. You can make a dodge test here.
I think yeah. Just yeah, I know that's gonna hurt.
That's gonna hurt a lot.
Yep.
That's gonna hurt a lot.
Yeah, so you catch the bar and you go smashing into the ground. Go ahead
Well,
and take 5 points of damage, not mitigated by your soak or armor.
Fair enough.
Yeah, nope, that's... Ross, I thought we spoke about this. I'm gonna have to fix your hand now, aren't I?
It was a matter of honor.
She's gonna reach down
Okay.
and pick it up, and she's going to look at you and very pointedly say, from that like kneeling position, like, honor is only there for the dead, and do not have it if you're alive.
What order did you say you're from?
I did.
I'm from the Order of Stone.
Interesting. I'm not. I must regretfully say I am not as familiar with the order. But I look forward to learning more about you and your order.
Good. And she's gonna take it, and you guys are gonna be able to see before you leave her walk over to her forge. And use one of her blessings, and the room gets even hotter than before.
Fuck, I'm basically gonna slow cooker.
Yep. Well, you know what they say: out of the pot
Or-
into the fire.
Slow cooker, more like you're in a broiler at this point.
Yeah.
And she's actually not affected by the heat.
Dang.
We need to get a member
Yeah,
of
I guess.
Stone. We need to get an Order of the Stone member.
Don't tell Clayton that.
Yeah, it's because Clayton would be fucking pissed.
Yeah, no. Or the Stone or the mechanics don't get along.
Yeah. Yeah. With that, then I guess gonna open the door out into the main lobby and sort of forget for a
Better
moment
question.
why.
Yeah. Yeah, can I try and while Ross is opening the door, just put a hand on his shoulder and it's like, are you sure you want to do that?
What do you mean? What could be? Oh, right. Why we went here in the first place.
Mhm.
I don't think we have a choice. Hopefully, Joan will catch up soon.
That is fair. I'm pretty sure Joan's the only one that could actually distract her. Moving on.
Joan, where were you going after your meeting? Back to the barracks?
Requisitions office. Obviously, that's where everybody goes to hang out. Who shut that?
Yeah.
Right. There's nowhere better to hang out than the requisitions office. Besides, Hot Emma's there.
Yeah, it's where all the cool kids hang out, guys.
Joan, Where were you heading?
Me? I'm heading to the
Yes.
places where Jones always head. To the
Oh,
squad bay.
all right.
Because that's where I
Fuck.
feel like my people are.
That's
Because they
true.
would never leave the squad bay when I didn't know where they were and wander off like that and leave me to try and track them down when there's a dangerous betentacled hussy on the loose.
You find Aurora there, leaning armor.
Oh, hello, Aurora.
Joan,
By any
how are you?
chance, have you seen a betentacled harlot running around here?
Yes, I did see a potential harlot.
I see.
They said they were here to talk to you.
I see. I am not here, and neither is my sister, whom I deeply love despite her flaws. One of those
Yes.
flaws is that she is excitable in terms of chasing that which is mm, unsanctioned.
Mm.
So I would really love to know where the two people with sad backstories that lead to them being marked by forces not of the light are in this moment, considering my sister was here. And I'd really love to
Well,
know why the rest of the squad did not keep them here.
well, Ross and Arthur said that they wanted to go to the quartermaster,
Yes, probably to get
and
away from my sister, whom I
yes,
dearly love, but am also aware of the flaws of.
yes. And Joan said that they had to drop requisition papers off at quartermaster.
Ah,
So she said something something battle buddies, and Ross and Arthur turned to look at me, and I said, "I'm sorry, I had to polish my armor."
I see. Hmm. I have an opinion on this, Aurora. Would you like
Yes,
to know what it is?
that this armor is not bright enough to see my face in.
Aurora,
Yes,
I am going to add an extra 80 pounds to your armor, and we are going to go PT after I have retrieved the rest of the squad.
that's understandable,
I am
but
glad you
your
think so.
sister's scary.
Yes, yes, she is. And I fully understand that, which is
Hmm.
why I am not angry, just disappointed.
She was really obsessed with Ross.
Yes, I imagine she was. Aurora, what do you know of the missing god?
He is a trickster, a
And,
keeper of secrets,
uh-huh,
a liar, mm, but mostly because he enjoys telling half truths.
yes. So, it's not something that I bring up very often, Aurora, but I had my eyes stolen by the missing god,
I see.
and he put new ones in their place that can see things, secrets, and
Ha.
interesting facts. And I do not often speak of the things that I see, because I was told very early on in my youth that there are secrets that we keep and secrets that need to be told differently for the sake of the people who must bear them.
Mhm.
Ross burdens under a specific kind of weight that is not immediately obvious to those without the eyes to see it or a nose to smell it.
I see.
So it would be really, really unfortunate if Ross were to be targeted by my sibling unduly because of something beyond his control.
I see. Well, I don't know.
That is why, again, I am not angry. But now we do
Oh.
know, and we know that certain influences need to be mitigated for the sake of the people who will be risking their lives for us, right?
Yes.
Good.
Good luck.
Thank you.
So you're able to very quickly, with a pace, make your way over to quartermaster's office.
Yep.
You will see your sister there, and the other two begin to making their way out.
Cool.
Joan will turn to look at you and go, "Ah, dear sister,
Sister mine, how are you?
I am good. I have found the requisitions office. I've put in some requisitions, and I found some of yours
You
when I
did.
went looking for you. I was their battle buddy, and I came here to help them."
And I am very glad that they had someone so talented and with such. Sorry, I was standing up. She didn't actually pause there. So talented and with such an open and warm heart as to keep them safe in this potentially assailable fortress.
Of course, they're the squad mates of my dear sister, so I could not let harm come to them.
I am ever so grateful for your foresight and your generosity. And
That
I'm
being
going to
said,
turn and I'm going to look at the two of them and go, "Oh, you got your armor?"
Um, I feel like honestly in this moment Arthur might take off. What's the word I'm looking for?
Drinking juice.
Would it be commander? My brain is not working and trying to find the right title.
Commanding officer?
Yeah, that's probably the best one. And he's just gonna have a point of like yes, commanding officer Joan. Are we free to take our leave?
Off you trot. You are.
And just gonna grab Ross and just leave.
Mm-hmm. Heard that yes and already about turned.
Yep. Like, I'm sorry, your sister is just immensely creepy.
Yes, I know.
But in all honesty, the really sad part about this right now is that Arthur will probably also still turn back to Joan the Lustful and just have a point of, it was lovely meeting you. Best of luck with your requisitions. Until we meet again.
Yes, and thank you for accompanying us.
Ross,
Did I give my name to her?
you didn't.
But also,
Ow.
I'm sorry.
even if you didn't, even though you didn't give her your name, I think she's been around us long enough and heard me say it.
Oh, that's entirely fair.
Mhm.
But I'll turn to be like,
We need to talk. From one-armed person to another.
squids.
I
Dear
can
sister,
certainly arrange a time for us all three to sit down and have that conversation.
and dear sister, I must have this word in private with him. I need to ask questions. I promise, on my word as a Joan, he will come back unharmed, unaltered, and in one piece.
Also, I'm sorry. She just said one-armed person to another one-armed person.
Yeah.
I don't think any of us are aware that Ross is
Ross,
technically one-armed.
Ross has one arm fully bandaged and doesn't
At
take
all
the
times.
bandage off for anything.
Yeah, but it's still very much a point of like
This is new information.
Yeah. So I honestly feel like we might be having a case of Arthur and Ross making a quick escape as the Joneses have a talk. Um,
Hmm. Um,
and as soon as out the door, Arthur's gonna point, excuse me, one arm?
when she says from one armed person to another, Joan is gonna put a hand on her shoulder. Doesn't care which shoulder, like whichever shoulder is closest, whichever that happens to be, and is like, "Sister, we're in public.
That's right. People
Emma
carry here.
is Emma is a wonderful person, and I know she has a firm grasp of discretion, but hers are not the only ears in the area.
There, he does like to listen. Maybe I can just pluck out his ears.
Please don't. Emma's very cute."
Oh, not her. Him.
Oh, well. Him I can do less to mitigate. So let's step away from zones of influence beyond our control to have such a conversation.
This is fair. Come, I know a place where the four of us can talk then.
It might
And
be beneficial. And I turn and I look at ah,
Ah,
Arthur. I knew it sounded with an A there, and there was like an ah. I was like, it
come
might
here.
be.
Ah.
Yes. I don't think that this is a conversation Arthur's ready for. He doesn't quite have the qualifications for it.
I see. And how about this? I'll take Ross, and you'll take Arthur. On my word as a Joan, he will not be harmed, altered, or in any way have suffered undue stress by my hand.
Darling sister, do you believe I think so little of you?
Of course not, but I want to make sure you have the guarantee come from my lips.
I'm
Permission
glad
to
to have
speak.
it. Do so.
If it is an issue of me being with you, we could easily enough have it be a point of still using the buddy system. I can get dropped off at the barracks, and then from there, the three of you can progress.
That sounds like a wonderful plan. And I turn and I look at the other Joan in the room.
Mhm.
There are things that need to be spoken of in this vein from my side anyway.
I see. Well then, Ross, as you are the one I wish to talk to, do you wish for Joan to hear this?
Just sort of, he's been sort of like frozen, squinting at the beginning of this sort of, and then I'll turn to Joan, the leader. So long as you're in charge of me, you have a right to know. Though you can't unknow things you learn.
What makes you think I don't already, Ross?
Wonderful. Let's all march together then. I'm excited for this. Can you guys begin moving?
Ross looks like he's being walked to death row.
Yeah, I'm literally Arthur's just basically looking at Ross at the point of, excuse me, because like,
Yeah, no, I mean, like Ross basically thinks that he's just died. Like he's not looking at anybody in particular. He's just sort of zoned out. Ross's mental capacity is checked out of the building at this time.
That's
I
fair.
I I am sorry for me personally as a person. When people hit that point, I feel like basically just pull you aside, splash cold water. Back with the world of living.
Just apply repeatedly until alive again.
Apply water to face until drowned or conscious.
As a note, when you get back to the barracks,
Uh-huh.
there is another person
Oh, who
sitting in
dat?
there.
Who it
God
is?
damn
Ew.
it.
This is someone from the Order of Joan. They are not a Joan, though.
I see.
Another Order of Joan. Why has our barracks become the Order of Joan rec center?
Because we're
Because we have the
fantastic.
leader.
As you kind of look, right,
Mm-hmm.
between them, there is remarkable similarities, facial structure-wise, between them and Arthur.
Oh. So I'm gonna look at them, I'm gonna look at Arthur, I'm gonna look at them and go, Sister, are you well?
I am.
Wonderful.
I have come here to speak to someone.
I'm sure you have. And I'm going to push Arthur in the room and sit him down in a chair. One crisis at a time.
Why has today already been so eventful?
I'm going to look at this particular Joan. I'm going to look at Arthur, and I'm going to look at Arthur, and I'm going to put just my fingertips on his shoulder with the and give him the look of like, is this a thing you want to do now? Are you out of social spoons? Oh, thank you, sir.
uh, an attempt can be made.
And I'm going to just ask Arthur, do you want me here for this?
Potentially. Depending on the topics discussed.
Joan, this Order of Joan is going to look at you. Your sister's going to look at you, Joan, and he goes, I believe I can speak to my younger brother in peace without disturbing him.
I am sorry. Excuse me. Mind repeating? I'm not sure if I heard that correctly.
No, you heard it correctly. Really, the eye shape gives it away. You have slightly different noses, but the eyes and the cheekbones and the chins are very similar.
Okay.
This is what your guys' D100s were.
Nice. Nice.
It was all personal story stuff.
Delightful. So yeah. I'm gonna look at Arthur because like if Arthur's like, no, please, mommy, don't leave me, then Joan will
Arthur
work
is having
something
a
out.
point of the buffer. Like Arthur's having a point of the buffering symbol, basically. It's just like, wait, older sister?
Wait,
Like very much.
sister denotates a familiar relation. With that is a female. I don't have family. Wait, could that mean my whoring father?
My
Right, like-
father.
My father, who was
Right, like-
revealed to be a whore this session by a woman known as the Lustful, who can literally smell the fact that my father was a melodious profligate on me. 17 years distant.
More than 17 years distant. It's like 18 years distant or something like that.
There you go. Aurora,
Yes.
do you believe that this particular conversation is unintimidating enough for you to stay with Arthur in the interim,
I
in
will stay
case
with
he needs
Arthur.
emotional support?
I can be here.
Wonderful. And Joan just takes a bunch of the sort of like armor plates that she uses in her armor and drops about 80 pounds of weights in front of Aurora.
Aurora.
I see.
I have not forgotten.
On a side note, awesome art, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Badass.
Hold on, I
Like,
have to look
that
at this
is,
now. I was AFK.
Yeah. Fucking love that halberd though.
She
yeah,
uses a
like, this is very much
halberd?
a point. Yeah, and she's got like a really cool
Oh
like
shit,
back
there it
section with
is.
like flames and shit.
Oh shit, damn. I like her more than you now. Can we keep this sibling?
Fine, go die in the ditch then.
Just switching out Mercia siblings here.
If that's the case, fine. If you don't want me, fine.
That's not that we don't want you, we just want her more. It's like some people
Mhm.
want to fuck Strahd, and some people want to cuck Strahd.
God damn it.
So, yeah. So we're gonna deal with Ross first.
Oh boy.
By all means, please. I, as a player, need a minute.
Go for it.
So, Ross,
Mm-hmm.
you and Joan are
And
let
Joan.
out, and Joan are let outside of the facility
Mm-hmm.
by Joan the Lustful. And it's about a 20-minute walk.
Fair point.
And after about 20 minutes, Joan will stop and go, "This is a good location. That man won't hear us here."
Do you trust the security of this spot?
The fact it's not near him means I trust it. He is strong, but he is not that strong. I would love to pluck out what remains of him.
Ross just kind of sighs and almost like reluctantly looking starts undoing the wrappings on his arm. Yeah, and that shit fucking nasty.
It is.
Joan
She
does not seem particularly surprised.
and the Joan the Lustful just smiles at it. Nah, I knew it was right. Your master, whoever they were, was smart. Not that smart, but smart.
Hmm. Nope,
Oh,
nope. We gotta bite the sassy tongue.
fools most. And they're gonna lean down and go, "Come now. Is that you have nothing to say there?"
I refuse to drop to your level.
Oh, that high in mightiness. It's going to be so much fun to see if you can keep it up or you break. But be that as it may, when did it happen? Who gave it to you?
It's it's been a few years now. It was a briar. Mm. They had a
Oh,
similar sort of situation going on.
fascinating. Never knew. I'm assuming you don't venture out into the dark lands that often.
No, me and my master, we were defending a frontier town. It's a bunch of vampires, but one briar. I wasn't paying enough attention.
Fascinating. One made it came this far in. What were they looking for? And they're gonna turn and look at you. Normally, I would invite you to try and join my squad, but I believe my sister here would disapprove. And they turn and look at you again.
Joan sort of smiles at her. And she's actually smiling. It's meant to convey that it is a joke when she says it, but she looks at her and says, "This one's mine. Get your own."
Feeling territorial. Ah, Ross, do you know the nature of your arm?
I know a little bit. I and he shifts it into the giant blade.
Mm, fascinating.
And I have to keep it fed.
Briar, vampire. I'm going to assume meat or blood.
It's blood.
Well, those are the sorts of things you need to tell me so I can requisition enough supplies for it.
I He just sort of like looks at. I've been managing.
I know. It's kind of obvious when you order two different kinds of meat at every meal.
I mean, most of the people here don't like blood sausage, anyways.
So, I will enlighten you from my own experience. You can either give in, accept more of its power, or not. The more you give it of human variety, I guess you could call it, the stronger it'll become. Besides, most humans, especially within the order of the righteous, are too weak.
Sort of moves into a glare.
It feeds on light.
No, it doesn't.
No?
It feeds on human.
Mm. Then, dear sister, I must ask, how did you get so much of the Dark God's blessing in you?
Oh, that that has been a long road. Careful cultivation and trying and of murdering the followers. You see, I'm going to inform you of something that the higher ups don't like talking about. There are humans out in the darker land. Humans who were born there, who live there,
Who have
who
access to
worship.
shards of the Dark God.
Yes.
Boom, Ross. That's a fucking bomb.
Yeah, just sort of like looking between, like, wait, what the fuck?
And
What the?
they extend their little pawns out to fight. And ooh, there's the difference in power. Our little empires here are nowhere near ready enough to actually fight them.
I know.
We struggle so much against the cannon fodder that they can't even imagine. That is why those within the Order of the Righteous, our largest order, why I call them weak. You must be exceptional.
Wait, is this what he meant by the game?
Yes, most likely. I don't know who you're referring to, but I'm cognizant of this truth, and I have been for a long time.
Damn.
12 shards for a dead god, Ross. Ours and theirs. I can see, just like I knew your arm when I saw it, just like I know the mark left on Arthur, just like I know that the pool of darkness in my sister here outweighs the pool of light by 3 times its number. I
And
can see what is. Sorry, what were you saying, DM?
oh, they're gonna say, and I do so much enjoy that.
So what do we do?
What we do is, ironically, or perhaps coincidentally, I can never remember, we follow my sister's advice. We become exceptional because she's right. I can tell what's in your arm, and I can tell what's in those drones and that sand shark, and I can tell what's in people. And I can tell you right now, not a single drone, not even the sand shark we so fought against, had a single point of power in it. They're
Fuck.
water droplets on a window. And that is what I'm trying to prepare this squad for, is to stand against the source of that hurricane. The Mother Superior knows. I've told her what I can see. And her order was that this is a truth that the rest of the world should not have because they are weak, because they will buckle under it rather than rise to meet it. But there is a real threat out there, and drone nests and sand sharks and briar patches are not it.
So, Ross, you've been able to gain a small access to what it means to have darkness in you. You must decide whether you want that darkness, how human you'll be. But understand this. It won't be easy. It won't be fun. And whatever you thought you knew of pain, it won't begin to scratch the surface.
Well, I never expected war to be easy, but
Good.
damn.
Whatever you choose, Ross, you are mine.
Odds.
You're not ready, though.
None of us are.
I will find you when you're ready. If you want this. If you don't, I will rip that arm off of you.
No, I intend to win this game. We all will.
Oh, so exciting. Ah, are you sure I can't have this one, dear sister? Are you going to marry him?
Of most likely not, but that may become an option later in the future if I'm just, if I'm at the scenario in which it becomes the necessary choice.
Ah, fair. I figured you'd be more of that Arthur person. He's very timid.
He is, but I would not marry someone who's not at least capable of matching me. And Arthur is not yet. It would be simple and easy to have someone who is too meek to oppose me. But if I cannot have love or usefulness in a match, I might stay unwed for a very long time.
Fair enough.
Joan the Healer, however, has a lovely man that she's quite enamored with. I should introduce you at some point.
Me and Joan the Healer don't get along.
We should see about
He
mitigating
says
that.
it's because I stole her man.
I think that she might be a little over that at this juncture.
I'm just gonna turn her attention back to you, Ross.
Hmm.
Now, be very careful. Do not gain your point of darkness too soon. It starts as one, and it will come. It will come when you are your most hungry. Right before you're about to die, and you need strength to live.
I will be strong.
Be strong. I would love to see what you become. But now I won't share any more secrets with you. Are you, dear sister? Do you
Ross.
have any questions?
Many.
Ross is just gonna begin wrapping his arm back up.
She's gonna tear off one of her epaulets and hand it to Ross. If you wouldn't mind, I'll find my own way back.
Are
If
you sure?
anyone gives you trouble, show them this. Tell them you're acting under orders, and if they have a problem with it, they can come find me.
sort of looks between Joan the Lustful, then back at you, and like nods. Very well, Joan. Joan
Bye, dear Ross. I will find you later.
nods, turns and leaves.
Dearest sister, how may I help you?
Things have gotten tense, haven't they?
Oh, they have. It's so much fun. The base commander is gonna ask me to leave soon.
It's true. And I think Joan is going to hug her sister. Just like full like she's strong enough to take it, so I'm not
Mm.
holding back the amount of strength I put into it. I'm hugging her
Oh,
very
that's right.
tightly.
That's right. She'll hug you back. The tentacles will,
My booty hole.
oh, yeah.
Um, and she's going to look at her and say, I don't want anything to happen to you. You are still my sister. You are still a part of me, and I love you. I am worried for you because if someone else discovers what I see, they won't let you back to the source.
They won't.
I did.
And here's the thing. You have a rare gift, sister. Do not assume most have it.
I don't. They don't know what I know. The my my concern is that it only takes one person with it. One member of the Order of the Righteous who does not know how to keep their mouth shut, and which truths are to be revealed and which are not.
I will kill them, or they can.
And that will be just as big a problem. You have yourself a rare gift. You have lived a very long time. And you have to be lucky every time. They only have to be lucky once.
And dear sister, understand that what I do for my sisters and my order.
She's going to, like, she's got her hands on her shoulders at this point. She looks her dead in the face and says, I have no doubt of that. The thought that you didn't never crossed my mind. I know you as few can because I know us.
Then trust your eldest sister to do what is best for you.
I do. That's why I'm trying to look out for you. Because if you're busy looking out for everyone else, who's looking out for you? There is a terrible thing on the horizon. There is very little chance that the other side of things is going to wait forever for us to simply fall to cannon fodder. There are not enough resources on the planet to sustain an indefinite existence.
And they kind of smile at this. They're like, if you've seen the other side's sister, there is much you don't know.
You're right. love to share in your knowledge and your wisdom.
Would you like to see?
I would.
And she is going to place a hand very gently on your cheek and kiss you.
Aw.
Oh, on the lips.
Oh, I assumed so, yes.
Yeah.
Not a sisterly kiss, unless you're on that
There's a
side.
level of nudity just inherent in that name. I don't think she's capable of chaste action.
Yeah. Um, and as she does this, she actually activates a one of her points of darkness,
Oh, I see.
and she shares she uses an ability called Mind is One, Memories Are All,
Ooh.
and you will be able to see into like the lands you're trying to fight into.
Mm-hmm.
And basically, what it is like there is a massive stretch of like just dead wasteland,
Mm-hmm.
right? And then all of a sudden you just see yourself walking up to this line where it's just green grass, forest, fields, farmland. Um, you'll see her and a small squad doing these guerrilla tactics on the enemy of people who are just they look human,
Mm-hmm.
but there's nothing going on between the eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Drone-like behavior.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But you see them walk up to this basically mass industrial farming complex. Food stretching for acres.
And they just torch the fuck out of it, don't they?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well, they seal and then torch.
Pillage, then burn.
Yeah. Um, and like the other side, in like comparison to where you guys are, is a fucking paradise.
Holy shit.
Food, like green forest. You can see like beautiful blue skies with birds in it. Granted, the birds are weird monstrosities, but they're birds.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Um,
Well,
but the
that's
other
not
side,
fair at all.
right? The other side's pristine, but you notice that on this pristine side, everyone works together.
Everyone what?
Everyone's working together
Uh-huh.
constantly, but there's nothing going on behind those eyes because they're just told what to do.
No will of their own.
Yeah. But because of that, they have everything.
We'll give you everything. All you have to do is give us who you are.
Yeah. Um, and that's what's beyond like this barren wasteland of like massive hordes of vampires, beasts, and briars.
I think when this particular vision ends, she's going to pout. Like, well, that's not fair at all. To
It's not.
mask how just deeply upset she is about the nature of this truth.
Mm-hmm. God of light gives free will. God of darkness gives prosperity. That is a fundamental truth. Come, cannot be late.
Do I know what I'm late for?
Not a clue.
Okay. She's like, well, that ain't fair at all.
Right? Arthur.
Yes.
Sitting across from a person that declared you your their younger brother.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Um, I honestly think that the only thing Arthur would really be thinking, or even think to ask, would be how.
Well, our father was a whore.
That's just the science of it.
That's just the science of it. It's just science. Like the
Right.
power of the uterus.
Um, right, right. No, let me. Sorry. Still trying to come to terms. Been raised as an only child. Bit of a weird thing to try and readjust to. Younger?
Yes.
Okay.
Before our father and your mother had you, our father and one of the ladies of the town had me, and I was given to the Order of Jones because your father was married and my mother was a prostitute.
Well, shit, sis, that sucks.
I. I'm sorry. Well, actually, I'm not, considering that I could barely afford 3 bowls of rice. I'm sure your life is better that way. Hey.
What?
We could have afforded more rice if he'd stopped whoring.
Yeah.
Because, like, it's very much a point whereby if you hear that someone is, like, giving away their child, in general, your normal first reaction is, "Oh, I'm sorry you had to do that." But then at the same time, you look at the predicament, it's like, no, actually, that was probably the best call for you.
So I was given to the Order of Joan, and I ended up at this space.
And I'm sorry, the fact that you came here implies that you knew I was here and that you already knew we were related.
No, I
How?
didn't come here. I was already deployed here.
Yes, but I mean, after being deployed here, you found your way to the barracks
Mhm.
for the group that I am in,
Yes.
which again implies that you knew, like, there was no real establishment of anything when I walked in the house doors earlier.
Mhm. So it takes a while for people to figure out who else is on base. Second, I recognize the last name Mercia because that was my father's last name, apparently. Did a little digging, found the town you were born in. It was my hometown. Connected the dots.
Okay, thank you. That is the concept. Those are the steps that I needed.
Have you never thought to check to see if you have any other brothers or sisters within the orders?
No, never crossed my mind.
And see?
I didn't really know that my father was going to the House of Lady Favors when he disappeared for hours at the end of the day.
Right, right. Like I was 5. more often than not, he would say that he was going to get, like, going to talk to the mayor or go talk to some friend. I was unaware that
I was not aware my father's a whore.
I was unaware that my father was a whore until this morning.
Yes. No, he is a man whore.
Well, was.
Correction.
Was would be more accurate. Had to watch them both die.
Nancy, I'm sorry, but
I'm not.
I'm glad he's dead.
I have way more rice now.
I I'm sorry, you're glad that he's dead? I mean, entirely fair considering that you never knew him, but not exactly the reaction you would expect.
No, I gave it up knowing about him long ago, and the fact that he's dead, it's just, I mean, do you want to know how many of us there are?
At this point, yes.
When I've been able to track down, there are 10 of us.
All alive?
No,
Okay. Also, I'm sorry, I appear to have forgotten my manners. I understand you're part of the Order of Joan. Is your name also Joan, or are you one of them that has another name?
I have another name. Oh, you don't know about Odor of Jen. Okay. Joans are a caste, or nobility, more like. They are direct descendants of Joan themselves.
Oh, that that
Oh.
explains.
That explains
That
why when I
explains
go to the
why.
base commander, they make fucking time for me.
Not only that, but it's also a point of for Arthur. He didn't know that people with the members of the Order of Joan with the name Joan were basically royalty. So now it's just a point of like, oh, that's why at that meeting when she did that thing, it was a big deal. Like bigger than like yes, it's a big deal in general because that thing is like expendable resource, but it's a bigger deal because that is a top dog. I am not.
Yeah.
It's like it's very much just point of like, oh, that explains why there was a big deal made over that meeting.
Also, I heard you got proposed to by a Joan.
No, that is
No,
not how that went.
but they threw something at you, and Top Brass were talking all about it.
It's more a statement of ownership than equality.
um, First and foremost, we were only acquaintances, nothing more.
Ah, yes,
So
deflection.
you move
Great.
fast.
Sorry.
Are you
Like,
also a
legitimately, I
whore
heard
like
you.
our father?
So,
Like
so you move fast.
I heard
I,
Shadow and
are you sure you don't want to be acting like our father then?
no, I right. Sorry, this still a lot to try and process. So no, Joan and I are only acquaintances. Progressing at this current point, I'd say more working to allies. She's my commanding officer,
I see. I
and
understand.
I will be everly grateful for her assistance in that particular case. But no, as far as I'm aware, neither of us feel that way. Literally, after we started trying to clear things up, the next time I saw her, I tried to close the door on her, and she refused to allow me to and explained that it was not a proposal.
Don't
I
know
see.
if you've noticed this, but the Joan that left here was gigantic.
So, yes. No, my name is Rosalind.
Ha!
I shit you not, I felt my left eye twitch at that.
Is she also 4'9"?
No,
I was gonna say, with that half wheel, she better not be. That thing's gonna drag the floor otherwise.
Okay. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Rosalind. As you've already figured out, I'm Martha.
yes,
So, you said there were 10 of us?
yes.
Okay, do you have any idea how many are still alive?
7 of us. Me, your older brother, and your 4 younger
Please help,
siblings.
please tell me that my older brother is not in the Order of the Righteous.
They're just gonna stare at you.
Ah,
Do you,
save
do you
indications
have
in
a
the air.
name?
Yes, he's actually here on base. If you want to speak with him.
His name is Ross. Ross and Roslyn.
I swear, if that were the case, it would just be a point of like, well, this explains a lot.
Hey, Arthur. Guess who also
Hmm
has dark hair? Guess who's also relatively tall?
Yeah.
No, it's
The
not.
base commander.
The base command.
Yeah. But I feel like it would be a point of like, okay, sorry. So can I get names and basically a form of order so that I can at least try and start organizing this in my head?
Hmm. Yes. His name. Sorry.
Is Chargen here? We think he might be a protagonist.
I the, I'm just hoping that it's not the guy that was trying to fucking propose to you, because that's the point of just
Robert.
no. Wasn't his name like Richard?
No, his name was
No.
No, it
Robert.
was Robert.
Yes, Robert and
Was
Trust
Roslyn.
it?
I remember
And
very clearly.
yeah, no. His name's Tavern.
Tavern.
So we have
Yes.
Arthur, Roslyn, and Tavern. We know which one he liked the best.
Well, the main thing is, as far as I know, he wasn't involved in the naming of any of us.
I mean, you don't know. Your various mothers could have been like, hey, name this baby so I can get rid of it.
I need something to write on the form.
Yeah, right? It's a tax break.
Right. But yeah, no, definitely would prefer to meet him if he's also here.
He is.
Sorry, still trying to get some form of order in my mind. This is you can imagine this being jarring, being raised as an only child, and then at the age of 23 discovering that that is not the case.
Yes.
Like what the thing? He probably knows better about it than I do. So you and Tavern are older than me.
Yes.
Okay. 4 younger siblings?
Yes.
That's what you get when your father's a whore from Whoretown. If he hadn't died, they would have kicked him out and he would have had to go back to his home on Whore Island.
I mean, given how active he was, no wonder he's talking to the mayor of Horrortown.
Right?
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think
Would you like to go meet your brother?
yes.
All right, follow me.
By the way, have you already explained this to him, or is this going to be the first time that he finds out about it as well?
And they just keep walking.
Your sudden silences are always incredibly uplifting.
Right?
Dear sibling, have I told you your sudden silences are very uplifting?
Your sudden and polite silences are always appreciated.
So,
I'd like to point out that I did also ask her if she could tell me as to like the a rough estimation as to the order as to which we were born, and that just didn't get answered.
Just didn't get answered. It's like someone doesn't have all the fucking answers because her mother was a whore and she got sold as an eternal death machine at a very young age and has had to piece this together over time and managed to get lucky because she found one of the other siblings and then found another one and was like, let me go talk to the one that's not clearly some kind of fucking problem.
yeah. Also, as a note,
Speaks to the one that's not basically brain dead.
he's just like, but as far as the order, I don't know because here's the problem. According to the Order of the Righteous and my order, me and Tavern are the same age.
Twinsies?
No.
Oh, right. Ross
There's-
explained this to me. With the Order of the Righteous, they have they group them up by when they recruited.
Yep, that gives you new birthday.
Yeah. Right.
So that means that that guy was kicking around for a bit before he got the rid of. Before he caught backstory.
Not necessarily. Though, to be entirely honest, I can't see the Order of the Righteous taking care of an infant.
Yeah,
Oh,
would
they do.
absolutely do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's why they took 6 months to feed Ross properly so that he wouldn't die when they broke him.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
But you guys walk over, and you walk over to the Order of the Righteous barrack.
You can smell it before you get there.
You can.
Preposterous amounts of testosterone. Preposterone!
Preposterous.
Warning,
It
may
just
contain
it
anacornicoma.
like you can just smell the testosterone coming down from it. But this is also your sibling, Tavern.
Hold on, is he hot?
Ah, shit, he's
God damn it. Arthur, why are all of your siblings more attractive than you?
Because they still have more sad backstories than even I do.
Damn.
All right, you knew your family; they didn't.
Yeah.
Right? Da, da, da.
But Tavern will actually meet you in a like sitting hall. And he is going to look at you and go, "Ah, you're from that weak order.
Larry is having a point of bite your tongue, bite your tongue.
From the order of your mom. Oh, wait, never mind. Because yours was a whore.
Yeah, guess what? Mine's still alive.
You hope. Unless she's died of the chlamydias. What's the worst kind of venereal disease to catch when you're a comedian?
Claps.
Chlamydia.
Anyways, yeah.
Yeah. Moving on to something else.
Walking away from that mistake.
Right.
Being anywhere but
And
here.
he'll go, fear not. I know you're a bit old, but I am sure we can still get you into the Order of the Righteous. And then we can not only be brothers, but brothers in arm.
Right. Rosa, it would be fair to say that he does know based off just that statement.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I get confused when it comes to Order of the Righteous speak.
Yeah, you know.
Great.
I did come talk to him beforehand.
He's just an idiot.
No, he was on the space before you, so that's why I came talk to him beforehand.
Oh, that makes more sense.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense to me. Well, Tavern, it's a pleasure to meet you.
It is a pleasure to meet you, little sibling. Fear not. As your older sibling, I shall protect you and do the things that older siblings are supposed to do.
So you
I
mean
know you are
showing
part
up
of
on
that.
time?
I know you are from that Order of Recovery. Fear not, I know you are not good at battle, but I shall be there to protect you until we get you properly accommodated for being able to wield a weapon and fight properly.
DM, can I
My turn.
throw a statement out here real quick? Arthur should currently be in full plate.
Yeah, I was gonna say
He
to give
is-
Arthur a bone here.
Or at
Like,
least
he is
a
currently
shark
in-
skin.
He is currently still in his armor. He did not have the chance to change out of it.
That's true.
So this is entirely based on an assumption of your order and not your physical appearance, which is, I guess,
Yeah.
slightly better in a way.
And
Yeah, I
it's a
mean, it
point-
tracks.
It's a point of like, yeah, no, that is kind of fair. Like, out of character, it's like, yeah, no, that is kind of fair, because like they literally had a point of like, go help with this thing. Do I get any training in weapons or armor? No.
Go help
Okay.
with the thing.
Yeah.
And they're like,
Um.
yeah.
But
I also heard you have that person. What's his name? Ross. Yes, he is in your current squad. I am sure he's been teaching you how to be a proper member of the Brotherhood of Righteous.
There we go.
Actually,
Well, the person that's been helping me the most is kind of the squad on the whole. They sort of collectively taught me how to use weapons, and I did get assistance from Ross in how to properly move in armor, but
like your the righteous should.
he's also teaching me to read and write.
shush you. This is still a process. I thought being confronted with the pair of you would make this easier, but it's still not quite processing.
And it's okay. I was told at a young age, do not process, just do.
Hell yeah, brother.
I do not need to think. I just need to do as I am told. I was told I could earn an opinion when I became a commanding officer.
Okay. Righteous brainwashing on full play.
This is so wonderful. It's everything I needed.
It's literally a
everything I
point of
wanted
like
and
all
more.
the ones to like use give him like a verbal lashing about Order of the Righteous stuff. It's also a point of A, in Order of the Righteous barracks. B, is a member of the Order Righteous. C, is my actual brother. And just a point of,
Hey, can I sleep with one of your siblings?
Do you want Tavern?
No.
Nope.
Are you sure you don't want to use him as your husband?
Like, I mean, husbands are a long ways away. As long away as I can put it off for. Um,
How to put it nicely? Your brother will make a lovely beard. Your sister, though.
Yeah, no, like, but okay. Wait, I was laughing so hard that my vision went blurry for a second there. Right. Um. And Fulton, you've managed to track down 4 other younger siblings?
Yes, kind of. They're not here.
Okay, they are not here, but they are alive.
Yes, as last I could tell.
Okay. I seriously do not know how to feel about any of this.
Yes, I was told how to deal with this as well. Do not feel, just do. Or at the very least, just feel the recoil.
Ah, what a glorious example.
I felt the recoil recently. It shattered my right arm.
Yes, we must get you better arms then.
oh no, trust me, Holmes. It shattered the arm of everybody that's felt the recoil.
Like, no, trust me, that particular gun was gonna break any and every person's arm.
Got it. Get better arms.
I mean, I guess in a way
Sure.
he ain't wrong.
Yeah, he's not entirely right either.
He's not right in the head.
I haven't been ordered to be right.
You're part of the Order of the Righteous.
Yes.
yes,
So,
therefore
by
we're right by
default.
default. Whatever we do is right.
Okay. And how long exactly have the pair of you known about this, or suspected, or anything?
Of you?
Of
Or
me, of the collection of half siblings, any of it?
well, half siblings. That's a bit harder. Well, I've known that our father was a whore, so there were assumptions made there. Tracking them down has been harder. I would say about 2 months after our hometown was burned down, or from the report of time, or how home was burned down.
2 months from when the frontier town got burnt down. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, so you've literally known this for like 18 years? Or at least suspected it for 18 years?
You know how hard it is to find a person in the outer rims of a
No,
city?
no, that is still fair. It's just this is making me feel like the dumb one.
Well,
Right.
sure,
Well,
you
all you
didn't
gotta.
join the Order of the Righteous.
Shush you.
Well, here's the thing, too, right? Uh, I'm the oldest. I was given the most time to try and find, but at the same time, I couldn't do anything. So
Yeah, no, that's perfectly fine and fair. It's just trying to process 18 years worth of information quickly is not going well. And Tavern, do not give me a comment about not processing and only doing.
Good, you're learning.
Mhm. It's like, ah, yes, you're learning now.
I want to know as much as I can find out about my apparent additional family. By the way, Tavern, I don't know if you'd even care about this, but biological dad, he's dead.
Ha! Why would I care about that man whore?
Because he spawned you from his loins as a product of boredom and angst over the inability of his own control over his life.
Ah, he was just acting in the God of Light's will to make
Mm,
me.
God of Light's dead, homie.
No,
Just heresy.
I kid you not, I can actually see that being a conversation point with him.
Like, homie, the God of Light's dead. That's not up for debate. It's not a theological discussion. We know he's dead because we're using the parts of his corpse to power our society and our armies.
Ah, heresy.
And he's like, fear not. Our father was at least able to do something right, and he made me.
Okay,
Yeah.
how old are the pair of you, as far as you two know?
He is feeling like, oh yes, I am the age I am,
Which is
and the age that I'm currently am.
right. So I know for a fact that I'm about 23.
Mm-hmm.
How old are you?
Mhm.
How many rotations around the sun have you been with us?
How much time before the home burned down?
Going to think from a. I do believe I am 28.
Okay, great.
Damn, he does have a claim of being old as shit.
You're right. Like that at that point, it's a serious point of well, fuck. Can't say that it's a mistake. Because by that level, it's a point of yeah. Um, and how much do you know about our younger siblings?
We have them.
That they exist. Okay. This this is a process.
Yeah, it
No
is.
processing.
You
No,
just
like
gonna.
legitimately, I, as a person who has never had siblings, and now in character, I'm having a case of these are your siblings. Just point of, what am I supposed to do here?
Oh, as a fellow single child, I've been told extensively that you are supposed to be warm and welcome towards your siblings because they are blood relation and family and therefore matter. Yes.
And he's gonna look at you and go, if you're not sibling, I will take care of you. It is my job as the eldest.
I imagine you'll get by
Debatable.
as long as you have D's.
And he's gonna stand up and go, come, I shall teach you how to swing a sword now.
I kind of already know at least a little bit about how to swing a sword.
Come, I shall teach you how to swing an axe.
Also know how to swing one of those.
I'll
I
teach you how
like
to...
the group that I'm with has taught me basic proficiency with all the weapons that everyone in that group knew.
Which is all of them.
Good
It's like,
gambit covered.
Yeah, so just were like I think they got it covered.
Your brother's
then
trying to
how to...
bond with you and you're being a shitheel about it.
Right?
I I both leave a player and also the character having a point of I don't know how to do this. How about a friendly sparring match? How's that?
You're not allowed to hit me with a lance weapon.
Yeah, I was gonna say, wait until the Order of the Righteous. Ah, yes, friendly. I'll only break your arm once.
Please
Alright.
no, I've already had my arm broken recently.
Well, at least
And
you're not
yeah,
getting your
no.
butthole tickled by tentacles.
Yeah. You'll be able to have a friendly sparring match with your brother.
Why do I feel like he just mops the floor with my ass?
Just like, I feel like this is a lovely bonding moment between us, brother. Arthur's just bloodied and bruised all over, could barely see out the one eye.
Yeah, real great bonding method. Yeah.
he does do bare knuckle boxing with you.
That's how you settle band disputes. Yeah, tracks.
Yeah. Full contact.
So essentially a back alley fist fight.
That's not true. There's a judge there.
There's a judge in most
Yeah,
back alley
Rosalind's
fist
there.
fights too. It's called God.
Oh, I thought it was the
Right.
crack.
Right, in this case, we at least have Rosin there, such that if I get beaten to a pulp, it's a point of, okay, ow, yeah, no, that's not supposed to bend that way. Rosalind, I
Yep.
might need a hand.
Yes. And they kind of heal you a bit. They're not good at healing as a note.
I figured they wouldn't be, but
You
if it's enough
literally
to
have
at
a
least make it
spell for it. You have a blessing for it. Come on now.
Yeah, I never said they were good at. I just said they weren't good at it. They are a combat-oriented Order of the Righteous.
Hey,
Order of Joan.
Joan, if we learned one thing about the Mercia family, they're very good at fucking around.
That's true.
Right.
Finding out is
My
generally where you
big
get
thing-
them.
my big thing is, what are the pair of yous are gonna say when Arthur shows up and just point of like, yes, I have two older siblings on base apparently.
Oh, cool. Who hit you?
My older brother,
Oh, what was his name again?
Tavern.
And his
He's with
order?
the Order of the Righteous.
Perfect. I'll be
Ah.
back. I'm gonna go for a walk. What are you gonna do? Get that guy who can stop me? What was his name again? Michael McDoesn't exist? Yeah, so
Right.
I go to the Order of the Righteous and I smash him in the fucking face at full extension with a goddamn training staff.
Stop hurting my healer.
Break my healer again, see what happens. Have a nice day.
But in any case, yeah, sparring match with your older brother.
Yeah.
Yay.
I see. A righteous classic.
Go ahead and roll me a intelligence test, though.
Okay.
Roll me 6 of them.
Hmm?
Roll me 6
Oh,
of
6
them.
intelligence.
Yeah.
Okay. Is clever savants allowed on the?
No.
Okay. One to double check. So then that is only the cunning bonus of 10 and the armor. I think I'll first finish up with rolling the collection and then see from there which one I'll pincoin. Fuck it, Doc. Okay, I think that first one I'm gonna try and bone coin. D10. Fuck, I said it's a GM roll.
What is it?
It's a 2.
That's a plus 40.
Okay, so then that would make my first one a success with 2 degrees.
All right. How many successes did you get?
I got 2 degrees, 3 degrees, 4, and that's a flat, and that's a flat. I only failed 1.
All right. Go ahead and gain 5 out of 15 progression towards unlocking unarmed combat.
Now I want to listen to Kiev Awesome's Mumford Band song.
5 of 15. Okay.
And then yeah, you're essentially you guys have a bonding experience, and your sister has your sister have a bonding experience after she heals your wounds.
Puts your face back together.
Right? There's the point of like, I'll give him this. As much as he's as smart as a brick, he punches like one as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. He doesn't do a lot of thinking.
I am seriously questioning how Ross managed to get saved from the Order of the Righteous by those that remember.
I don't know. But and they're gonna kinda like walk you back. Barracks. Good luck.
Yeah. Do you want help with trying to track down the rest?
It's a slow process. I'll let you know if I need any help.
Fair enough. At least I know that there are others now. And was was a delight to actually meet you,
Yeah,
as much as it was a process to try and comprehend it.
it's all good. And yeah, you guys all essentially reconvene around the same time.
Nice.
Arthur,
Mm-hmm.
are you okay? You look somewhat bloodied.
Yeah, I'll be fine. Just met my older brother,
Oh, what's his name?
Tavern,
I see. Which order is he in?
Order of the Righteous.
Oh, I see. Wonderful.
Eyes glint with light. Oh,
Deus Volt intensified. I'm gonna get my my patch, my lapel patch, back from
yes, you're a fallen.
Ross. Did anything happen on your way here?
No, I went unaccosted.
Oh,
Thank
good.
you.
Hmm?
No, just thank you for
Of
that.
course. I think it would be important that what was said there stay between the people that were there. However, that is a secret you can share at your discretion because it is yours.
I'm inclined to agree with you, though.
Mm. In the meantime, I'd like to take a look at what we have in terms of needs. If we're good and we have no necessary acquisitions left in order to be at full readiness. I would like to begin some very thorough training regimens. We'll map out what we want to improve on, and we will intensify our base abilities.
Slowly raise his hand.
Yes.
Uh, just for the, you know, um, brain is fucking exciting me. For the purposes of being straightforward, clear, yeah. Anyways, um, I'm being requisitioned.
Transparent.
Yes, that's the one. Requisitioned by the Forge Master for the next 30 days.
Very well. How long for
Someone
each
lost
day?
a bet.
Hmm.
Yeah. They didn't exactly give an amount of time, but I figured I'd let you know.
All right.
Her expression, if I recall correctly, was that she would run him until she broke him.
Oh, good.
Ross smiles.
I am fine with that. Let her know that I do have you for training exercises for at least 6 hours a day.
Of course.
Good. And whatever happens after that will be, of course, on your own time. Beyond that, I think we've all had some interesting days. Clayton, anything to report? Pumpkin? Vincent?
The two of them like, nah, not here.
Oh, good. Then if nobody has anything else that they need to bring up, you are dismissed for the evening, except for Aurora. Aurora, you and
Oh,
I
my
are going to
soul.
be running until morning PT happens. Do you have your armor on?
Yeah,
All of it?
yeah.
Good. And Joan puts her armor on.
Somebody's making full use of that new blessing, huh?
Yup.
All right, let's take a quick 15-minute break.
80.
Stand up. Shake it out. And yeah, I'll be right back.
All right.
Hey.
Brock, is Joan actually gonna go and beat up Arthur's brother?
Yes.
I feel like that would be a bit of an insult to his manhood, and not to mention, are you sure you want to do that considering the last time you did something similar, the guy decided to propose to you?
Yes. Because I don't care about him trying to propose to me. I'm going to hit him in the teeth with a stick. This will be
Fair
known
enough.
as the Staff of Command. It is the staff I strike you with until you understand who is in command. Actually, I might just go get the Chain of Command.
Oh no, not the chain of command.
Yep.
Chain of command is worse.
What is the word for when you're not rebuking someone, but I'm pretty sure it starts with an RE, and when you're remanding. No, not reprimanding.
Reprimanding. Yeah.
Yes. It's going to do reprimand damage. Yes, I'm going to go pay someone a beating.
I feel sorry for my brother, or Arthur's brother in that case. I'm still trying to gear out of character brain.
And the mind states, but it's not my state of mind. Not as ugly, sad as you. Or am I origami? Stop and just pretend. As a hood is in your hand.
But I still can't believe the luck of that, of basically, literally, first day of rolling D100s. Hey, here's some siblings.
Right. Boop.
Oh, you're rolling to beat up my brother.
Yep. I walk in and I'm like, I'm looking for Tavern. Tavern Mercia. And then if he comes forth, she's like, oh, good. And just wails him in the fucking mouth with a 6 foot of chain.
Oh my. What the things I come back to.
Shadow, I'm not sure if you want to know what you came back to.
I mean, fair enough, but still.
Okay, if you want the actual explanation, Joan is actually going to go and beat up my brother.
Oh, okay.
My healer came in with blood on him.
And it was
Yeah.
his.
Yes, it doesn't matter. He came in with blood on him, and it's a case of he looks fine. And when I asked what happened, he went, I was bonding with my brother, which is, to Joan, the Order of the Righteous version of I fell down some stairs, or I hit myself on a doorknob. So she's like, what's his name, and which order is he in? Oh, okay, cool. And then she's gonna go and fucking just absolutely rip him one.
That is
Yeah,
entirely
because
fair.
Joan has already rolled to hit him and for damage, and it's full. She rolled with 7 degrees of success and a 35 for damage.
Woo! Lucky there. God damn.
She's just
I
gonna
feel like
she's gonna hit him in the that's her first half action.
I severely feel like my brother is gonna when he next sees me, gonna have a point of please just stay away.
Yeah, but here's the thing though. If
That or he's
Order
asking
of
for Joan's
Joan
number.
well, that's the thing. If Order of Joan walks up to the Order of the Righteous, fucking decks him like that, then all the other Order of the Righteous be like, dude, nice.
Right. Like either I am to never speak to my brother again. He's going to ask if he can marry Joan, or if he like go and if she's looking into anyone.
Yeah,
Or
Is she looking for anyone? Not that I know of.
right.
The last person that she
And
seemed to have a soft smile and a kind word for left for the front line, so she might be pining.
right. and, and then Rosin also pointed out how it's become basically the gossip of the orders that Joan tossed Arthur a thing. So the third option is a point of like, way to go, bro, you got a good one. It's just like, what?
I did what now?
There's just going to be a very quiet moment where Joan rolls up and is like, excuse me, I'm looking for a Tavern Mercia. Is he in here? And when he presents himself, she fully lays into him with 6 feet of chain, and that's her first half action to hit him. If he doesn't go down, she's going to hit him again. And she's going to look at him and go, if you touch my healer again, you're going to need one.
Joan's so protective of us.
Yes. Like I said, big mommy vibes.
Again, more than fair, and trust me, Arthur appreciates it. It's also just a point of I thought we were trying to make sure people didn't get the impression that we were interested in each
I
other.
don't give a fuck what they think. I know what I think, and I would do the same for anybody in my squad. If somebody was like, if the other fucking members of the Silver Knight Order were picking on Aurora, 100% Joan would be like, I am now going to break somebody's armor.
Noted.
Don't fuck with Commander Mommy.
Exactly.
Don't fuck. The worst part is true.
So yeah, she's gonna fold a motherfucker up if they get spicy.
That is perfectly fair. Also, why do I foresee Arthur ending up just somehow semi-purposely, semi-accidentally becoming just the skill monkey of the group?
No.
Yeah, I was gonna say, doesn't Joan also have the what's it called, master none, jack of all trades?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's just I can see a point of Arthur ending up getting something similar because, like, first and foremost, there's a point whereby we had to go through training and all that, whereby just, can someone please teach me how to use a sword or a bow?
Mm-hmm.
Please. Make sure that I am actually useful.
You are useful. You are a healer. You are the most useful person on the squad because there is a squad to exist afterwards because of you. Has someone been
Mhm.
talking to you? Have they told you you're not useful unless you can kill people? Who do I need to hurt?
Oh my god. No, I would just prefer to actually be more practically useful at the least for the start of a combat instead of only at the end of one.
Here is a cannon. You will fire this cannon. What you will not do is engage in melee as the healer.
I am fine with not engaging in melee. I just need the ability to defend myself.
And we will do that. We will teach you that. We will teach you to defend yourself and others as a good warrior of the light should. And then we will put you in the back so that the most defending you have to do is shooting things from behind the melee line. And then you shall heal, and it will be good. Eventually, everyone will be able to do everything. But that is a future goal, not a tomorrow goal.
Mhm.
I actually want to look into it to see if there's a way for me to because the moment my main healing thing is a thing that's just centered on me.
Yep.
I would much rather have a point of just like, can I please rather just center it over there?
Yeah, spin that sweet, sweet merit.
Right, but I still need to find out if I would still follow the same thing for the, what was it, spirits? Fuck, my brain can't remember it.
Oh,
I
no.
need to double check what that's gonna be costing me and what I need to put into the thing. Because if I can much rather just have a point of like, yes, I will put the healing circle over there, then I can make sure I stay out of combat.
Right.
Because with the whole thing of what was happening last session, it was very much a point whereby, like, you, Vincent, and Aurora, I think, were taking at least a little bit of damage, I think.
That dude was slapping us around for sure.
Yeah. So, and for me to have been able to get up there and help you guys out, I would have had to get up there.
Yeah.
Whereas if I can build that part of it, it's just a point of, here you go.
Yeah, I would say you could absolutely spend some merit to pick that shit up. Or grab some whatchamacallit.
Yeah. Plus, also,
Spend
I
some downtime
have.
to modify it.
Yeah, and I want to also I want to work on looking a bit more into the martial arts stuff.
Uh huh.
I just I cannot see anything immediately right now that makes sense for Arthur to make.
Okay, so what Arthur's using a bow, correct?
For now, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Someone threatened to get him a gun.
Okay. Well,
Someone.
but ranged weapon is the main
Do
thing.
you want a bow or a
Yeah.
gun? Because these are very different concepts and there are very different options available to them.
Hmm. Plus, if you specify your martial arts into a style, it's free points.
Mm-hmm.
So, like,
Yeah,
all
no,
the stuff I made for Ross requires the use of a staff.
Yeah, no, that's perfectly fine and fair. One of the big reasons why I'm holding off on that is because I'm not entirely sure as to what weapon would make more sense for Arthur to use. Because on the one hand, story-wise, the bow kind of makes a bit more sense because he looked up to adoptive mom.
Yep. Mumra.
Yeah, but practicality-wise, you're probably going to be able to get at least a little bit more damage out of a gun than a bow, at least
Nah,
for the immediate future.
if we make you a good great bow, like we can make you one of those absolute monster Oyumis and make you like an 8 or a 9 foot great bow that has like 150 pound draw on it. And then when you fire that thing, it punches through a building.
Yeah, ruin
Right.
people's
If we
days from blocks over.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we can get something into that working, then by all means I'd be brilliant with having a bow.
Yeah,
Because it just makes more sense for him thematically.
we can absolutely do that. So it's more a case of like what you want, because we can get you some equilibrium style gun kata if you really want it.
Hmm.
Like I think that shit's goofy as all fucking hell, but like the idea of it is just silly. But
But
Yeah,
it's
no, but
fun to
it's
watch.
so fun to watch though, and we could make you a kick-ass cinematic ability out of it.
yeah, but like I just said, if we can, I'd prefer to opt for the bow because it just makes more sense for him.
Yeah, we
Actually,
can.
to that, that gives me an idea. If I'm going to be using bows primarily, why not try and see if I can make a thing with a bow by just make an arrow of like light energy or something like that?
You could, yeah, you could absolutely have a blessing that allows you to fabricate an arrow, and then just be like, ah, I have generated an arrow. Or you could have one that goes, I generate an arrow every round.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Um,
Because
if
I
you
remember that my order head had something similar to that.
tracks, yeah,
Yeah, you can start doing some Urio shit right there. We'll get you some goddamn Quincy powers.
we could get you some kick-ass pimp Quincy powers. I think you mean pimpsy.
Pimpsy, yes, very important.
Seriously though, Uryu made some really stupid decisions in the Quincy arc. It's like, these are the
Yeah,
motherfuckers that killed your mother. Why are you with them? Also,
it's wonderful.
Ichigo really fucking wore that idiot ball proudly when it's like, come on, homie. Your boy's a bitch. He always has been. And you decide that you're going to sit there and just shout his name to try and get him to come back? People are stupid, Holmes. Go whip his ass. You have the punch of brotherly friendship. Like, you literally punched Ulquiorra until he became your friend. You could do this to Uryu as well. But honestly, ooh, like having the Quincy setup wouldn't be a terrible martial art at all because they had a movement ability, they had a strong attack ability in their like light arrows, and then they had a shield ability, like a damage mitigation ability.
Hmm. Honestly, it'd be a pretty sick fucking setup.
Yeah, it's a good combo. What up? Yes, you're welcome.
But yeah, because like by no means do we want me near the front lines. Objectively, as the healer, as the primary healer and support of the group, we don't want me at the front lines.
I'm playing a Wendigo with a muzzle loading rifle in the other game because I'm like, I'm a cleric, I should not be over there.
Mm-hmm.
I took Healing Word because it's like, you know what Healing Word does? It's like a shittier Cure Wounds, but it happens away from me. Yo.
Right. Also, how did you manage to get him to give you a rifle?
I asked. So here's one of the neat things. Yes, you may, son. Here's one of the neat
Right. I
things
also asked
about
him.
that
He said the best I could
particular.
get was a musket.
Yes, well, the type of rifle I have in mind is essentially a musket.
Okay.
Like I say rifle because everything with a stock is a rifle, even if it is a muzzle loading, like powder and ball weapon.
Mm-hmm.
But the DM for that is a fucking like gun and like medieval, not medieval, like war history enthusiast. He wants to get into the nitty gritty that his knowledge provides him in terms of like cool guns and things like that. You would not believe how many times he said the words Springfield trapdoor rifle in the first 30 minutes that I knew him. The answer is not
Yep.
single digits.
Yep. Sounds like Ken.
So really, to get stuff from him, to get stuff from anybody, any DM, really, look at what they enjoy, what their focus and obsessions are, because all DMs have them. All DMs are obsessed with something. Look at what their obsessions and madnesses are, and then go, well, this is the thing that files into that really neatly, and it would go really well with my character. And most DMs will bend over backwards to give you the opportunity to have the thing that they think is cool.
Fair enough. Is Char back yet? Because I feel like we need to explain to him the thrashing that is about to happen.
The thrashing.
Oh, my boy, one of my good boys, came back with wounds or with blood on him, even though he had been moderately healed. So I asked who did it and where they were, and he didn't think anything about telling me. So I went and I got about 6 feet of chain. I went to the Order of the Righteous barracks, and then I asked for Tavern. Tavern Mercia, is he around?
Mm-hmm.
And then I hit him in the face for 7 degrees of success to deal 35 damage. And then I look at his body if he is still conscious. I hit him again. If he is
I see.
on the ground, I look him in the eye and I go, hurt my healer again, and you're gonna need one. And then I walk away with a broken length of chain.
All right. So that's not how this is going to go down completely.
Cool.
Because the rest of the Order of the Righteous is there.
Let them come.
They will.
They absolutely will.
They will.
They may whip my ass, but I will complete my objective.
Oh, they will whip your ass, and they will complete their objective. You'll be waking up the next morning, and so will a shit ton of other people be waking up in folding.
Mm-hmm. That's fine.
Oh my soul.
Honestly,
Oh,
Ross, I think we need to go and bail our commander out of the holding.
I mean, that's fair. But also, why is Aurora keeps on cheering that they don't have to do their PT today?
Yep, Aurora doesn't have to do the PT because somebody.
oh
Somebody
Yeah,
no,
let her out.
that is a tomorrow problem too. Aurora's not getting out of that.
right, but it's the case of today I am free.
There's actually a problem here. You
Hmm.
are going to be talked to about this.
Okay.
Yes, because everything was by the books for that threat, for the beating that Arthur took because he stepped into a ring.
Uh-huh.
And there was people there, there's people watching, he couldn't have died.
Mm-hmm.
Walking up in the middle of a barracks and attacking somebody, that's a different story. You and I both know it.
Yes. Now here's the thing,
Yeah.
and I'm gonna stop you right there because you and I should also both know what happens in that barracks doesn't leave it. That ass whooping,
Right.
when it's laid down on him and laid down on me, that stays in the barracks. We don't tell the non-coms, we don't tell the officers, and they beat my ass, and we quietly go our separate ways.
Right. There's a problem here, though.
That many people, it's gonna end up getting noticed.
Doesn't, not really.
No. The problem here is
The co-base commander.
yeah, it's gonna get told.
Or code-based commanders.
Well, no, it's specifically Lord Regent is a Order of the Righteous.
Right, but again, you don't tell the officers shit. Everybody from private up knows that. You get that in boot camp. You don't
Yeah.
tell the officers shit. They're not your
Right.
friends. They're not here for you.
They're not there for you. But you guys, you will be detained.
Okay. I mean, like, if that's the thing that you're dictating happens, that's fine. I don't think that it would be a major production.
You will be detained. You're going to be asked what happened by Commander Agnes.
And the follow up there is we all should say the same thing, which is there was a misunderstanding, it's been handled.
Ironically, no, that actually isn't what happens, unfortunately.
Really?
Yeah.
Lay this out for me then, because I would like to know, like, if. I'm trying to work off of. Sorry, go ahead. You had something to say.
Well, I was gonna say, because like I understand where you're at, Farak, because like at a base, everybody's all there on the same page, but that's because you're all like in like the U.S. military. It's all very much like under the same understanding of things. Order of the Righteous, though, it's very much about Order of the Righteous. So I think
the
they're
follow-up is that these were the same things that happened, or my counterpoint is these are the same things that happened when I was doing my training on an Air Force base. We got into it with the airmen. Nobody told command anything.
I mean, that's
Right,
fair.
because you still had some degree of understanding of being on the same side. I've gotten a lot of hints that with this, everyone still works with each other, mostly as a point of like, we can't afford to be fighting on two fronts, but I am not your friend.
So how it turns out, because you didn't know this. So one of the big things is everyone in the Order of the Righteous, everyone in the Order of Joan, if you are not within a combined squad, you bunk just with your order. Everyone from the Lord Regent, down, all bunks in the same place.
That's a different conversation then.
Yes.
Because that is the origin of this conversation then goes, hey, come meet me in the ring. And then it's an ass whooping.
Yes, because everyone within the same, that's what I was going to say. Everyone in the same order from the top down bunks in the same location.
Gross.
Yes, unless you're in a mixed squad, which does happen, which they have their own barracks then.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So basically, unless you're in the same thing as our group, you're in your orders barracks.
Mm-hmm. Because that's really weird because when we were in barracks, like when we were doing all of our like basic training and stuff, the drill instructors were technically on site, but they were in a sealed section. Even when we were out in the field, the drill instructors had their own space that we were not allowed in, and it was secured. When I was in fleet, even when we were like the officers and stuff, like the non-coms almost never lived on base, or at
Oh
least
yeah,
not
no.
in the same section that we did. So the idea of them all being in the same barracks room is really weird.
Yeah. Well, the same barracks building. Um, there is certain like how to say there is like cadet level. There is and like it goes up, and the higher up in the building you are, the more important you are. The Lord Regent
See, that makes sense.
has an entire floor just to himself.
Yeah, see that makes more sense. Because when I think of barracks, it's essentially a long hallway with a bunch of beds in it.
Yeah, no, it is. So barracks in this case is referring to the building itself, and everyone just has a floor that I get to sleep on.
Okay.
Um,
Ugh.
and so that is the difference here.
And they still go and tattle to daddy when he's on a completely different floor?
Um, Very much they could, yeah.
Okay.
Especially if you're from a different order going into the barracks, you're scrutinized more.
Mm-hmm. No, see, that makes
Um,
sense, because, like, even
Um,
different companies would still eyeball each other funny.
Now I'm actually curious, and I feel the need to ask, which floor is my brother on? Like, what is his respective rank?
um, I'm gonna double check here and make sure. I have to remember military ranks real quick. None. Uh, he would technically count as I guess the best way of putting it is he sits at like between like an E9 and a W1. So
Okay.
between a sergeant major and a warrant officer.
So I would like to pause right there, because a warrant officer usually comes from the ranks of E6s to E7s.
Yeah.
Very rarely do you ever see an E8 or an E9, because an E8 is like a 20-year like pathway, and
Yeah.
nobody outranks an E9 ever.
Yeah. Okay, so then, because I know he's not.
If he is a highly placed non-commissioned officer, which is to say he's not an actual
Yeah.
like officer, but he's in charge of people, you have like sergeants who are sort of like squad commanders. You go up from that, you have like staff sergeants and things of that
Okay,
nature.
so I guess the best way of putting it, as far as like the current how it translates into the real world, like Marine military,
Mm-hmm.
he would sit at like because he's in squad, he's in charge of a platoon.
Right, that would be a platoon sergeant. So you're talking about an E5 or an E6.
Yeah.
Maybe an E7 at the top shelf, but those guys are usually in charge of a little more than that.
Yeah.
Okay, so he got some rank on him.
He has some rank on him.
Cool.
Because I always have to remember there's a difference between enlisted and like warrant officers.
Yeah, so warrant officers are sort of a weird midway gap, but
Yeah.
like E8s and E9s are the sort of people who are like, we want to pay you to keep staying in the military after the point where you should be able to retire because you are that valuable to the running of an environment. I
Yeah.
personally knew an E9 who spoke for me at my court martial. And that was one of the reasons I did not get a bad conduct discharge.
Yeah. And so essentially what it is, he is in charge of a specialized offense team.
Mm-hmm.
So which is why it's like he's kind of like a warrant officer, but he's not a warrant officer.
Kind of a big deal.
Yeah.
Okay, that also explains a bit more as to why people went to go and grab the code base commander then, because like you're going and trying to beat up someone that's kind of high up there.
Yeah. And that's fine, honestly.
Okay.
At that juncture, knowing what we now know, I would be like, hey, come meet me on the mat. We need to talk. And that would be a very different conversation. Because the point is that this is a between me and him thing, maybe between me and his friends thing. It's not a we're going to make something of this right now, boy, kind of thing. Because if you get to the point where you're calling the MPs, you've done something wrong. We had a guy who got hospitalized by another company. We didn't call the MPs. We met their asses in the quad, and it was like, think like the Jets versus the Sharks level, like gang combat, basically. There were like 80 of us that showed up. We had people who lived out in town because they were married who showed up that day and decided they just really needed a smoke in the quad today. Like, I've been part of that kind of fight before. You don't call the MPs. You don't call the officers.
Yeah.
Right, but more importantly, I think the actual question is here, can we make the adjustment for Joan to have called my brother and had a point of me on the mat?
Yes, he would be wondering why.
Yep.
Or he steps on the mat. Why are you calling me out here?
And the short answer is because my healer showed up with blood on him. And she totally understands as a like person that this is siblings, they were bonding, things happen. He was healed, so this wasn't an ass kicking. She's putting a very specific line in the sand of like, that's fine. If you start getting ideas and hurt my boy, I'm going to come after you. It's like, he's not just yours.
Yeah. The response there would be very simple. There would be a very quick and terse conversation between him and you're assuming one of his like it wouldn't be his officers, would it? No.
Squad leaders or
squad leaders, yeah. And he's just gonna like message received. Because he doesn't know who you are.
That's fair. I don't expect him to.
Right? But people do know who you are. But he's not going to step onto the mat with you.
Okay.
Because he understands that if he steps onto the mat with you and he beats your ass,
that's problems.
Yes. Then there's going to be
if he's
the Joans, the two other Joans that are on base won't let that stand.
Yeah, this would be leading into that gang fight.
Well, that's the thing, right? Is it's a big difference between going, all right, we're gonna jump this guy because it's funny and we think we own the smoke pit, versus like, hey, we're settling a moment here.
Yeah.
That was why the initial idea was go to the squad bay, have that conversation. Nobody else needs to get involved, and everyone takes it to their graves.
Yeah. Because it will this could very quickly accelerate into the base fighting itself.
Fair.
And if you still want to push it, he'll try and beat your ass.
If he looks at me and goes, message received, after somebody whispers in his ear, hey, maybe don't fuck with this chick,
Mhm.
that's fine.
Yeah.
Um,
Go ahead.
no, that was it.
Yeah.
Like that is a point that is acceptable. It is along the lines of like, you are not allowed to abuse my squad member, and I will make something of it if he comes home broken.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. All right. That is cleared up.
All right, then we're good. Then we can have Aurora do our running.
She comes back. Oh no, you're home so soon there, Joan.
Mhm.
Oh,
No, Joan, what are you doing here so soon?
Why aren't you in your armor, Aurora?
Because I thought you'd be in holding right now.
I'm sure you did. Unfortunately, someone has an incredible modicum of common sense given the nature of most people in their order. So we settled things amicably.
I
It's time to
see.
start running, Aurora.
Huh.
She's speaking quietly and slowly. I feel like we should all be scared.
Note to self: requisition smoke bombs.
Oh, Aurora, do you think I can't see through one of those?
all that would do is make my eye sting, and then I'd be upset about that.
I'd be mildly peeved about my eyes stinging.
Hey, Ross, how about we continue with that reading and writing lesson?
That's fair.
After all, things kind of got a bit derailed today.
Truly.
DM,
Hmm?
I'm going to run Aurora around the base at a nice leisurely sprint
Yep.
all day and all
Yep.
night.
Yep. Go ahead
Uh,
and roll me toughness.
okay. And I will do it secure in the knowledge that I'm going to get a good
Sorry.
night's rest.
Go ahead and roll me an athletics with a toughness base.
Gotcha. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Abracadabra. Weird question, and I don't think so, but I thought I'd throw it out there. Does my blessing of Gaia help at all?
No. Ah,
Okay. I got the 4.
they got a -1.
Oh, good.
And you guys are huffing and puffing as you're moving along.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. Uh, people are learning how to read and write. People are running. Ross.
Mm-hmm.
Over the course of the next 30 days, your you have to donate 1 scene to going over and dealing with the forge.
That is fair.
So, as a note, you guys are still have 25 days left in here before your first mission.
Okay. I would like to seize at least one downtime scene
Mhm.
out of every day in regards to essentially training the squad up. Doing a lot of like physical work to improve stats.
Hmm.
Doing like marksmanship and hand-to-hand drills, that sort
Hmm.
of thing.
Understood? So that means everyone's going to have. That means you guys. So, words. Shadow,
Everybody
you're going to
has
have one.
everybody. Yeah.
Shadow has one downtime scene. Everyone else has 2 downtime scenes that they could do with as they please.
Yeah. Everybody has 300. I have 150 for downtime actions.
Yes.
Yeah. Um.
As notes, during the mandatory downtime training, you guys can train whatever skill you like and add those progression check marks.
So we don't have to pass a roll,
You
we
do not.
just succeed.
Yes, I
Mhm.
do not like the fact that Blat's like, oh, you have to pass the roll. Like,
Mhm.
why? It's like, because you don't know if you succeed at training. I'm like, yes, you do.
You're making progress. Even if you fuck it up, you're making progress.
He
Yeah,
did
like, but what if you?
also change the nature of that in the Tuesday game because he's got it so that when we're at a base, like when we're at our home base, we actually only we just like succeed. We just add the downtime actions to the success pool automatically. It's like when we're
Yeah,
doing things out in the field that it becomes a problem.
yeah. So that being said, uh, for our dear Shadow, you're going to spend an every day at peak exhaustion.
Oh boy, what does that mean?
That means if you gain any other exhaustion during that day, you start to just taking a stacking -10 to all your rolls.
Alright. So we
Fucking
have
noted.
6 times 25. So we have, you said 150 of those actions, those
Shadows
300
put the math
actions.
for it in the roll 20.
Yeah. So essentially I'm taking
Mm.
150 of those actions to train the squad out of our bulk of 300.
Yeah,
Well, no, that's so your training regimen is 150.
Yes.
300 is for the other two, which people just use freely.
Yes.
Mine is taken up by the forge.
Yeah, so you only
Yeah.
have you
What?
have 150, everybody else has 300 that they can all fuck with because I'm taking 150.
Yes.
That's fine. Yeah, the math is all there. It's just funkified.
Fuck.
Funky cold and Dina. So to be clear, DM, setting the the way the leveling up of attributes works or characteristics, whichever you want to call it,
yeah.
that is specifically based on excuse me, um, the progression that is normal in the purchasing of them.
Let me double check here. Wow.
Cost of training characteristics. Oh, it's right here. Alrighty.
Yes, I just have to check, make sure I actually. I put that. Archetypes, communication, race the new order. Yeah. I actually didn't do that. Essentially, just tick everything up by 1.
Okay. So the
Or is
idea
it?
would be that if we're training a characteristic up to 30, it would be 4 downtime actions.
Okay, actually, 1 second.
Is that what I'm seeing?
So sorry. Yeah. No. You kick everything down 1, not up 1.
Okay, so it would be 2 downtime actions to train a characteristic up to 30.
Yeah.
All right.
Because your body should be based at essentially 40 is considered what you guys are based at.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense.
It's like Aurora is also going to spend a lot of time kicking up their ballistic skill.
Mm-hmm.
Fair point.
So essentially, the way I'm dividing it up is 50 points to put into either your weapon or ballistic skill, because we're doing a lot of combat drills, and that includes marksmanship training and hand-to-hand training. And then we're doing a lot of like athletic work, so another 50 DTs would go to strength, toughness, or agility that you can put in however you want.
And as a note, it is 6, 12, 18, 24 DTA for training a skill.
Copy.
Hit me one more time for that skills.
6, 12, 18, 24.
Got it.
And then what is the cost to grow light? Can we do that as a downtime to enhance our blessing pool?
So to enhance your blessing pool, you actually can't do that as a downtime.
Okay.
That is very much merit or reward based.
Okay. So then at that juncture, that could be turned to skills.
And that can be turned to skills, yes.
Okay. Then we will just put that last 50 DTs. Boom. There you go. And that is essentially Joan has sat down. She's built out sort of like lesson plans for everybody. And she essentially has set it up so that everybody's working essentially all day. And then at the end of a day night cycle, she is going and empowering people with Sentinel's Watch so they don't need to sleep. And she is using her prayer to light to enhance anybody that needs, or to resupply anybody that needs it. Or if nobody needs it because they're not using it, she's going to put it into Pumpkin to resupply his well.
Mm-hmm.
So if he does not need, or if over the course of these 25 days you as the DM determine that he doesn't need to fill that up, or that we don't need that light for anything else, then he would get, I think he has 5 points in his light.
Yeah. So he's essentially getting 10 points a day.
He'd be getting 10 points a day.
Which does put him like up there as far as his next shot goes.
Yeah, that's 250.
Mm. So I'm gonna make that note down. Which is a lot, but not enough.
Yeah, no,
There's
it's
only so
perfectly
much
fair.
you
I
can do.
mean, yeah, because I mean, the gun that he used, that particular weapon is just fuck you.
Yeah, it's a
New
beast.
weapon.
Mhm.
But in any case, do we want to start getting to the meat of dealing with all these?
Yeah. Just Joan's acquisition of your time is already put into the game chat. Because that is her pushing training on everybody.
Requirements for being with Joan.
Yep. Da-da-da-da. It's the motherfucking DOG.
So,
Alright, so
beyond that, what are people's wanting to do as individual actions?
Don't everyone jump forth at once.
All right,
Sorry, I'm doing
Arthur, what do you
calculator
want to
math.
do?
That's 20.
What do I want to do? Well, first and foremost, make sure that I can fully learn how to read and write. That's at the top of my list.
That's fair.
After that, I think I'm probably going to. I'm probably going to work on my navigation or operation of surface. So, looking over maps and whatnot, making sure I'm familiar with certain areas at the very least, figuring out how to figure that shit out. If at all possible, I will go to Clayton and have a point of please teach me how to use a vehicle.
Sure. He doesn't mind teaching you. Clayton is more than willing. You get to learn how to drive. It's fun.
Awesome.
It's not easy.
I figured it wouldn't be.
As a note, there is no power steering here.
You get forearms like a whale scrotums trying to turn that wheel.
Again, I figured they wouldn't be power steering. Okay, let me double check that I have my stuff sorted out. Reading and writing, then navigate / operate nation of surfaces.
As a note, I always recommend stealth, survival, and awareness in this game.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
I'm trying to make sure that I can try and keep track of everything. I've already got a little bit of stealth and survival, so I probably go and work a little bit more on the survival side of things. Hell, you know what? If Joan has managed to arrange for us to get those like copies of the information on the various enemies and whatnot, I'll sit and go through that.
All right. You can get a check mark in a scholastic knowledge called Codex Monstrositas. Codex Monstrositas will allow you to roll to see what you know about your enemies, be it the briar, beast, or vampire.
Okay. Awesome.
As a note, Codex Monstrositas, it is for tier 1 through 3 enemies. After that, you have to get the Codex Vampirus.
Also, you get specialization basically.
Yeah, because at that point they have to start they start specializing things, and they're like, oh, you're gonna be less likely to find these. They put them in a different book, and there's less known
Fair
about
enough.
them.
Fair enough. I would like to also make a point of setting aside a portion for like checking the surrounding areas, such that like we're most likely to be sent to areas such as this place or this place. Hey,
Okay,
what are some like okay things in these areas?
define okay things.
If I eat it, I'm not going to immediately get sick and die.
Ah, yes. So here's what you got. You got cactus. You got rattlesnake.
Right, but like that's very much the point of like setting aside the time for that looking into survival.
Yeah. Now, as a note, you guys are in a desert area.
Mhm.
There is literally just cactus and rattlesnake here for you to eat, and bird, lizard,
Bird.
and that's what you got.
Mhm.
So, yeah, four course,
Yeah.
four main things on your meal table,
Yeah.
and
Plus, alternatively, sorry.
one of them's just for drinking.
Yeah, but another thing that I was also thinking of as part of that survival is like going to Vincent and having a point like, "Hey, Vincent, you deal with tracking and shit like that. Care to help me out?"
Fair. But no, like as far as you looking around for what's good to eat and stuff, what can help you survive, the answer is not much.
Mm-hmm. That's fair. I'm mostly trying to capitalize on survivability.
hmm
Um,
Anything else?
yes, I'd like to work on train. Well, I can probably work on those during during Joan's training, can't I? I probably
Any
work on dodge
training
and
you put in,
parry.
that you can, but anything you put in extra after that is what you put in extra.
Mm-hmm. Um, I'm probably also going to work a bit more on my logic since my primary logic is coming from my order. Let's try and see if I can like get a hold of a book that explains some of the other orders' logic behind stuff and stuff like that.
You won't find anything like that. Okay, hold on. Define logic here. I need you to define this one for me.
Okay, so um, my order very much had a case whereby if like how do I express this? My order very much, as far as I can understand, had a case of um anyone who needs something can go and get the thing. Like we're trying to capitalize on being able to move quickly and get shit done. Meanwhile, you have Joan's order and Ross's orders that both have had different ways of looking at things. Basically, a point of trying to find out more about how their orders looked at stuff to get an understanding as to like, okay, so this is how these orders look at these things.
Ah, yes. Here you go. It's called a Bible. You know this Bible well.
Fair
Bible.
enough.
Like, I don't know what you're wanting there, babe.
No, that's fair. Honestly, I probably did not do the most ideal job of trying to express it properly because I can't really express shit at this point.
That's fair. So like, are you trying to figure out like their doctrine on?
Sorry?
Are you trying to figure out their doctrine?
Like how the order teaches people, like their sort of ideology.
Yeah, part of that is what I'm trying to figure out.
Ah, okay, that's
Yeah,
very
that's very
simple.
much your point.
That's-
You get to go. You should spend your Sundays going to mass,
Ah,
and you get stared at mostly by the religious orders.
Tree hugger.
There's a goddamn tree hugger here.
Honestly, you'd half expect him to have a point. It's more so just like, yes, come, we will indoctrinate you into our way.
Yes, but the skepticism always comes first, don't you know?
Two of 20. So do I need? I don't need to roll against these when I was saying that I was treating my my weakness from my flaw, right? Or do I need to roll those still?
You do need to roll those.
Okay.
Because flaws I will count as you can fail that. It just depends on how long it takes for you to get past that.
But if that's the case, then
And I need.
if that's the case, then I'll just probably work on stealth. Try and make sure that I can actually hide, especially now that I've got the whole suit, the suit of armor. Try and adapt how I hide to actually work with that.
All right. Beyond that, I think here. Yeah. So got it. Shadow, what are you doing?
I mean, first things first. What like do I know anything about what's going on with the Forge stuff, or I'm just coming back fucking tired because of that?
Oh, yeah. So in the forge, what happens is really simple. You get told, pick this up, put this down. Pick this up, put this down. Come over here, attempt to hit this. Got it. Here, carry this. And as a note, okay, you see her pick something up, like a smelting crucible, put it into the flames,
Mm-hmm.
barehanded,
Damn. Okay.
and you see her use light to infuse into her hands. She picks up that same bowl.
Mm-hmm.
Um, um, so Leo as times 15. Um, but you actually get to sit there and watch a forge master actually kind of work. Um, you actually get to meet her apprentice as well.
Oh, okay.
So I'm actually gonna put that in here.
An eminently more agreeable fellow.
Oh. Well, all right. I'm just saying, there's like
It's also her
all.
daughter.
Oh, okay. So it's not an Order of Stone thing. It's just a familial thing. Okay,
I
cool.
was gonna say, is this the order of
Yeah,
short
'cause
stacks?
honestly, fair.
Um, so I don't know. You don't have to count the degrees of success. You just need to count them as success or fails.
Okay.
For Rock.
Okay.
Oh.
Um,
Hold on. For what now?
for your words, overcoming your flaw.
Right. No, I only got 3 under 25, because you said I'm taking
Mm.
half my strength as a penalty score.
Yeah.
So I upped my strength to 50.
Okay. But okay, so pivoting back.
Mhm.
Uh, so yeah, as a note, she is literally just you're working as a forge apprentice at this point. Um, for days on end, alongside her daughter.
Hmm.
Uh, so you can actually get a skill in smithing.
Oh, nice.
Um, but that's all you're really going to be learning here is smithing.
Okay. I was just trying to figure out so I adjust accordingly.
Yeah. And by the end of it, you actually see her slowly put together this refined blackstone. Um, so in the process though, you see her actually take unrefined blackstone or unrefined dark iron and refine it. And
Hmm.
you'll roll me an logic test here.
4.
All right. You're not really able to get the technicalities of it down, but you realize the refinement process for dark iron is actually using, as you're crafting it, using points of blessing and into the material itself.
Okay.
That is why when you're trying to use your blessings and sigils on it, on the refined dark iron, it was actually rejecting it.
Because it wasn't being applied to the way it likes it.
Well, not only that, their own blessings reinforce it. So you're having to fight not only dark iron, but you're having to fight her of her blessings as well.
Oh, okay.
Um, so when people make these refined dark iron, uh, either weapons, walls, or armor, it's literally coded in blessings,
Hmm.
not just from uh, them inscribing it, but through them refining it.
Okay. Okay.
Um,
Okay.
you also are going to gain a talent for resistance fire here.
Nice.
Nice indeed.
I'm going to ask you, do you have any questions here as you're watching this happen?
Uh, actually, yes. And see, this is why I'm glad I asked this first. I'm wondering, like, even having to come back, like, besides the required amount of time, like maybe even more towards like the end of it when he's starting to get used to the whole ordeal and whatnot, coming back and trying to like because we already determined that like learning directly is the wrong way to go about blessings, but sort of adapt a sigil in the way that they sort of bless what they're forging.
Now, you can. I'm going to let you know the cost, how they do it.
Okay.
And I'm going to let you know your base cost is going to start at double that.
Okay.
Their cost is 20.
Okay. Ooh, that's an investment.
It is.
But also,
That is the base cost for them to use their blessing. Um, Now the bullet behind the walls, she's a master, and so she uses 10.
got it. All right. She's got an art of it.
Yes. But yours will start at like 40 points to be able to do it.
Yeah, we're a bit short on that. We got a blessing pool of 4. We got some way to go on that.
But here's the catch, right?
Hmm.
You can actually learn some of her other blessings.
Okay.
Um, an example is you can learn her. It's called the blessing of the forge touch, which essentially allows you to absorb fire damage.
Hmm.
So it depends. You want to learn some of her other blessings and not her like high end blessings.
I mean, I think that's the main thing is that Ross is like, besides the fact that Joan already sort of mentioned wanting people to learn blessings as it were, but
Mhm.
like also taking an interest, like sort of getting used to like this is not a struggle anymore. This is something of interest. Um I think yeah, he definitely be paying attention to some of those other blessings and seeing how he can adapt what he understands of sigils to do something like.
All right. So what you can kind of tell is um their blessings are self-reinforcement blessings.
Hmm.
So when they pick up something hot, they are using their blessing to reinforce their body to be able to withstand the heat of like liquid metal.
Gotcha. Okay.
There's one point where you see the master just dip her hand into the molten heat, um,
Hmm.
and spin it to make sure she doesn't have any um, unmelted chunks in there.
Yeah. Okay.
So a lot of her techniques are about reinforcing her own body. So you just have to make sigils that reinforce your body to do certain things.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Um, a common one being reinforcement of heat.
Hmm. So reworking the sigil of fire to less expel it and more of a redirection of it.
Kind of, yeah.
Okay.
Or a mix of I know I gave you a reinforcement sigil.
Mm,
One sec.
I was gonna say I have fire, ice, air, and earth.
Fair. So yeah, it would basically be like a mix of a sigil of fire
Hmm.
and a sigil of air, honestly.
Okay. Okay. So how much downtime would it take to work on making new sigils?
So new sigils is going to take you roughly. So the creation of a new blessing is going to take you 6 downtime actions.
Okay, I can do that.
Because creating a new blessing is different than increasing your blessing pool.
Yeah, entirely fair.
So in case anyone wants to make new blessings here, they can also readjust for that.
And
Give me
how much
those
does it
numbers again.
And 6 downtime scenes create a new blessing.
Okay.
and how much is it to increase your pool?
You cannot increase your pool.
Yeah, all right.
What about for modifying a existing blessing?
Uh, It is 3 downtime to modify.
So, like, to
Okay.
add new charges to my prayer to light ability would be 3 downtimes each, right?
Uh, yes.
Okay.
And if I wanted to make it be that my gifts of Gaia is not centered on me, and I can actually pick to like center it somewhere else, would also be 3 heat down
Yes.
times.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so what would that like reinforcement against fire sigil look like?
So what it would do is it would give you um there's a few things you can do. You can have it give you like armor like 50 against fire.
Oh shit. Okay.
But um the catch there, it is very specifically armor 50 against fire.
Yeah. So you have to like tune it for what you need it to do.
Mhm.
Okay. And what, like one blessing point and a reaction?
One blessing point and a half action.
Got it.
Would you allow me to modify the ability that says that, to modify my prayer to light so that I can affect someone more than one time per day in this fashion?
No,
Okay,
that one I'm gonna be very restrictive on.
cool. I figured that's why I asked before I did it.
Yeah.
Okay. Uh okay. So a lot of like what I already have down that doesn't take like anything else. Lots of working on my magic skills and working on my intelligence. This is some fucking book learning shit.
So,
If you can also pick up the Scholastic uh, Codex Monstrositas.
Oh right, you did mention that. And that gives us
just lets you roll on
yeah.
what monsters are. And how much is that to pick up?
6 downtime actions.
Okay, sorry. I know you said that. I just. It's a skill thing. Got it. 6, 12, so that's 18. What would be the price to acquire talents or upgrade talents?
Um, so to acquire a talent, depends on the talent you're wanting.
Um, so I was looking at exceptional aptitude.
Mhm.
You choose offense, defense, or utility, and then talents and skills that fall under this chosen aptitude get an extra +10 or reduce their penalty by -20, or reduce
I
up to
see.
a -20 penalty to 0.
Okay.
I was also looking at potentially getting heavyweight.
I'm gonna say the stars the stars times 5 and downtime scenes.
Downtime scenes. Okay.
Okay, and what would be the cost to improve it?
Um, to improve it, to improve it. All right, I think I'll make it costs. So as a note, I put it in the DTS.
Ah,
Mm-hmm.
nice.
So buying it is star cost times 5 in downtime scenes.
Yep.
To improve it is cost times 3 in downtime scenes.
Woof.
This is for buying a positive quality.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah. So there's that. Go there. And then pick up that. Okay. Then I'm going to spend some downtime scenes and pick these up because they seem like really nice things to have. Got that +1 size now, guys.
Hooray for size.
Hooray for thickness.
Being down with the thickness.
Yeah. And I think this is healthy-ish. We'll find out.
Yeah.
Da-da-da.
Out of curiosity, because I'm trying to remember, and clearly I didn't put in my fucking notes. You said, as I remember it, the Order of Stone and the Order of uh, Mechanicus Machinery,
Mechanized order. Yeah,
Mechanized Order. Thank you. They still fire requisitions for materials, but it works differently.
they do.
Okay. Because I'm wondering if I should be investing in this smithing skill, because if I remember correctly, Clayton was just like, I'll make a fucking golem, I'll make some cars, but repairing out in the field is a different matter.
Yeah,
And he said he wasn't big into weapons either, right?
yeah.
Okay. Because that might be a good shore up for our stuff then.
Okay. So,
I mean, I'm open to thoughts and opinions.
you're wanting to do what now? I'm sorry.
I figured because now I have access to trade smithing that if I invest into it, that'll help with some of our, like, if we need niche things, since Clayton doesn't do repairs or makes weapons and whatnot.
Okay. I mean, yeah, I don't have a problem with that. Might be a little difficult to not be able to read technical manuals, but or
What do you mean? I
write
can read
down
them. I just
notes. Oh yeah, you
it's,
can't write down notes.
yeah, it's gonna say everything's all kept up in the memory tiles.
That's fair. Um, all right. And you said, just that I'm clear, DM, you said that to improve a thing is triple its star cost.
Yeah, instead of 5 times.
Woof. Okay. So something that had a star cost of 2 would be 6 downtime actions.
Downtime scenes.
Downtime scenes. Okay.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, Lee's passing out.
Oh, fair.
Yeah. And I'm like, this is not bad because I was going to stop after this. So we can start fresh
Well,
with you
I
guys.
did want to do a bunch of roleplay stuff, and this might be a good time for it so that we're not having to sit and listen to me talk.
Yeah.
Also,
But the
I
idea
am
was
2 by
like,
2 now.
let's see. The idea was like, you guys are going to be at a point where, not that you can't do anything, but like you're gonna have this like month of training before you do something. When you go to do something, it's gonna be the next session,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Makes sense.
And of course, during the time you guys would have been doing tactics training.
Of course.
Yeah, that's what the roles and stuff that I had everyone doing were for. Was when I stole their time, was doing drills and things.
Yeah.
Unless there's more going on that we don't know about.
Mm-mm.
Okay. So are you looking to end the session right here, or do you want to cover these
No,
last 25
we can
downtimes?
we can always cover the last like 25 down times or like role play stuff or whatever you're wanting to do.
Mm-hmm.
But it was like, and he was like, when you go to bed, I'm like, we're not going to be doing anything for you here, so you can just pass out.
Oh yeah, copy. Alright, via con lidos. Ha ha ha, I made a pun.
Good job.
It was not a good one. But yeah, okay. It's all good. Do you have any downtimes that you're wanting to do roleplay stuff with? For Ross?
I mean, nothing in particular, depending on how Char wants to react to it. Because, like I said, at a certain point, Ross basically went back on his own free will to do more smithing stuff.
Just kept going.
Fair? I don't know. The daughter's a lot nicer than the mom.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
No.
And almost as stacked.
So yeah. Oh my god.
Ha.
Heaven's Official Blessing Season 2 came out.
Ooh.
See, why can't you stream these shows instead of fucking incredibly boring ones about incredibly dysfunctional families that still manage to be better than mine?
I mean, you have to be oddly specific there.
No, that's fair. I can always stream anime that I'm watching, which is I'm giving a disgraced noble lady I rescued a crash course in naughtiness.
Fucking light novel
Fuck.
titles.
God. Isekais are fucking weird these days. uh,
Also, Char, did
Yeah.
we get any merit?
Oh yes, one sec.
give me that sweet, sweet merit.
Give me that good, good.
Give it to me.
Especially now that I'm finally spending it.
Right? I've spent it on so many like minor improvements.
See, I haven't, and I really need to, because I recognize that you guys are better acclimated with the things that make it go, like make the system work for you.
10 merit, guys.
10 merit.
Nice. That covers the cost of cunning.
It does. And I have it. You have cunning too. We're all very cunning people here.
Yes, I decided cunning might be a good thing, especially since magic is int based, and I'm not very fellowship focused.
Right? I actually spent the downtimes to improve it, so now my cunning gives me a plus 20, but since it's a utility talent, it actually gives me a plus 30. I have
Nice.
just a raw plus 30 on my fellowship tests. Excuse me,
Fucking
no, I have more than that because I also took leader, so I have a plus 40 because of that. Except that leader is a completely different talent that is also utility, so it gives me another plus 10.
nice.
So I have a plus 50 to any fellowship test and an additional plus 50 to command tests. When
Mhm.
I give you an order, you damn well hear it.
Fucking nice.
And then if it's politics invested, I get an additional plus 30 to scrutiny or command tests. So I can wield in anger a plus 130 in a command test.
Hell yeah.
And now that I've got a semi-decent command bonus, I can start building up High Lord Tyrion style powers where like everybody that's following my orders, when I give orders on the battlefield or when I make a command test, everybody that's on my side starts getting them bonuses.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Because that's one of the things I'm going to do for Gabriel.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Speaking of fellowship stuff, though,
Yeah.
oh mighty DM-based one,
Yeah.
I'm gonna spend 25 downtimes
Mhm.
just doing politics stuff and getting in good with people and smoothing ruffled feathers and generally being a presence that people want to have around.
Okay. Um. I'm assuming you have over 100 on your command test at this point.
I have over 100 on my command test at this point. As of this juncture, if I am making a command test, that is a 220.
Nice. Um. So this is what I'm going to do.
Yep.
Let's hear it.
I am willing. I'm going to have you roll 25d100 then.
Okay.
A 1 here will not give you an ability, but it will give you an opportunity here.
Cool. Now,
Or
go ahead.
it will uh, I will allow you to double your, or it will double your standing with a faction within here, within this place.
Okay.
Um, so, as a note, there is one of every known faction here.
Okay. Do you have a list of factions?
It is literally all the orders.
Okay. So it's just the orders. Makes
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah.
Real quick,
Mhm.
backtracking a step. I had to make a bunch of rolls to improve my ability to not shatter things that I hold in my hand. And I got
Yes.
2 ones in there. Do those matter?
Yes. So what those will do is, how do I want to do this here? Because this is not to break things. So what those 2 ones are going to do is going to, your first one will finish off the training for that.
Okay.
Okay. And your second one, because currently it is, you make a toughness test, correct?
No. So the way Swoley Bible worked is I can add my strength bonus twice, and I can,
Yeah.
whenever I roll a strength bonus, I can add it to damage if I want, but if I fail, I make a toughness test to avoid taking the degrees of failure in wounds, as I basically overexert myself.
Yes.
At least that is,
Your
I
second,
believe, the way it was written.
what it's going to do is you're only going to take your half your degrees of success in wounds.
Okay. Let me come down here and
Um,
look at it real quick.
um, because I kind of had an idea how I was wanting it to go.
Oh, here it is. Yes. So I make a toughness test, and if I fail, I take wounds equal to the degrees of failure on the toughness test.
Right.
So essentially, you're just halving that.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, so that'll cut that down to half the degrees of failure. Copy. Cool. Does that mean then that I have 4 additional downtime actions available to me?
Yes.
All right. So I have 29, which honestly, we'll just pour them on the pile. So we will make 29 D100.
Get those ones.
Boom. Not a single one.
Damn.
Can
Surprise is
I
good.
re-roll some of these?
Like that fucking 99.
Right. Well, I've got 2 fate points a day, and if we go 18. What, son?
Are you done recording?
No. That's why I'm still talking into my headset.
Are you done with the game?
And the voices respond now.
Voices.
So essentially, I would get 4 re-rolls out of this.
You may use those 4 rerolls.
I would love to use these 4 re-rolls. Wow.
Is there a 100 in there?
There are no 100s in there, but there are also no 1s. I did get a couple of single digits, but nothing spicy.
All right. So here's the question: would you like these to go distributed evenly amongst the 11 orders?
11 orders. Damn, if only I could squeeze out 3 more downtime actions. Oh well. I'm. Who am I currently the least liked with?
Um, Ironically, you're the least liked with Pumpkin's order.
The Night Watch?
Yes.
Why?
Um, well, their name starts with an A and an R.
It's Arthur twice.
Aaron doesn't like me?
No, Arthur and Ross.
Oh, yeah, that tracks. So they don't like me personally because I brought them in?
They don't like you because of association. They're on your squad.
Mm, mm, mm. Okay. Honestly, looking at it, I think that's just going to be a thing. So yeah, I'll dump these evenly.
Okay. Uh,
Damn, not a single one?
it
Damn close.
happens. I rolled 90 D100s one time, not a 1 or a 100.
That's gross. But I understand. But yeah, I think I'm just like smooth and ruffled feathers all the way around.
Yeah. Um, as a note, you're most liked by your order
Mm-hmm.
in case you don't want to work too much on them.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I'm still looking out for them.
Yeah.
Because it's like that's just one of the things that she's taken on as like a person who's trying to help her or her order. Like these are mine. I look out for what's mine.
Understood.
And that web may have expanded some, but like I'm not gonna let people say shitty things behind the dark Joans,
Yeah.
right?
As a note, you would get a message back from your sister,
Which one?
uh,
The
Joan.
sacrificed?
Yeah, sacrificed.
Okay.
Um, they have received a request. They sent a letter to um, Joan the Lustful,
Uh-huh.
and they have received a response from Joan the Lustful.
Joan the Lustful's response was, "We're going to dip. I'm not coming home."
Uh, that's not true.
Okay.
Their response was a middle finger.
Oh, I see. But a tentacle?
No, it was just a middle finger
Okay.
and a kiss my ass.
Damn. I tried.
You tried, and like that's as much as you can hope sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Basically, you just have to sort of go to Joan the Heretical and be like, "I tried, sweetie. I tried."
Like I understand.
Is there any way that I could, like, knowing that she's got this letter, be like, "Hey, sweetie, just take a sabbatical.
You can.
I am also going to get the middle tentacle."
You're also going to get the middle tentacle.
Fair enough. Then I think if I can kind of tell that ahead of time, I think I'll let it ride.
It's just like no.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I'll take a sabbatical when I'm dead.
Right. And that's the thing is like we can't have that opinion. So like she's clearly going to leave and I'm like, "All right, we're going to chalk this up. The next time she comes home, We're just going to tie her to a bed and have as many lustful lads and lasses as we can keep her busy until the train leaves and she has to stick around.
And that's right. I have
Like,
to know. You do know she has had multiple men and women in her bed throughout the week.
yes. That is, I mean, Joan had 155 fucking kids, man. There was
Yeah.
definitely an aspect of lust in that woman, and we all know it existed.
Yeah. So, it's just like, people are like, oh, yes, she was a saint. I'm like, you're right,
Was
but
a
she was
pious.
also a whore.
She was Saint Celestine, maybe. Really? Nothing? All right, fine.
No, I get it.
Um. So yeah, the follow up is that like, all right, she's gonna dip out this time. The next time she comes back, we're absolutely just gonna find a way to bog her down and keep her like pinned to one place. But yeah, I'll also send letters to the people that like I'm connected to, like the friends that I've made across the other orders.
Hmm?
And I'm like I'll send one to Jasmine, I'll send one to um, Zobek, Zobek and Joan the Healer, because they're still a unit, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. And generally, I'm just staying connected and being a presence that people generally want around. Um, and that's like scattered throughout the place, right? But they're scattered throughout this like time frame. But
Yeah. As a note, you wouldn't be able to send too many messages out because messages only go to HQ and then get sent back out
mm-hmm.
from there. So, like, long reply times.
Yeah,
And that's what
that's
you
fine.
got. As
Totally
a note,
okay with that.
it took about 2 weeks to get a message sent and then 2 weeks to get a message back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so like a couple of days, like a couple of days before this ends, letters that I sent in the first 5 days will come back
Yeah.
in. That's fine. It's mostly the idea of just like, again, staying as connected as possible given the circumstances.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're just doing what we can. Um, how about that sister of Arthur's though? What's she doing though?
Oh, the sister of Arthur?
Yeah, Arthur's sister
Um,
Rosalind.
it's hilarious, right?
Mm-hmm.
I was like, ah, yes, two of them are hot.
Right. What happened there, Arthur? Yeah, I think during this time, Joan would be like, "Is there try and find somewhere if she can to find to find a scratch to that itch." But other than that,
Mhm. She unfortunately is not that scratch to your itch.
fair enough. How about Quartermaster Emma though?
Quartermaster Emma actually is.
Grrr. There's a song playing in my head, and it goes, "I want to do bad things with you." But it's not my
Oh my god, so I don't know if you guys heard this, but um Will Smith apparently told Jada Pinkett Smith that he's filing for divorce over Instagram.
What?
Yeah.
All right. So are we putting an end to the session here?
Yeah.
All right. All right, internet. We're out of here. You be easy or be hard, but either way, just keep being.